Welcome everyone once more for some racing. The Queen City Gambit continues from the beautiful Charlotte Motor Speedway here on Kart Chaser. Just Prince Center Clements joining in just a moment as we get all set to go for KA Masters. Let's take a look at how the lineup. Eric Fagan on the pole, Brent Harper in second, John Bonanno and Scott Falcone in the top four. Then it's Miguel Mir. Then it's alongside him the 204 of Calgaro. Montepoli and Stifler in the top 8 as the rest of the drivers get sorted. Of note, Austin Queen had his best time deleted due to pushback bumpers, so that's why Queen is down to 9th for the start.
Heat number 1, KA Stars in the lines, lights out and away we go. Good start from Eric Fagan from the inside lane, should keep it good for him, but a couple spinners at the back. 2 around. One of the TKG Bureau Large, it's the 225 of Greg Leahy, and another one collected there. And the timer starts now. 8 minutes plus 2 laps. Brent Harper alongside Eric Fagan off the start. He's dropped to 3rd. Side by side, the Orsolone teammates. Scott Falcone on the move here on the opening lap as he goes to 4th, with Bonanno into 2nd, and Eric Fagan on the golf cart leading your way through the first half a lap.
A KX start at the back of the field, but the front of the field looking very solid, all single file for the most part, except for some contact. Pushed up out of the groove that time was the 299. All the way up the track, Falcone, as a result of that contact, not going to be happy. This is all allowed the top 2 to run away by a solid margin. Fagan and Bonanno setting the tone as another spin for the 233 now. That is John A. Dean, who is now around from 15th position as the front runners try and run away from a lurking Brent Harper.
John Bonanno already closed up a little bit there with a little bit of a wide exit for Eric Fagan off the end of that back straightaway, so he's closing in, and this is a similar spot from a year ago. Consistent, smooth, and easy here for John Bonanno on the Fulcrum competition comp kart. And to the line, 2 laps in the books now for your KA Masters. Side by side further back, lots of craziness here. Austin Queen on the QG3 karting. Tony Kart goes a little bit wide and slipping through down the inside. Paul Montopoli on the best kart.
Well, Queen had to go places right as a result of that penalty situation. He's well going places after seeing some shuffling and pushing in the group. 277 leading that pack right now. See if Queen's able to keep that progression forward right now. Well, that 265 seems all grouped together as well and comfortable as they make the way through Sector 3.
Yeah, through that back hairpin and now onto the front straightaway. We go down to turns 1 and 2. 1, 2, 3, bit of a gap. Then Miguel Mir and co. 4th and 5th there, 2 seconds away already. A big breakaway here for John Bonanno and Eric Fagan. I don't know how much of a rush the one feels like he is in, but I don't think he should feel much of a pressure or rush to get forward at all. As now another run down the backstretch goes Paul Montopoli. He'll pick up another spot. Move that best card up and into 4th now as he gets by Mir. Austin Queen looking on, Falcone there, then as well Adamar Calligaro. And Anthony Stifler with an over-under move there for Falcone, high and low. Queen the same. Now Queen looked in that last turn, didn't go. He stays behind and up front. 5 minutes plus 2 laps here as we approach halfway. Falcone wanted the inside on Queen, didn't get it in turn 1.
Queen just slamming the door shut, and that's the one thing Queen needs to do amongst this pressure. Keep an eye on what's going in the backdrop, but also make sure he doesn't get himself turned around with some of these lunges that you'll see in this pack. It looks like getting some breathing room with the 299 backing off Falcone. But up front, Harper has turned that lurking into full-on a part of that breakout group. Those drivers up by 2 seconds with the separation they've built up on the racetrack. The second pack keeping calm as it looks like Queen has been able to find a good rhythm once again to close back up and try and find his way back to the top 5.
Yeah, Austin Queen now getting a little bit further away from Falcone's group. That 3-car pack with Calligaro, Stifler, and Mark Steele maybe closing in a bit on it. Side by side, here we go. Spot back the way of Austin Queen, although a quick crossover from Miguel Mir is going to keep him honest. That bend kind of prevents a bit of the crossover momentum. If you do overshoot that pass at the end of the back straightaway, you do have the inside for that shorter distance in the run to then turn number 10, and that kind of bodes with what we heard from Charlie Steins following Pro Shifter's warm-up here, or Pro Stars' warm-up, Justin, that you can send it pretty deep in that corner at the end of the straightaway and make some moves happen as they kind of bottle up there out of turns 1 and 2.
Yes, near contact. That's not a great spot to go side by side in out of turn 2 and in towards turn 3. That's where a lot of potential contact we've seen last year came into play. Some side by side though is good in this area. Good pass by Falcone as he tries to recover the spots. 77 going the wrong way. It's not going to fare things out for the heat races later on for the second heat as well in terms of how that's going to line things up. They may have to go to the drawing board to see what they can do. Less than 3 minutes to go on the clock though. And all of this as well, as this pack is heated up, those front runners have stayed nice and calm. In fact, they have ditched Harper again, with Harper having some issues the past couple laps in terms of his pace.
Yeah, Brent Harper at the beginning of this heat race here looked like he might have something to challenge the two leaders, but as things have kind of gone on, he's faded a bit where they have picked up more and more speed. Last time by, he set his personal best, and it was able to match the pace of the top two, but it wasn't any better. So from the laps previously where he lost some ground, he's not necessarily made any inroads to make that up. But a little bob on the last turn hurt Fagan, and that backed him right up to John Bonanno's front bumper. Let's check back in with this midfield scrum. Caligaro on the SLA Kart Racing OTK there in the 204.
Right now back in the 8th position, all the teammates lined up together in 6, 7, and 8. If you look at the logos on the ticker, mind you, just no place for them to go except stay lockstep in their pack. At this point, it's draft locked, you can argue, with what we're seeing on the track. 277, Meyer just trying to figure out, is there a way to close back up to in front of the Falcone, though, with already a couple more minutes to go, and then those 2 laps to tick on over here in this session. By the way, some of these drivers are starting to set some personal bests in this pack. Some drivers riding the 44.4s. The average pace in the field is around the 5s to 6s, looking at the timing screen for what everyone's doing right now.
Yeah, the lap times are definitely stabilizing out here, Justin. We're right at past that peak point of the race here. We're actually getting closer to crunch time more than anything else, and Mark Steele's kind of on the move, knowing that it's about time to go. He's caught up to the back of this group, led by Austin Queen, 6 deep, and at any moment we could start to see some change up. Nothing in the last corner, though. They'll all stay in line. A little slide there from Steele. That'll cost him some ground. 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go. Essentially, that means 3 to go here in heat number 1, with Falcone going a little wide there in turns 1 and 2.
Just a little bit, but not enough to put him up for grabs for the spot or anything yet, but it does lose him some ground to Queen. Looking like some up and under setup, though. 269, that's Stifler wanting to go. Same send going on with the 204, all while the front runners look like this. It's still Bonanno working off the back of Fagan, riding that rear bumper bar, and just looking for a way to strike with 2 laps to go. Waiting for the right time. No defensive moves this time. Just Fagan just driving his line and focusing on what's going on in front of him while Bonanno waits for a chance to pressurize a mistake. Just running out of time on the clock as the rest of the packs now continue on the racetrack. All of this is with Fagan still holding on with Bonanno. Going to have to try a move eventually if he wants to take the win in this heat. Bad launch line for Fagan. Bonanno, there's the move. Inside, cuts in front. Bonanno to the point, coming to the white flag this time by.
1 lap to go. 2 driver fight. John Bonanno stalked his prey most of this race. Has now gotten by him, but he hasn't gotten rid of him. Let's see if he can pull a gap a little bit. Big gap already there out of turns 1, 2, 3, 4. In the infield chicanes we go, down the backstretch. Fagan trying to line up a good run. He'll close up in the toe, through the bend, needs a good run here. Bonanno a little bit out of shape. That'll bring Fagan close enough to make a dive if he wants to try it. He's gonna get to the bumper there in turn number 10, it won't happen. Now on the run through the S's as the fight for third stabilizes. Last corner, Fagan got a little out of shape in the 13 run, and out of 14, over to 15. The reigning champ, the number 1 plate, ends in position number 1 for Heat 1. John Bonanno, Heat 1 winner. Montopoli on the last lap, able to get by on Brent Harper. He ends up third. Great move forward for Paul Montopoli. Harper fourth, Austin Queen fifth, Scott Falcone, Adamar Caligaro, Mark Steele, Miguel Meir, and Anthony Stifler end as your top 10 finishers from KA Masters Heat number 1. And just like that, Justin, we are already 1 race in here to the books. So good start to the day for the Stars Championship Series Queen City Gambit. Clean for Heat number 1 for the KA Masters, and we quickly will move on to the very next group. It'll be time for the Micro Swifts when we return on the other side of this break. You're watching our coverage from Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina, America's home for racing.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of the Queen City Gambit as it's time for the micro swips to hit the racetrack here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. As the drivers get themselves ready to go, let's take a look at how they'll start. It is Gottschalk on the pole in the 21. It's Lockhart in second as a couple drivers spin in the back. Liam Francisco and Dominic Nago amongst the top four. As you look at the rest of the drivers on screen, I hear Alexander Surley has something important. Let's head over to Alex.
Thanks, Justin. Well, if you're looking at the starting lineup and wondering where Slate Harrell is, he put it on pole. Unfortunately, got disqualified. Rules are rules, and at the end of the day, spoke to his dad. Nothing malicious. They just didn't know the rule. Their 2.5-pound weight on the front of the go-kart had one nut on it. You need two per the rules. So with that, it's a disqualification. He'll roll from the back of the field.
Absolutely huge for this running order as Harrell will have to try a last to first challenge. We're underway for the micro swips. As the field rumbles its way 2 by 2 through the opening corners. A couple drivers going 3 wide to the back of the field. All while Gottschalk tries to hold on in front of the pack as they continue to make their way through the opening corners to start this one off.
So far, so good for all of them here as we get through the opening sectors clean, through the backstretch clean. Looks like we might be able to make it through the full lap with all of our young guns and girls still getting after it. Clean through 10 and 11. And in the run up the hill, Curacao leads the way of this main group here. Lennox Lockhart off the start, shuffled back to the 3rd spot. Great start for Liam Francisco up to 2nd. And trailing along there, another one of the Bennett entries. That's going to be Dominic Nagel in the 52. 1 lap in the books now.
Now it's going to become the question mark on what happens behind this 21 machine. These drivers try and draft their way up to him. Looking like Francisco is absolutely flying. He was quicker than the leader on the opening lap, mind you, to begin this one. This train also goes as far back as around 11th or 12th spot as a couple drivers try and jump up some cars in that group. Golden 6 of Barry. That 6 machine moving up 1 more spot in that pack. Minute 30 off the board and some contact in that pack as well as send for the 14. Trying to move ahead. Lockhart try to send it on Francisco. That's going to cost Francisco all the momentum he's had the past couple laps. This past lap, in fact, should say.
So Liam Francisco to Lennox Lockhart, and to that group, I mean, you can mark it pretty far back here, Justin. I mean, you go back to maybe all the way to Brody Brown there in 11th. One long line of go-karts here, trailing the 41, trying to hunt back up towards the race leader in the early going. All playing nice, all playing smart as well, trying to stay together. Now, will there be any changes here in turn 10? Little bobble for Lennox Lockhart. It's going to stack them up. Dominic Nagel backs up into Grayson Powers. Nowhere for anyone to go. Big move for Dutch Westbrook down the inside of his teammate. He'll take the spot away. Brody Stoffel is going to get by. And the big benefactor might be the OKP machine going all the way up, back around a lot of them. Lots of movement there. Austin Taylor's going to pick up a couple as well.
A lot of shuffling in that pack, especially with some of these drivers wanting to make up spots and make them up now. The tough thing is picking the right spots, it seems, here today. That 29 machine, Stoffel looking to stalk his prey in the middle of your screen at the moment. Looking like he's just waiting for a slip up with this 91 machine, just to win a little bit more shell, try and send it a little deeper into the corner. Or it seems like he's a little bit more comfortable on these sends, on these corner exits compared to what's going on this 30 machine. It's been a bottleneck, so to speak, it seems, with some of the bump drafting pressure now trying to build up in this pack. Westbrook getting a lot of pressure from behind.
Yeah, quite a bit. Dutch Westbrook here under fire for sure. Let's see if Grayson Powers opts to work with him or not. Brody Stoffel the same. They all kind of couldn't get lined up there. Luckily for them, we've got a race for the lead. Side by side. Liam Francisco takes over at the end of the back straightaway.
Nicely timed pass to be able to set it up through 8. Now it's the matter of can he run away. Lockhart here in the popcorn seat, wait for a chance to pop on through and see if he can pressurize both of these drivers. Francisco at this point, I think, is just focusing on the aerodynamics while Gottschalk is focusing on the lunge. How about a send once again to try and make the pass the long way around for turn 3. Switches back to his direction. Good pass back.
Very good indeed. Now Lennox Lockhart takes advantage as well. He goes by, and just like that, here comes the cavalry. One big kart group all lined up now as they head on the back straightaway. No changes this time, and we keep tabs on them all. Heat 1 for Micro Swift, having a lot of action. Westbrook now going to try and make a move on Francisco. He'll bring Grayson Powers through on the OKP Kart Republic. And side by side goes Brody Stoffel, has to get out of it, get on the binders. He'll potentially lose a spot. No, he'll cover that off. Austin Taylor the same, then Nagel, and then right behind Dominic Nagel, Brody Brown now cracking the top 10 in the 17. Here comes Nagel to the inside of Taylor. He'll take that spot away for 7th.
Seen Taylor had been actually one of the drivers trying to signal, let's work together. Fortunately, Stoffel having error plans, then work together at that point, it seemed, along with Nagel in that pack. They're now broken apart a little bit in this choo-choo train. They still have less than 3 minutes to see what they can do, but that front group is getting a bit chaotic. They've gained a car in Powers. You also have Lockhart, who's trying to back up the corners, it looks like, try and cool down the tires a little bit. All while they start to swarm busily behind with Westbrook. Tough thing's going to be right now, when do you make the move? You still have a couple more minutes to plot and plan these things out. Gottschalk still defending very well, but how about a lunge and a surprise attack? Lockhart trying to go for the crossover move, trying to get alongside, can't. Now here comes Westbrook for a dive up the second.
Dutch Westbrook moving up the chains here now, moving them forward again. This has been just a methodical drive up the grid here for Dutch as you look at all the up and downs here. This is now up and into a 4-spot net gain with the lead right in view. Here comes the number 30. It's a reversal of the 1-2 finish from 2 weeks ago, and it's going to get a big gap now to add some room as they trade third. Back and forth we go. Lennox Lockhart retakes it. Stoffel's going to fend off Powers for now, and that'll buy Lennox a little bit of time to focus back forward. This group goes all the way back to Samuel Chavarri there in the number 6 Sodi at the end of the train. With keeping an eye, maybe, or that might even be Caden Cladera actually, I think, behind Chavarri. So Samuel Chavarri back in 10th. I think you go back to Caden Cladera before you find the gap to Spencer Height in the 35 with 1:10 to go here still in this one, and a little gap now forming in the middle of that pack. But Dutch Westbrook to the bumper is Zev Gottschalk. He's got an opportunity to try and buy themselves some more time just outside or at the edge of the draft window to Lennox Lockhart, but he couldn't get to the bumper into the last turn, and Lennox will eat into that gap there with about a 0.5 gain.
And Lockhart needs to lock in and close as much as he can here. Get the focus down. He's got no pressure from behind despite Stoffel's huge ascension the past couple laps into this pack, mind you. However, they're starting to see some battling. Westbrook wants to lead. That's going to help out Lockhart and close up that gap even more so. Make it the 3-car choo-choo train. Now with a 4th car right on in. How about a 5th car to join in still with Powers? All lockstep. Can Westbrook hold on? Looking like we're going to see maybe 3 laps to go this time by based on the timing here.
Indeed, 3 to go here. 10 seconds on the clock. It'll hit 0 during the lap, and then it'll be time to go on with just a matter of moments before this race comes to a close. Here we are with looking at the gaps right now for everyone through that chicane to the backstretch. Call it at 6 in the main group. Back to Liam Francisco. A gap back down to Dominic Nagel's group there in the second pack, but all it takes is 1 or 2 big moments and passes to bring them close. Westbrook still the leader. Francisco, a little look there on the inside of Grayson Powers, not going to happen.
No moves quite yet, but all this is with the 2 laps to go coming up. At this point, if you're some of these drivers, if you want to join that fight for the race win, you got to go. Stoffel having to go defensive, if anything, because the 91 of Powers wants to keep his spots. Francisco wants some spots. That's allowed this pack to splinter in half just like that. All of that's wow. Lockhart's there. But it's going to be difficult to pass two teammates here. It's going to be difficult to pass two karts here, mind you, unless they battle themselves out and tucker themselves out here. It's going to need a lot more squabbling for anything to happen, all while the squabbling still continues where Francisco and all those karts are at the moment. As they come around for the final time around, how about another send? That's what Lockhart needed. Here he goes for the lead.
Big move for Lennox. To the line, white flag in the air. Now he's got a shot at it here as Zev Gottschalk leads a big pack. The sun shining here at Charlotte, and we've got a heck of a finish shaping up here in the opening heat race for the micros. These kids put on such a show everywhere we go, but Lockhart's a little more focused about the drivers behind, and Dutch Westbrook catches him off guard on the backstretch. He'll send Lockhart into the fray, but Brody Stoffel's going to take advantage of both of them, and Westbrook's off. Westbrook off and all the way to the access road. Around goes Grayson Powers as well. Contact on the final lap still continuing. Lockhart door to door with Francisco. Side by side Samuel Chavery with Caden Cladera. All the while, well out in front, to the line. Zev Gottschalk's going to score the Heat 1 victory, and it is chaos behind him. Then it will be Brody Stoffel and Dominic Nagel evading it to end second and third.
Well, how about that chaos building up in the backdrop, to say the very least. Once again, some of these drivers getting uber aggressive in the later stage of this race. All of that's wow. You have to feel for Westbrook. He played this race near perfect. Instead, he goes all the way to the back of the grid. Looking at that running result, Francisco 5th, Lockhart 4th, Nagel 3rd, Stoffel and Gottschalk amongst that top 5. You also had Brody Brown squeak through all of that to get the 6th position. Taylor then Chavery in 8th position. Dara in 9th, and Stowers amongst the top 10, 5 seconds back of the leader. That second pack you were talking about with drivers like Spencer Height had Jack Katowski in that grouping as well. Katowski went up 4 spots to be able to get a top 12 in the end. Dutch Westbrook, his slide to the grass all the way back at 13th in the very end of the running result.
Yeah, that was a big hit for Dutch. An unfortunate end to the race there for him. On the flip side, again, a great leapfrog moment for his teammate there in Dominic Nagel. And they're into the scale lines now for the officials to probably take a bit of a look back at how that one transpired. My goodness, so much to break down from that alone. But your micros are now with their first race in the books. They'll get to take the break for lunch now, and then continue prep on the rest of the day and the weekend. The good part about it is whether you went up or down in that heat race, you start the same. You go back to neutral for heat number 2 with how you qualified. So there's plenty of time. But for Zev Gottschalk, a cruise into the scale line. And now a little push to meet or exceed those minimum weights. Number 21, victorious. Let's take a look back at our shopakr.com replay. First and foremost, Zev with a big send there to Dutch to take the lead. That opened the door for Lennox Lockhart to get into second, and it looked like for the first half of the lap that he might be able to bring the fight to Zev, but he defended there, and that opened the door, broke his momentum for Dutch to get squeezed on by, and then Brody Stoffel was not going to be denied. He got forced down low, held his ground, little contact, and unfortunately Dutch Westbrook a passenger there, and not sure what happened to also collect Grayson Powers in that final turn, but your winner from heat number 1, Zev Gottschalk.
All right, guys, I'm here with your winner, Zev Gottschalk. I mean, you're up front for quite a bit of that race. How'd you hold everybody off?
I don't know. They passed me. I passed right away, and yeah.
What does your team tell you in situations like that where you're in a really tight battle with a lot of kids?
I don't know really. I have nothing to say really, but yeah.
All right, well, Zev Gottschalk, speechless here. I think he's a little bit tired as well after this one, but a P1 finish for the Bennick in heat number 1.
No surprise, that might have taken a little bit out of him for how chaotic that race ended up, but we're already on to our next one. Pro Masters, Pro Super Masters, getting ready to head to the start boxes. Let's take you through how they're going to line up for the first heat race with gearbox action, our first standing start of the weekend here from Charlotte, North Carolina. And qualifying on the pole, Jake Fetter in the Timmy Tech Comp Kart. The 600 numbers and the number 1 plate of Matt Machiko are from your Pro Masters class. The newly formed Super Masters division is the 500 digits. And that, of course, has Mike Rivera and Hugh Templeman leading the way for that one. Osley Cheek and Brad Danoff. Issues for Morton Van Talk at the end of qualifying. We'll have him lined up tail end of the field behind Lance Lane, and Danoff. But in the regular Masters division, Fetter, Presti, Hernando Sanchez, Skitchy Barnes. The reigning champ Matt Machiko has work to do, and then Juan Unagaro and Frank Runco and Tyler Gilbo.
Should be interesting to see what happens. Ventok can confirm was light in scales according to the penalty report sheet. That kart has been quick every session throughout the time here. It's going to be fun to see them from the back. This is about to be fun to see how they handle this start. They're ready to go.
To the lights, Jake Fetter, Scott Presti, Pro Masters, Pro Super Masters. Heat 1 action. And away we go there with a good launch. And a great launch for Scott Presti. Clean for the field, but the man on the Croc promotion, a mad Croc indeed, taking the lead away here right off the bat. No doubt about that hold shot.
A great hold shot to be able to launch them forward here and now. Same thing you said for Barnes, already jumping himself up as well as a result of that hold shot to the 3rd position. Top 3 already starting to break away a little bit as they try and build up some speed. All well, Fetter tries to keep up here and find some ground to pick up fast. Barnes seems to be closing on in quickly for that battle for second. This as well, the other pack, mind you, with how things have started off as those times now come on through. Danoff got the best launch in the second pack. Oh, some contact. Fetter getting pushed, and now his arm raises. Something's wrong with the 612 kart.
Oh, no, and it looks like it might be the throttle cable. The throttle cable for Jake Fetter came disconnected. The motor has stalled, and our top qualifier is going to try and refire himself. And no, it will not happen. The Timmy Tech Comp Kart is going to get at least a bit of a boost here, but this race is basically over at this point. They're not allowed to refire the drivers with bump starts here, so they're going to have to push him off to the wayside. Maybe they'll give him a bump start to go into the pit lane, but his race is done. So just like that, the 612 will drop down the pylon, and it'll be Scott Presti to Skitchy Barnes. Matt Machiko, the reigning champ, now up to 3rd. We check in here with this fight. End of the Pro Masters field, beginning of the Super Masters field. Mike Rivera all over the back bumper of Tyler Gilbo.
Gilbo needing to close up an extra couple tenths of a second to be able to get up there as the rest of the pack all stays pretty grouped together here. Presti does have that 3-second advantage. That's going to be very difficult, I think, for Barnes and the rest of this pack to really chew away and chip away at. It's the 522 trying to make some moves. That's Rivera and Danoff you see on the screen. Danoff had that great start. Now has been dropped down. Rivera right now running away is the rather phrase by 2 seconds in his class with how things are looking.
Yeah, Mike Rivera looking like to be the man to beat here in the Pro Super Masters debut division. This one to try and give some of the elder statesmen of the sport a level playing field. Even the 30-year-olds might be a little more young and spry and more behind the wheel actively, like Skitchy Barnes, for example, who has been with us for pretty much every single Shifter Masters opportunity here in 2025. And right now, he leads Matt Machiko as this group is 2nd, 3rd, and then 4th with Juan Unagaro right there in the 673 and a little gap back to Hernando Sanchez.
Pretty calm race, to say the very least. Usually is calm for the early stages in this style of racing. We see once things break apart a little bit. Machiko looks like he is on the prowl, though, to be able to move up one more spot at least. Last time by, Machiko was about a 10th off the pace of Barnes, however. Needs to be obviously in the positive if he wants to chip away this gap and be able to try and see what he can do for this 2nd position. This time by, it was 3 tenths off. Machiko not closing up like he needs to in that Magic Kart. All this as well, mind you, Presti still running away with fastest laps on the track. Last time by, Presti was up to 0.3 quicker than your third place Kart, about 1.5 quicker than Barnes on the racetrack on pace. Presti is just ripping away. That Kart promotion Kart is wicked quick. Lots of experience when it comes to his karting side, including with the FIA Karting European Championship. Seen that driver just control this race here today as Barnes now takes control of second spot comfortably.
Indeed, Skitchy Barnes, no doubt about it, moving up the board and staying there. Although, check it out, good battle here at the Pro Super Masters division. This is Hugh Templeman on the Magic Kart there in the blue and yellow, right behind Osley Cheek and Brad Danoff. So that is third, fourth, and fifth in class. Morn Van Tok's already gotten around all of them and started to break away in second safely. Mike Rivera well up the road here with 3 minutes and some change to go.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult for Van Tok to close on up, I think, because, well, it's 3 seconds for one, but two, Rivera just started with such a head start in terms of track position compared to that 568. It's going to make it extremely difficult unless he puts on absolute heaters to close up that time at the moment. Looking back at some of these error groupings, though, 632, Sanchez amongst those in this battle on screen now. Just waiting and biding his time at the moment. Just continuing to turn the laps, ride as much as he can, keep things calm, don't push the cart, don't destroy the cart. You still have lots of racing to go over the weekend. Still got a decent position in the top 5, all while the rest of this pack battles itself out and tries to tucker itself out around this racetrack. As we take a look around this circuit and see where things fall with the 517 leading this pack. Danoff losing a lot of time this run.
Oh.
Getting a send from the inside. There goes Cheek.
That was tight. That was dicey right there, Justin. Hugh Templeman's also going to catch Danoff off guard to get by him. Now lurking on there is the DRT racing machine of Gilbo with 1.5 minutes to go here in this fight. Or no, that's Lance Lane. Lance Lane catching up there on the DR kart. So Lane moving forward. Meanwhile, still well out in front of Scott Presti, putting a whooping on the field right now. 5.5 seconds and counting in heat number 1. The Croc promotion driver is gone.
You know who's not gone, though? Remember needing absolute heaters for Van Tok to close up to Rivera? Look at what happened on the last time. He's within 1.5 seconds right now. So if we can figure out that 568, he's found something. And he's found something quick. We know that kart's been quick in practices. That's going to get interesting when that comes into be the next little bit. As you see right now, Garo trying to battle with Machiko on screen. That's for third spot overall on track. How about a lunge to the inside? Machiko cuts it off.
Not quite there, and now closing back in becomes Hernando Sanchez there. Another one of the VTM RS karts. Fast lap time there for Morn Van Tok closing in on Mike Rivera. Rivera able to hit his personal best the last time around, but still a big time delta being gained by Morn Van Tok. So let's see if Morn can close on in. Or sorry, no, it was earlier in the race when Rivera really pulled the pin and went quicker. Morn is closing in. 10 seconds plus 2 laps to go, Justin.
Pressure's on right now. Machiko holding on very well in this battle, but for how long? Another set across the curbing. 673 again. Trying to send it deep. How about a full-on lunge? Machiko says, you know what? If you want to have it, go on ahead. Allows them to make the pass as Machiko tries to send back, hits the curbing for good measure, nearly spun the kart out, trying to send it back. 3 laps to go, coming to 2.
Quite a bit there now, coming to 2 laps to go this time by here in Heat 1 for Pro Masters, Pro Super Masters. Matt Machiko, a little ways back from now Unagaro. And needs to try and find a little bit more if he's got anything left in him. And the number 1 or is Unagaro going to get the 3rd spot away? He's already again safely ahead. of Matt Machiko. Skitchy Barnes 2 seconds up the road. He should be safe.
Ben Talk, by the way, to update things on the pylon, is now within 0.2 of a second. It was 3 seconds, remember, for those drivers about 4 minutes ago. That's how quickly things have closed up here, coming up to the white flag this time by. Presti just took the white flag. All this as well, these drivers continue to battle out on screen. Right now, Machiko is still trying to make sure he holds on to the 4th spot. Final time around as Presti has been outright dominant. Van Tak has just taken over his class's lead, though, on the last lap.
Yeah, Morn Van Tak. Oh, big move there for third again. Tried it, couldn't quite do it. Or for fourth, that was Sanchez on Machiko. Morn Van Tak now to the lead in Pro Supermasters, but in the overall and in the Pro Masters class, Scott Presti is making it look easy. He'll score the Heat 1 win in dominant fashion. A huge margin back to the Maranello of Skitchy Barnes, who will end in second. Juan Unigaro third. Machiko and Hernando Sanchez the top 5. Frank Runco will end up in 6th there on the Magic Kart. And Morn Van Tak last to first in Pro Supermasters in the 568.
Now batted all from that 568 machine as the rest of these drivers cross the stripe here. Some of the drivers having margins as high as 28 seconds back, but Presti ran away from everyone. 7.7 seconds over Barnes. Garo in third, Machiko and Sanchez the top 5, Runco in 6th. Then the rest of the class sorted out. Gilbo dropped to a DNF in 13th, his cart on the side of the road. So Rivera, meanwhile, in his class, dropped to second, Cheek in third. Then you have Templeman, Lane, Danoff. His car went the wrong way in terms of speed after good qualifying, did not have the pace in the race. He was a good near 20 seconds off of the pace of the race win for Van Tak in his class. And unfortunate for Jake Vetter, don't forget about him. After starting things off in great position, ends up dead last out of the 14 karts in that grouping.
Quick breeze for the morning, folks, here from America's Home for Racing at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We've now got the lunch break upon us, so we will return with more action later on this afternoon here. 12:45 p.m. Eastern, 9:45 a.m. Pacific is what we have on the schedule, and just confirming that here with what we see. Indeed, lunch break, K Junior Group B on the other side of this 32-minute gap to allow the hardworking team of camera operators and officials to get something to eat and take a breather. Of course, the Pro Show, presented by Mazda Motorsports, will hit the racetrack for their first race of the weekend with Moto number 1 at 2:10 with the OKN Juniors. OKN Stars and the Pro Stars will follow. Live from Concord, North Carolina, and the Queen City Gambit. You're watching Kart Chaser. We'll be back.
Lunch break is complete. It's just about time to go back racing here with the Queen City Gambit. As we continue on with heat racing action, Justin Prince with you here on Kart Chaser as the Jumbotron is up and running on the back straightaway as well. It's time for KA Juniors to hit the track. Let's talk about how their first heat will be grouped up here today. Here's the grouping. That's going to feature Isaac Melko up at the front, Max Whalen in second, Rodriguez and Adams in row number 2. Row 3 is Bellog and Indy Anderson starting in 6th position. Nick Katowski alongside Nathan Golsep in the top 8. Let's go racing. The KA Juniors are underway here on Kart Chaser. And it's already 4 wide with some spinning in the back of the field. Some chaos for some, but up front, it looks to set sail away for some of the other drivers. They start to battle it out through the opening corners. Already seeing a lot of squabbling pop up with Malcott, Whalen, and company as the rest of the front runners make their way through the course. Max Weiland currently holding on in the 892, should say, up there as well. A lot of these drivers just trying to get into a rhythm on the opening lap. Pass back to the inside. Opens up the door for the 881. Bellog already jumping his way all the way to second as Malkiewicz already pulling away by 1.1 seconds. Good start for the 872, already nearly breaking the draft as the NASCAR Racing Experience cars zip on the big oval. We zip around here on the go-kart road course. There's a look at your race leader, but leading the way by 1.1 seconds last time by the stripe. Then you have Long already charging his way through the field, up a +3 from his opening starting spot. Rest of the field going single file, except for that dive. Opening up the door, the 850 of Lane. Able to make the pass and jump a couple spots. Adams has also jumped his way to third. Lane with that gets to the top 5 as a result of that pass. Side by side with the 833. Rodriguez pushes a Kart off into the grass. Battling with one of his competitors, looked to be maybe Goldsapper Gutierrez, pushed off the racetrack. That's going to cost them a lot of spots. We'll make sure on that in a moment. The 818 riding the back end of the 833 Rodriguez now. Rodriguez having a lot of contact this lap with carts from behind. All this as well. No, not good. Trying to pull away up at the very front of the field. Already a couple minutes burned off the clock here in this one. So you take a look at the battles going on. Across the track, second spot, Adams jumping up. That was the pass per second with Adams, able to make the move for Bellog, able to jump back to third spot as a result of that swap. Around 5 minutes to go here in this first heat. As things continue on here, take a look at the battle for second. Gabriel, mind you, had started this race back in the 5th position. Remember, for these drivers to start off this heat, right now, is amongst the drivers that shown plenty of speed. Nationals experience in mini Swift competition comes to mind back in 2023. The Canadian back then had a 12th place in mini Swift competition. That one also was in the competition as far back as 2021 for him. They've also got, you know who's charged ahead, Nico Katowski in that group. Nico Katowski has been able to cut his way. He threw the field like butter just about to be able to get himself into the conversation for the podium spots. The Polish-American Junior Barella Art driver in the conversation. Just has to be able to find a way to poke. There's not a lot of time, per se. 4 minutes to go. There is some chances to plot and plan these movements right now before things get very busy in the final minutes or so for these positions. Arkuit, by the way, has pulled away by 1.7 seconds as there's the move for Katowski. Cutting to the inside, down the backstretch. Now up into the podium positions for heat number 1. Here's a look at the other pack and how things are going so far for them. Lane is currently leading that second grouping. That major grouping is the rather phrasing. You have Gutierrez, you have Goldseth amongst those. We're also in the train, Maderos. You also have Rodriguez and Weiland in the 10th position, all a part of a long conga line of karts on circuit. For reference right now with how they're doing pace-wise, each of them running around their best times last time by, including the 8:18 kart, setting the fastest lap of the race with a 43.2. These drivers are starting to pick up more pace in regards to overall lap times as the sun really starts to shine around here. Change in front. Lane shuffled out of the position. Moving on through is Gutierrez. Now Gutierrez tries to defend back, had to cut back right to avoid contact with Goldseth. Goldseth able to slip on through, gets the break to be able to slip on by. Less than 3 minutes remaining in this race. 2:30 to go to be precise here in the first heat for KA Junior this afternoon. Dive to the inside, 8:18 machine. One able to jump up and to the inside. Able to shuffle into the line with the 807 Maderos in front of him. That swap around the 8th position once again comes to fruition with the pass. Alexander Searle now sitting alongside as they continue to battle aggressively for second. Things continue to be busy with 2 minutes to go. You have one grouping of 3 behind the race leader squabbling, and you have that whole choo-choo train that's about a couple seconds back of that.
Yeah, well, on a track like this, we've seen it happen already in the opening couple of heat races where, like we saw in Micro Swift, the second you start to battle that second train, like you mentioned, yeah, they're 3 seconds back, minute and a half to go. A lot can happen around this place, and if you're Katowski, if you're Forrest Adams, if you're, Balog as well, you have to think long-term here, right? One heat race isn't going to get you a trophy, but it's going to give you closer to a trophy. And if you start battling, you risk the chance of falling back. Like we see here, Forrest Adams starting to pull Katowski away from Gabriel Balog. I am surprised, I got to say, Justin, that these 3 have been hooked up for the last couple of laps, and that gap to Malkwit has not closed at all. And usually around a place like Charlotte Motor Speedway, 2 to 3 go-karts are faster than 1, but right now Malkwit's still holding on.
Yeah, still 1.8 seconds the distance last time by the stripe. Like we're going to be seeing about 3 to go based on the time markers when we get to the stripe maybe here, because we're already at 50 seconds. At this point here, what goes through the mind now knowing you've kind of plateaued on time? They only gained a 10th last time by. They gained another 10th this time. It's basically down to a battle amongst themselves. You're not closing up in that case. And then you have this hornet's nest.
Yeah, well, what's going through my mind if I'm Katowski, Adams, or Balog, if I'm in this group and I look back or I look at my mechanic on the fence line and they're giving me the signal of you guys have a huge advantage over 5th on back. It's now up to 4 seconds from 5th through 10th. So again, look at this group. They're getting really scrappy. One guy way off the racetrack. It looked like it might have been Edgar Rodriguez, and it was.
Well, that's unfortunate for Rodriguez. He had been running an 8th before that very wide off-track sequence. Now let's send to the inside. Whiteman able to jump his way up. Now here comes the run by Lane yet again. Clock's reaching 0, 2 laps to go already. More swapping in the pack in front of them. The 808 of Adams able to jump his way to second spot. This is all seen. This other pack really stagnate out. Wyland able to pull away by a sizable margin now in that 5th position. Get some breathing room for the first time in this group for a while.
Yeah, again, it's that easy around this place. You go side by side, you go 3 wide like we saw last time around. And if you're Max Weiland, you're the opportunist, right? You're the one that's making the moves happen for yourself. So Max Weiland right now, again, separation makes it a magic 4-5. Further back, you look at Emerson Lane, Medeiros, Golseth. Here we go. Let's see, white flag in the air. Adams low. Katowski follows through. Look for this big over-under from Gabriel Balog. He takes some curbing with him. Side by side through 3 and 4, but Katowski has the advantage.
Trying to reset once again. Now an error poke. Balog peels his way to the left side. Switch back over for Katowski. Back on the crossover.
Wow.
Balog able to cut to the inside for the back straightaway. Side by side for a podium spot. Balog now jumps his way on through. That allows Adams to run away. All of this as well. Malkiewicz coming through the final corners is ready to close out this race. What an intense battle to finish things up. Final time around, Malkiewicz dominates his way from the pack by 3 seconds over Adams.
Look at this.
And a drag race nearly. Katowski holding Balog up at the line.
Wow, he set that up perfectly. Gabriel Balog, that was a textbook crossover move. I mean, that took 4 corners to execute, Justin, but on the final corner, we just saw the opening part of that final corner where we saw Balog last minute go down low. Katowski actually pulled a Gabriel Balog on Gabriel Balog. So Katowski reclaims third. Balog and Weiland make it a magic 4-5. Medeiros got around Emerson Lane in that final lap. Golseth, Landon Boer, Indy Anderson, top 10 finish for him. Edgar Rodriguez was up into the top 6 at the best during his race. We saw him go off the racetrack in turn 8 with 2 to go. He finishes at 12th.
Gutierrez had been up there as well. He was back in 13th in the running order in this group. We also have Talon Laney, who was quick in the qualifying for parts of that session, finished up in 15th position. By the way, it was a +9 for Jake Resende to get to that 14th spot. You see him on the pylon. +9 as well for Easton Kubinski, who did not set any laps. Let's take a quick step aside for a quick moment. Next up, KA Junior Heat 2 around the corner.
You ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome everybody back to coverage of the Queen City Gambit here on Kart Chaser. KA Juniors, the A grouping coming up for our heats as it's time to see how they battle it out on the racetrack. Lots of big names in this field, including Travis Pettit, Parker Rise, along with Abernathy amongst some of the notables. Take a look at that running order in just a moment as these drivers get all set to go. We've seen the B drivers put on some good battling. Now let's see how Group A fares out.
Well, here's the thing. When you're the second group in a class like KA, where you know it can get chaotic, but it also can spread out in a flash, like we saw in that first group, you had the upper hand because you had the chance to watch it, right? They're all racing the same edge package as you.
Exactly. And now Travis Pettit will lead this field over Tristan Murphy, followed by Parker Ives, and then you have Abernathy and Wargo amongst the top 6. Antonino showed great speed in final practice, starting in 7th in this one. Ryan Mort starting 8th. Green and Burt will round out the top 10 as they line up at the tram lines. KA Junior, the A group, ready to go. And we're underway once more from Charlotte. Good start for the field, keeping it 2x2. No incidents to begin things off. All while the pack makes its way through the course, Pettit tries to set the tone over Murphy and Ives. As they line things up, Ives, it looks like, has been able to jump up a spot as they battle hard and into the grass at the very back of the field.
Yeah, here's a good move. Ben Abernathy there on Tristan Murphy down the inside of the 811. I got to say, there was one driver off right when you mentioned that there weren't any contact, and it wasn't really to the fault of anybody but the marbles. We saw Antonino go way off the racetrack in turn 3 as a lot of curbing being taken there by Abernathy up front. It's almost shades of the first batch of KA Junior Racing. As further back, once again, 3 wide. There's Antonino. I mentioned he went off the racetrack. He was up to 4th at one point, down into, as he crossed the stripe, 8th, side by side through turns 1 and 2. Abernathy ahead of the 812 of Ryan Mort. Further back, Antonino, Najbert, and Kidd. But this is a big group here, Justin. But again, as fun as this is as a driver to get involved in this and, get racing, because at the end of the day, we're all racers at heart, you're watching your opponents run away.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's either stay in a line and work together, or have a wrestling match and see the people working together walk away from you. See some wrestling matches in the pack, the 893, and Tonino trying to get some of the elbows out. Some of his fellow competitors matching suit and looking at the camera. Just look at the distance. One side by side to the second to last corner loses you 5 to 6 kart lengths. That's a big distance, and that's just about drafting distance gone as a result of one side by side.
Yeah, and the reason why that happens is on a racetrack like Charlotte, where it's all about minimum roll speed. It's keeping it up, right? You don't really have many hard braking zones. So when you make a move in a corner like what we saw in turns 2 and 3, where it's normally pretty much flat out, if not flat, if you have to lift, you have to brake even, right? Or like what happened to Ben Abernathy, where you take a lot of curb, you start to lose a lot of time. You see move up front, the 864, Lorenco Varela gets around Parker Ives. That's a really smart pass for Varela. It's the one point where you're really hard on the brakes in the KA Junior, and you're stopping the go-kart enough to where you can afford to go offline. You might lose a 10th making a pass, but you won't lose as much as what you would lose in a corner like this, turns 4, turns 5, turns 6, and 7, where if you're Ives, you're Varela, if you were side by side there, you would have lost a lot more time. I got to say, Travis Pettit, really impressive pace to open up the first couple of laps here in KA Junior for the second group. He is opening that gap. 1.2 seconds now to Varela. If you're Varela, you get around Ives because you think you're faster at the moment. So far, he's proving me right. About a kart length or 2 kart lengths now, he has pulled away from Ives. This could be good, it could be bad. Let's see what the gap is, 1.3. So we lost a 10th and a half there to Parker Ives. It could be tire pressures. It could just be overall pace. But I got to say, Justin, it's one of the first times that I've been to this racetrack with a class like KA, and we're not seeing 2 to 3 karts up front. It's really kind of a breakaway right now.
In both classes. In both classes we've seen this happen. And that's kind of surprising, as you said. We'll say they have been battling a fair bit for this second spot. How do you feel about the drive we've seen from Parker Ives, who put on some dominating performances in his own right last year in his class, now moves up the rank, looking a lot more stronger than his opening practices now in race trim. He seems to be absolutely flying in this pack, riding behind him is Murphy too. But Ives, I've been impressed with what I've seen from Ives throughout this entire weekend now, with his progression getting better and better.
Yeah, no surprise to see Parker Ives, near the front, the pointy end of the field, no matter what class he's in. Like you mentioned, in Mini last year, he was really, really quick. But, throughout the year so far, he's had a lot of time in the KA package. It's not like this is his first ever race in a KA Junior. But it's still one of those things where when you're so young, you're so green to a new class, no one expects you to be up there, but Parker Ives has taken to it like a duck to water.
Does have that experience in Trackhouse. It's talked about in my ear, actually, to mention that. So he does have that experience getting up to grade with the kart there. It's just the difference of it's a whole different ball game once you come to the national level, and you never know what's going to happen with these types of events with so many big names and the who's that come in. Murphy looks like he's ready to try and go forward. Cuts to the inside. Murphy leapfrogs Ives. Well timed. Good run to build that up for the top three.
Yeah, it's one of the best places to pass around this place because at the end of the day, as long as you have a decent line and the driver on the outside gives you enough room, you can roll the speed similar to what you would do on a normal racing line. And so for Tristan Murphy, the only guy faster than him on the racetrack last time around was Travis Pettit, who went purple at a 43.1. He resets fast lap again here on lap number 7, and Murphy, with a pass, still does a 43.2. So for Ryan Perry Motorsports and Tristan Murphy and Parker Ives, a 3-4 for them, and he has his sights set now on Lorenco Varela. I must say here, you look further back, this group has gotten pretty smart here. So we have Derek Wargo, Jonathan Eno, Benham Abernathy. This trio, I thought on the opening couple of stages of this race, I kind of wrote them off for this one. I even said it, right? At this point, you're watching your competitors walk away, but they have just worked together, set consistently fast lap times. Jonathan Eno, after getting pushed off the racetrack in turn number 4 of the opening lap, has clawed his way back up into the top 5 now. He's gotten around Derek Wargo, and Murphy gets around Varela.
Yes, indeed. Murphy able to jump up to second spot. Talking about the pace of that group we're watching on screen, by the way, last time by, Antonino set the fastest time of his race, 43.1. The only driver faster was Travis Pettit by a couple 100ths of a second to him. So they are flying at the highest rate of speed this entire race as we take a look at the garage area in the paddock to the lower part of your screen as they set up for the next race. These drivers looking to set up their moves over the next minute and 30 seconds here. See what happens. Looking like just trying to march ahead. Right now the distance they need to close up is about 1 second to join in the battle for the podium.
Let's see, last time around, again, a 43.1 for John Antonino. He's actually the fastest driver on the racetrack, slightly quicker than Travis Pettit's previous lap time. So with a minute to go here, 9/10 is the distance, and I think he's going to get there because Murphy's starting to slightly defend on Varela, who's defending from Ives. And like we've seen throughout the heat races so far today, and as we've just seen with the nature of this racetrack, you can't afford to go low that often. Obviously, you have to because you want to defend your own position, but at some point, you have to have the faith in the driver behind you to be cooperative. Otherwise, it can get really chaotic really fast.
Well, it's about to get very busy here. Less than 3 laps to go. That time by at the stripe. Still Murphy holding on in the main pack. They have now seen Antonino, Wargo and company now get in drafting distance. They have ditched Abernathy, it looks like, in this past lap. Does that raise the urgency? It does for one driver. That's the move for Antonino. He wants his spots forward back. Antonino up a +2 in this run now. Looking for more as he tries to line things up next with Varela in line.
An uncharacteristic mistake from Parker Ives. He clipped the curb in the S's there of turns 5, 6, and 7. And that's what gave Antonino such a huge run onto the back straight. The 000s have struck here, 2 to go in this KA Junior main. And for Murphy, Varela, Antonino, this is the trio. Ives starting to fade here as up front, you couldn't even tell if you just tuned in, but 4 seconds up the road is Travis Pettit. Here goes Murphy, low into 8. Varela's going to follow him. Antonino wants the over-under, but you can't really make it happen in turn 8 because of the high minimum roll speed you have in that corner. And so Murphy now, Justin, starting to park the bus here.
Yeah, trying to play the lanes. Now he's not able to play this lane. Varela jumps on through. Look at that, though. Antonino takes advantage. Nearly hits the curbing on the side-by-side. Final time around. Antonino tries to go the long way through 1 and 2. Has to switch back to 3. Murphy has it pushed around. Antonino able to jump up as they continue chaotically.
Benham Abernathy, a 3-for-1 in turn number 5. You don't see that very often. Murphy, unfortunate for him, has lost out here, and that's because Antonino was able to hold the outside like you mentioned in 1 and 2, and that becomes the inside for 3, and it puts Murphy on the wrong line. Wargo now wants to take a page out of Antonino's book. He can't go the long way around turn 10.
Coming around to close things up, Travis Pettit comes to the checkered flag, picks up the win in this heat. Ella Antonino, the top 3. Abernathy does jump up to 4th. Wargo rounds out the top 5. Murphy had ran second most of that race. Instead, finishes back in 6th position. Park arrives, also got passed by a lot of drivers after running as high as 3rd. He finishes back in 8th, right behind Ryan Mort, who took advantage to pass by him.
Yeah, you go further back to Oliver Najbert, Kalen Berghoff are your top 10 drivers, and this is a pretty good scrap here from 10th on back. Kai Mars, Darren Kidd was a driver that was involved in that group for a lot of it. He falls back outside your top 10. Here's a look at 16th through 27th for KA Junior Group A. Obviously, we split them up because there's so many talented young drivers here in KA Junior. Here's a look at Lawrence Perriman. We highlighted his helmet over at the United States Pro Kart Series at Daytona. He took a page out of what he saw from Lando Norris at Miami last year when he rocked the basketball helmet. He liked it so much, he wants to do it himself. And a little fun fact, if you don't know about this helmet, besides it looks like a basketball, it feels like a basketball. It has the same grip as a basketball, and hopefully for Lawrence, he doesn't treat it like a basketball. It treats it like a normal helmet there. Alongside him, you have Simon Jack Klein, the 132 for SLA Kart Racing.
Very big field here. Of total, 30 competitors are in Swift Stars. This upcoming mixture of drivers, Maxwell Macha had been the driver who took the pole time, remember, in the qualifying second session. Santiago Orioli amongst the drivers, so you have to keep an eye on to see if they can charge ahead amongst the 7th spot coming up as well. As you take a look at some of the other drivers prepare themselves for what's going to be a busy time. That includes the 136 car. That is Holden Myers. Laser focus. It is ready to go. And at this point, what do you say for amongst these crew members that are on pit road, that are watching along with their drivers before they get that command to fire up these engines?
A lot of times you can actually see, usually most of the parents and mechanics let their kids lock in, so to speak, right? Sometimes you see them showing them lap time, showing them last-minute info that they might need to know. For example, if you're the 145 Luca Besserell here, getting the last bit of intel. But for most of the drivers that we saw on the camera, weren't getting talked to, right? I know for a fact that I like to do that with my drivers, usually with 2 to 3 laps to go in the race before, you know, whatever race my kid is in for their heat or their main event. I stop talking to them, right? Let them focus. At some point, you can oversay things. You can over-remind them. And either they start to forget, maybe they get frustrated at you. You know, they want to go out there and think, because you can only tell them so much, right? You can't go out there and say, here's what you can do at the start, because you can't predict the starts. It'll never go your way, no matter how many different possibilities. It's like Doctor Strange, right? You can think of all of them. It's not going to be the one you think.
See a lot of these drivers getting some final checks, as there's Orioli. We talked about him. Getting the tires, making sure they're all scuffed in and ready to go here on this starting grid. So just about ready to go as we see these drivers get all lined up. One driver hasn't even jumped in the cart yet. That is,
well, the front row. They're getting talked to there, just letting them know. Listen, here's how the starts are going to work out. And again, you don't want to go out there and you know, spoil the start for everybody else, because after two go-arounds, there's always the option they can switch it around. We've seen it happen many times before. I've seen it at this place a couple weeks ago. So for Maxwell Macha and Enzo Di Janeiro, who I jokingly call these two kind of the veterans of Mini, right? But you can't really be a veteran in Mini, but at the end of the day, they've had so much success in their young careers, not only in Mini, but in Micro as well. And so for Macha, I know how happy he was to go out there and put it on pole. Di Janeiro asking some last-minute questions to see maybe how close he can get, and you know, what draws the line on trying to get that last-minute advantage from in the outside front row.
Looks like they've now gotten what they need from the officials. They now get into the karts, should just about be set to go for today for this field. Once again, it is the Swift Stars for their first heat of the day, ready to fire them up. 30 karts ready to rumble here for the Queen City Gambit. America's home for racing, Charlotte Motor Speedway. And remember, this facility a few years ago had that repave that's been touched upon. Heard a lot of drivers, mind you, say, putting in this class, say this is a very grippy track, and the grip seems to be completely planting down with that amount of rubber buildup we're starting to really see on this racetrack. Lots of grip planted down.
It's been put down and rather quickly too, right? I mean, I know yesterday the track took a long time to dry. It's just the nature of the way this track, you know, the way it puddles up because you have elevation change, and the straightaways dried up pretty quickly. Some of the corners didn't, some of them did, like turns 10 and 11, where it's a high, slightly banked elevation. But once it dried up, it really put down the grip. And this morning, a lot of the guys were saying, we saw on shifter, right? I mean, they're already faster than what they ran last year, right? So that's part of it as well. And again, for these young kids especially, they really feel the grip more than you would in the bigger chassis because they have a shorter wheelbase, the same, you know, diameter, radius tire, unlike you would in like a junior or shifter or in senior where it's, you know, narrow, then wide in the rear. So these guys really have to, you know, work on freeing the go-kart up as the weekend goes on.
Macha De Janeiro, Mose, and Francisco are your first two rows, followed by Cade Wolf and Cameron Johnson. Orioli and Alil will start in the 8th position. Myers in the 9th spot, the 145. Purcell in the 10th position. Klein and Thigpen in the top 12. This field gets all lined up. Lots of drivers ready to go racing. As you see the rest of the field scroll on your screen, all ready to fire them up. It's the Swift Stars ready to go for their first heat of the day.
They're rolling pretty quickly here. You see the officials trying to tell them to slow down. Let's see if we get the green light, and we do, and whoa, that was heavy contact. Maxwell Macha into De Janeiro, further back. A lot of go-karts around here, Justin.
Absolute chaos in the back of the field. Not the start anybody wanted. Macha has a good start. All with that chaos on the front row with De Janeiro and company. As the rest of the field gets uberly aggressive. That incident may have lit the match of drivers just saying, let's just go battle it out right now.
Well, once you start seeing carnage, you want to get involved, and you want to be on the right end of it, right? And so if you're the likes of Jaden Francisco, if you're into De Janeiro, you have fallen back quickly. Francisco started on the outside of row number 2. He's looking at a 7th or an 8th position right now. Orioli put in the front bumper to the rear of De Janeiro. He's going to lose a spot now to Holden Myers of the comp cart. I believe that was a 3-for-1 there for the 136. Look at this train, and look at the front 2. They're gone. Macha and Wolf are 2 seconds clear and counting from this next, I'd say, 10 or so drivers. As Orioli makes an aggressive move on De Janeiro. He might lose it back, though. Enzo goes bottom. Here comes the likes of Nicholas Mose, Francisco. They're all going to go by on Orioli. So that one move actually cost them a net of -3.
That's why plotting and planning is so critical, to be able to plan the right time for a move on time. Exactly what Orioli's now got. An absolute freight train. How about 4 more, 5 more karts, all getting around Orioli on one send into the second to last corner. Able to stop the bleeding at least for about 12th, 11th-ish position. Orioli on the back foot, but this whole pack is on the back foot, 2 seconds back of the leader.
We got a shop AKR replay here of the start. Look at this. It wasn't really anybody's fault. I think it was just Maxwell goes high, De Janeiro goes low, and that started this domino effect, right? Look at this. Once again, De Janeiro goes low. I think he underestimated how much Macha was going to open up for the corner. Further back, a couple of drivers seemingly misjudged the braking zone into turn number 1, and unfortunate for a couple of drivers there, just got collected. Innocent bystanders in the whole thing, but that all started because of a domino effect at the front row.
That chaos now sees things open up. De Janeiro holding on to the 3rd position right now in the main pack. Myers behind him, Mose and Francisco in the train. Then the next grouping is where Perriman, Klein, Orioli has now fallen. Group has also fallen back there as well for some of these drivers that have been shuffled as a result of some of the squabbling. All of this is now to where will they work together here as a team, like you would say, like a basketball team with Perriman. Well, Perriman's saying, hey, I am going to run away. I'm LeBron James. I'm the star of this pack.
Well, let's see. Right now, the star is Enzo Di Janeiro. Last lap went purple. This lap, his best lap was actually eclipsed by Nicholas Mose, but both those drivers of Enzo and Mose, 2 to 3, and in some cases 4/10 faster than anybody else on the racetrack. Di Janeiro is clawing that gap back, and there's plenty of time. 4 minutes, 20 seconds left. One driver spun around there on the exit of turn number 6. But for Enzo Di Janeiro, with the help of Holden Myers, that duo, I'd say even trio down to Mose, is really starting to close that gap to Cade Wolf.
They got to work together quickly, though. Only 4 minutes to do something. Some aggressive movement there. That gets the 111 up. That's Johnson now for the 10th position on there. Yeah, Di Janeiro, I think you might have noticed too. Half a second last time by on top of it.
Incredibly impressive stuff there. And we haven't gotten a chance to really get a glimpse of what the top two are doing. I don't know if they're just a lack of pace or if they've been battling like this. The 111, Cam Johnson around Luca Besserell. Here's your leaders. Maxwell Macha, Cade Wolf. It looks like they're pretty line of stern right now. I don't think they've been battling. I just think they're lacking a bit of pace in comparison to Di Janeiro. We got a glimpse of the Paralin. I think this might almost hurt him. He's still 2/10 clear as Wolf's going to go through. I think he's starting to realize that the trio behind him is starting to close that gap, and he wants to be at least put a go-kart between himself and that group behind him. But for Enzo Di Janeiro, what I was trying to say was him being faster than the drivers behind him might almost be a hindrance to him because you no longer have that help of the push, but nonetheless, he's still closing in the time. Another driver closing in, Jaden Francisco. He was on the back foot after lap number 1. He lost 5 spots on the opening lap after that domino effect from the turn number 1. So Francisco with that pink helmet on board under Ryan Perry Motorsports, starting to close that gap. He's back into the top 5. He started 4th, remember. So let's see. 2 minutes 40 to go. At least 5, maybe 6 laps remaining here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And Enzo Di Janeiro has taken 7/10 out of the gap between himself and Macha last time by.
That's with the pass to factor in as well, with Wolf and Macha going back and forth. He is within draft distance just about in that 190 machine. Will Macha try and go for a move back to take the spot? Looks to be content on just riding behind the 154 at the moment. There's a look at Di Janeiro. And he can absolutely zip on these drivers if he wants to. Every corner he's gaining about a half a car length to a cart length with what he's able to do. Right there, he's in the conversation. Just needs a couple more corners to be on the back of Macha, and then he can set things up. Modes is also doing the same thing, mind you. Modes is down to 1.3 seconds. Francisco's down to 1.7. Everybody's compressing together in these packs.
I'm watching the attitude of Enzo Di Janeiro's ghost car. We just saw Macha make a move there on Cade Wolf. But Di Janeiro has so much front grip on that Paralin. Macha and Wolf right now are fighting the wheel and having to use a slightly wider line in the center of the corner in comparison to Di Janeiro. Look at this, able to throw it in under brakes and still get a good enough run out of the final corner. Enzo Di Janeiro to P2. This is where you really see it. Through turns 1 and 2, Macha opening up the corner a little bit wider. Di Janeiro running a tighter line there. He doesn't even go mid-track, and it's just got enough grip through the S's as well. He doesn't have to set up for what we would see normally through here. Look at that, tighter line, hits the apex. Again, doesn't have to set up as much, and now with a great run up to the back straightaway here, he's going to pull the inside of Macha. He's clear. Enzo Di Janeiro, what a run to the front. He's the P1 with 40 seconds left.
Di Janeiro to the point. He started on the front row, had that contact that put him back a few seconds. Now looks to try and run away. Only 30 seconds left on the clock here. Will anything happen with Macha to be able to keep up here? Better yet, Will Wolf start to battle now with DeGennaro running away a bit by near 2/10. That time by 3 laps to go. Looks like Wolf at the very least is willing to work with Mancha, not trying to make any overlap on him. Mancha seems to have some decent momentum to keep up here at least.
Yeah, Mancha doing a pretty good job to hold on to DeGennaro's rear bumper, at least in the draft. But if I'm Cade Wolf right now, I'm less concerned about the top 2, and I'm more worried about the Ryan Perry Motorsports machine of Jaden Francisco. He's back up to where he started, up to P4. He got around Nicholas Mose last time around, and he is on his way. Triple zeros have hit the screen. 2 to go here for Enzo DeGennaro. Mancha, Wolf, Francisco takes another 3/10 out of this trio.
Will there be any moves here? As now Francisco looks to try and pounce. The sun gets brighter, but the moves are about to light up the sky. It's time to go defensive. DeGennaro heard the footsteps. Now the crossover attempt. Mancha blocked off on the apex. Now Wolf. He gets a run to the outside. Takes a quick poke. Stays back in line as they get ready for the white flag this time by. Mancha having to play more defense than offense. DeGennaro goes defensive as well. White flag is out. Final time around here in Heat 1.
This track is so tricky to defend on if you're DeGennaro because you want to go low, you want to defend your position, but it really is inviting for the crossover. We've seen it so many times before, just today alone. DeGennaro holding on to Mancha over Wolf, Francisco, and Nicholas Mose has invited himself into this party. Let's see it. DeGennaro low, the rest goes high. Wolf defends from Francisco. Big crossover move here from Maxwell Mancha. I can't believe the run that he got out of turn number 8. He's clear. Sodi up to P1.
Will there be a response from DeGennaro? Only a couple more corners to go. Defensive for Mancha. DeGennaro tries to go on the diamond. Tries to build up a run for the final stretch. Mancha goes to his left. Checker flag. Mancha holds on. DeGennaro second. Wolf, Francisco, and Mose the top 5.
Wow. What a race between the top 5. Holden Myers, a lonesome P6, a second back from the top 5, and 3 seconds ahead of the next group, which was Orioli, Manalio, Cam Johnson, Luca Besserell. Those 4 were going after it all race long. But for Maxwell Mancha, I can't believe, I thought at least, when DeGennaro closed that gap to Wolf and Mancha over the course of 4 to 5 laps, it was up to 2 seconds at one point. He did it by himself. I thought, race over. He got around him. He's up to P1. That pace will continue. But Maxwell Mancha either figured it out or the go-kart came in so late that with 2 to go, he found another gear in a single speed class and just made it work. So what an over-under for him. It goes to show you again, especially in the lower horsepower classes around this place, the over-under is just so dominant. It is the most powerful move you can make around this place. Yep. He gets it done. Wolf third, Francisco, Mose, your top 5. That's only one heat race done for the Swift Stars. It looked like a feature race, Justin.
Yeah, a couple drivers didn't even get going, by the way, after that incident of note. You had Addy back in 29th. You have Jonathan in 30th position as some of the drivers get in position for next class. KA Stars have 2 groups ready to go heat racing coming up here. The B group ready to lead things off in a moment here. That 926 machine going to be in command for this group. We've seen Chase have some great pace in qualifying.
Yeah, Chase Biscaglia has been quick. I actually got a chance to speak with him a little bit after the qualifying session, and he just seemed like good spirits. I mean, he's a driver that has shown pace throughout his career, and his young career, right? It's only his second year really fully in the senior class. He's on board the comp car, his teammate Oliver Hodgson, and he actually got a chance to out-qualify Oliver. So that is very, very impressive for a world-class driver like Hodgson himself. And you got to remember, Chase is actually a Tillotson world champ over in the junior side of things. So a driver that is really, really talented. On his outside, Oliver Marak, Henry Taylor, Hudson Brown. That top 4 will be very, very exciting to watch.
Biscaglia, again, going to be leading things off once they get that light turning from red to green. Next moment or so, the 4 flag safety light system turning green. Now they'll all go double wide onto the track. Again, these groupings about 24 karts deep in KA Stars. So, just about ready to go. We'll see these drivers, how they'll line up here on screen in the next moment or so. Remember, some of these drivers separated by just a couple 100ths. It was about 3/10 separation from 1st to 7th alone. As we take a look, see what will happen here.
It's the calm before the storm here, Justin, as these drivers trying to get as much heat as possible in the tires. You have a pretty short out lap. You don't even get to really complete the full entirety of the lap, but it's Pascalia, Marak, your front row. Taylor and Brown, row number 2, Alex Machado, Josh Campbell, row number 3, and then 7th and 8th, Tony Rivera, David Baker, Cash Perkins, Raheem Alibi, and the rest of the top 20 and the rest of the field here for KA Stars Heat 1. This is just Group B. We split them up into 2 groups, just like we do in KA Junior. We're going to look at the lights here to see if they get the green lights to go racing here in turn number 1. Looks good. It is good. Slow start. That's how Chase wanted it. He holds on to P1 further back. Let's see, do we have a move from Henry Taylor? No. So Oliver Marak able to hold on to at least P2. He might peek a nose here. Not going to do it. We're going to stay line of stern. Single file here through the top 8. Side by side further back. Looks like it might be Luke Welcome there making a move on what it looks like Cash Perkins, but he's going to overshoot it and lose a handful of spots here.
Yeah, may have clipped the grass near contact, it looked like, actually, with that 942 machine. As the field tries to go side by side. Oh, that's not good. 989 picked up off the wheels. That's Machado having some contact with the 932, trying to go on the outside. They're both now in the grass as a result of that contact.
It's a very common incident we see there through the double left, turns 9 and 10, with Machado getting into it. Josh Campbell is, whoa, big contact further back. That looks like Remy Angeli, maybe one of the BGR drivers, and we saw one other one making his way back onto the racetrack there, but really heavy contact, losing the entire front nose cone there. So, again, heavy contact exiting the final corner. It looks like a similar incident to what we saw with Machado and Campbell, but just at a much higher speed.
Taylor's now moved his way up to the second spot, by the way. Also, Marak in the top 3. Down in 4th. There's Marak taking the spot back, the Canadian. Make the move, no issue here. As touched upon earlier, Marak amongst those that had those worked up on him with the experience built up in the States, working with the Canadian team in this championship. A lot of Canadians showcasing their pace here this weekend. He's now to the race lead. Taylor comes with him and now goes on the block. Marak does not feel comfortable with Taylor wanting to go so aggressive.
Yeah, it's a fairly common thing that we see through turn number 8, because you can get away with low lining it into turn 8 and even into turn 9 and 10 because of the switchback we see there through 11 and 12. So Oliver Marak really defensive here. Either he doesn't feel like the tire pressures are there right now, or he feels like the drivers behind him are just straight up quicker. Opens up late for turn 1, overshoots it, slides mid-corner. Not great on the tires, not great overall for the rest of the pack to close up, but it actually worked out for Marak there, as he has a bit of breathing room for Austin Taylor, but that's going to close really quickly, especially with how wide he exited turn number 4. Let's run you through this shuffled top 10 or so. Marak, Taylor, Brown, Baker, and Tony Rivera, your top 5. Cash Perkins now has gotten ahead of Chase Pascalia. And here's a little shot back here on replay. And again, it's just one of those things. This is actually, again, a pretty common instance that we see. Usually the outside driver bails, but in this case, if you're Josh Campbell, you have no reason to bail because the inside is following up. So again, just unfortunate contact between Machado and Campbell, and we see a bit of contact here out of the final corner between Austin Taylor and David Baker. It worked out for Baker, didn't work out for Taylor. He's down at the 6th. Tony Rivera, the biggest beneficiary of it all, up to 4th. Now Marak with that defensive move through turn 6. He's going to be offline here on the back straight towards turn 8. Do we see any crossover moves throughout the top 7? Maybe for the likes of Cash Perkins, and I think he actually got around Austin Taylor. He has.
Yeah. Talking about Henry Taylor specifically in this field.
Henry Taylor, sorry.
Yes, you've got class members on the mind. Austin Taylor, also a notable driver in his class, in the one of the younger drivers. But we still have 4 minutes to work with. They're starting to fan out with Brown, looking for a way to get to that lead. Marak he's been a lot of defensive linemen. What I should rather say is he's been trying to go defensive a majority of this time. Now, finally able to get some breathing room as some of the other drivers leapfrog. That is Taylor regaining some of his ground here. Merak so far doing a solid job fending off this absolute hornet's nest that's built up behind him that are all looking to steam their way ahead.
I gotta say, like it or not, it's worked for Oliver Merak. That defensive driving in the opening couple of laps has actually given him this breathing room that we see. This is gonna help. There goes David Baker on Hudson Brown. That's the fight for P2. He's now clear and has his sights set on Oliver Merak. You look further back to Henry Taylor, Tony Rivera, Cash Perkins, Chase Piscaglia. This is the 6 drivers that are trying to, hunt down Oliver Merak. But I got to say, it looks like kind of what I was thinking earlier, where it's a tire pressure situation. So if you're Oliver Merak, why not defend? If you feel like your go-kart's going to be good late in the race, defend early. Make everybody else use their stuff up. And then when your kart comes into play, like this, wow, a 2-for-1 for Henry Taylor under braking. It might just become a 1 position gain because David Baker's going to push Henry Taylor to the bottom of the racetrack. Taylor's going to muscle his way through. Tony Rivera again through up to P3. I think he's made 4 positions in the last couple of laps doing that exact move where they just go wide in 1 and 2, and he takes advantage. Like this as well. Cash Perkins through on David Baker. Here comes Hudson Brown. Piscaglia wants some as well.
Oh, and contact! Oh, up on the left side of the wheels and off the racetrack. The 952, that's Music way off into the grass. A second car off near the other side of the tire barrier in the corner.
That's Piscaglia.
Piscaglia, after starting up on the pole, is into the garage.
Unbelievable. Your pole sitter here in KA Stars Group B out of this race, and I wonder if it has to do with the contact between himself and Justin Music, but I wonder if he lost maybe front toe or if he just spun on the exit of turn number 8. But either way, really unfortunate for Justin Music and Chase Piscaglia, because that's going to be 0 points for him, and that's going to mean at least, even if you win the next heat race, it's going to be basically middle of the pack at best. There's the contact, and yeah, it looks like it just destroyed the front toe, and then Piscaglia throws it off the racetrack here, and he did spin. He did spin on the exit there. So for Chase, I think I saw the right front toe get knocked out completely, and then the spin finished him off. So smart stuff to pull in the pits. No need to risk anything else, but highly, highly unfortunate for him.
Still about a minute to work with in this one, plus the 2 laps. See the pass just moments ago with Brown, able to slip his way past Perkins again. All this has seen them lose touch to Merak at the front of the pack. Things continue to bubble over. This pack has completely splintered apart as a result of this aggressive battling. Also in this mix, David Baker as the caboose. Wonder what some of the other drivers are going to have to say about that on the paddock right now. As you see them in the lower corner of your screen. More focus on the conversations, all while Baker is focused on one thing. He's now got himself a top 5 with that pass.
I gotta say, the drivers are missing out on a pretty good race here, Justin. They're too concerned with yapping between themselves, but again, always good spirits and always going to show you how calm and composed a lot of these drivers are to go out there and have those conversations. I know me, whenever I was racing, I'm the driver to go out there on the fence line and watch and see, especially for the drivers that are racing in my exact class. I kind of want to see what the package is doing this weekend and what to expect from the drivers. Maybe some people woke up on the wrong side of the bed and are a little more aggressive than others, but nonetheless, the zeros are on the screen here, so the laps are closing down for Oliver Merak. He has a 1.4 second advantage over Henry Taylor. Tony Rivera, it's pretty single file spread out for the top 3. This is the closest battle and the one furthest up the front of the road. Hudson Brown, David Baker, Cash Perkins. Who's going to finish 4th? Who's going to finish 5th? Who's going to be 6th? And does Raheem Alabai have a chance in this one? He's been closing that gap. He found himself in the top 10 early in this one and has methodically made his way closer to the field. Had the assistance from Music and Piscaglia going out of this race, but since then, the Rocket Racing Company driver has been rolling here. He needs about 6/10 to close up to this trio.
That's going to be difficult with only a couple laps to go up on the board here. As you see, the clock's already reached zeros. White flag is out. Final time around. Rack looking to finish things out, up by 1.3 seconds over Taylor. Rivera right now still holds on to third, but for how long? Also have Brown and Baker all lined up. They were within 3/10 of Rivera last time by. Rivera now has footsteps from behind. It's Brown now within a kart length. Already thinking defensive, it looks like, on the alignment. Brown tries to find a way. The gold kart tries to find a place to go side by side. Tries the diamond line, gets it done at the drag race. Barak gets the win, while in the battle for third, it's Brown who gets the edge.
Hudson Brown over David Baker, Tony Rivera, Cash Perkins, Raheem Alibi just couldn't find his way into the top 6. Alex Murray, Talon Drake, Luke Welcome, a driver that we saw off the racetrack midway through lap number 1, finds himself back into the top 10. Again, live to fight another day here in KA Stars. And again, you'd rather finish than end up like Justin Music and Chase Pascali, two of the quickest drivers in the KA Stars class that both end up towards the tail end of the field.
The rest of the grid on screen. Of note, Josh Campbell, who had some of the early contact, was able to recover to 15th spot, for example. Others moved up as much as 9 positions. That included Carson Sauter, who moved up to 12th spot, and Remy Engel, who finished up in the 14th position. Others, like Machado, finished as far back as 13 spots lost on the other side of this top 15. A lot of drivers going to be looking to go to the drawing board for the second heat races later on today. Rest of your grid, some of the drivers who finished in the infield after the incidents to start included Auden and Fisher having some issues there. But we have Group A that's ready to go, and this also features some heavy hitters in this pack. Jared Clark, Enzo Vidmontien, amongst the drivers to keep an eye on. That's just your front row. There are a lot of fast drivers looking to prove they can do something here.
Yeah, but Jared Clark was so impressive in qualifying. I mean, I don't want to say he seemed surprised, but, you know, when I walked up to him for the interview, he had such a smile on his face because, like he mentioned, he didn't get to test a whole lot with the weather yesterday. Didn't get a whole lot of practice in, and for a driver that, you know, we see him a lot on the brake side of things, see him here now in KA Senior for Brandon Jarvis Crack Racing, he has been so impressive, and to put, you know, 2 to 3 tenths in the field and qualifying by himself, nonetheless, for a class that, like we've talked about, Justin, 2 to 3 is faster than 1. To do it by yourself in qualifying is oh so impressive. Alongside him is the likes of Enzo Vidmontien, a driver that has made himself a notable face in the early stages of his career. He had a dominant junior career, and he's been very, very fast in senior. Looking for that breakout weekend for Enzo here in the Stars, the KA Stars package. He's got a pretty good chance this weekend.
Keep the line slowed down and don't go till you get to that first set, okay? Or it's a jump start on you, and if you lead out of the second set of cones, it's jump start on you. So
here's some of the mindsets being discussed with the officials as they get all lined up, ready to go for our second grouping of drivers. Once again, this is going to feature the A group. They now get lined up and prepared for this one. KA Stars Heat 1A. Just about ready to go here. Rejoining me alongside Xander Clements. Welcome back to the booth.
Thank you, Justin. What an action-packed opening heat for this KA Stars field. I can't say I expected anything less, but that was a lot in a short amount of time. The good news is for anyone up or down, obviously, they get another shot at it for heat number 2. But moving on for the other half of the grid, the faster by 1. Jared Clark, your overall top qualifier for Brandon Jarvis Racing, and Enzo Vidmontien on the front row. Alec Coates, it looks like he's been having a bit of a come-to-Jesus meeting with a few of the front rows as the day has gone on to try and make sure that he gets those starts exactly how he likes them, Justin.
Yeah, especially since the front row in the last run had tire-baiting contact, and then chaos for about half the pack that ended up in the grass for some of the drivers, and 2 DNFs just in the opening corner. So I think the mindset is simple. Just keep it clean and keep it, well, fair amongst your competitors up front.
Bit of overcast skies starting to roll in as well here. This could play a factor into staying on top of the track conditions for all the drivers in what was a rain-soaked opening part of the week. The sun came out here this morning, albeit a good bit chillier than what we had experienced previously. Now, if we look onto the grid for the A group for KA Stars, heat number 1, Jared Clark and Enzo Vidmontien make up a very youthful front row. Mauricio Hernandez, a bit of a veteran in the senior ranks, but Sam Mavrutsky also another one of the young guns who is starting to really make some hay for himself. And then Ryan Crouch and Oliver Hodgson, you kind of get back to that middle of the road, and then, I wouldn't say end of the road for Oliver Hodgson. He's still absolutely top of his game, but a wily veteran here, past the 30-year mark. He could run K Masters. He wants to get at it with the best.
Yeah, you also throw in the mix Davin Roberts, TJ Coyan in the 8th position. Peyton Phillips did end up in the 9th position once the times all settled in. Also keep an eye on that Kart. We've seen speed from them in qualifying. Rest of your drivers finish up. They're all set to go for our second group for this heat.
Here we go. Jared Clark, Enzo Vidmontien. 8 minutes plus 2 laps to this start. Slower, cleaner for sure. And I'd add on top of that, Justin, that I think... well, it was a much better start for the front row, playing nice with each other. Jared Clark now getting away. Oh, we got problems. That was Zach Frank on the Eyes Up Racing X-Spree going around. The only casualty there in the first 2 corners of heat number 1A.
Few drivers already getting very defensive, trying to run the middle of the racetrack to the bottom to make sure they don't get passed by here early on. Everybody else staying in the choo-choo train effect. Things build up here with Clark trying to control things up front. Some sends in the pack. That includes Hodgson able to make a move. Zip his way up one more spot. Hernandez up to 2nd, by the way. Roberts to 3rd. Crouch, Phillips already up to 5th in the Arcane machine.
Let's take a look here as Enzo Vidmontien leads Hodgson and of Vrutski's AEM EOS Kart. Frederick Manning rounding off the top 10 behind TJ Coy and that AMV factory team and Prodigy Motorsports best kart side by side. Hodgson sends the rookie back a couple more spots, and once you get that kind of backwards momentum, it's really hard to fight from it. That's why Peyton Phillips is making some smart moves here to recover and drive back around Davin Roberts, move his way a little bit further forward. With 2 laps in the books this time, up, down, sideways. What do we have? Phillips up 4 and keeping that forward momentum going. Avrutsky down a handful and Vidmontien from the outside of the front row down a net of 7 to position number 8. But great start here for Ryan Crouch right on the heels of Mauricio Hernandez. And as we check in with our off-pole kid back in the middle of that top 10 line, well, it's a little bit of a different picture than the latter half of Heat 1 for the B group, but don't think that means anything here. The moment that they start to potentially give up hope on catching Jared Clark, who's already scooting away, the battling will kick off in, I would imagine, a very similar fashion as we put 3 down now this time by.
Trying to push ahead right now. Hernandez shuffling around in the seat, just holding off Crouch at the moment. All of this as well. Everybody else just tries to find a way to close up these gaps, work together in their lines to try and find out what they can do here. 927 looking like they're going to try for a pass. Yes, Hodgson was setting it up with the arc. They want to make the pass swiftly, and he's up to the top 5 as we take a look at those drivers 2nd and 3rd, 1 second back of the leader.
Hodgson, Roberts, Avrutsky kind of settling in, and then that next group as well. Same type of deal here. This race, Oliver Hodgson put on the K field down in Houston. Now Jared Clark is taking it to him here in Charlotte as Avrutsky goes by on a fellow OTK there in Davin Roberts, and that's going to give Enzo Vidmontien an opportunity to try and make up some lost ground for what has been just a bummer start. You have such a great qualifying effort. Obviously, you're kind of at the mercy of everybody else of whether or not you end up on the outside lane or the inside lane for the way the starts shake out. But it still takes the wind out of your sails nonetheless to know you're going to be starting on the outside. You hope that you can get through it as good as possible, and then you still end up going backwards to the after doing everything you can to minimize the damage with that double left 180 opening sector. It's hard mentally to kind of recover, not get frustrated, I think, more than anything else, Justin.
Yeah, it's all about the mindset when it comes to this type of racing. You have to have a clear mind. You have to be able to focus on what's ahead and focus on the plotting and planning process if you want to be able to compete. We've seen for many of these drivers, some of them have focused more on battle. That's seen them cost themselves a lot of time on the racetrack. 97 in focus. Phillips has been on the move as well. Didn't have the best of starting spots in this field. Started off in 9th position. So far has been looking very strong, like we've seen for some of the time deletions. Just waiting on to see, can he find another spot here without costing himself time in this train, without costing time to Hernandez.
Yeah, if he can get through them with minimal damage here. I mean, I still don't know if he's going to be able to get anywhere into the gap of Jared Clark. That kid is on another level right now, but if he can get by Ryan Crouch and make it painless, Mauricio is going to be right there, right in front of him, and he'll be able to score a 2 on the heat point tally, and that's crucial because, again, every spot here, you might as well think it's worth 2, and that's why you're going to make moves like that. With a late send, Peyton Phillips catches Ryan Crouch off guard. Move the 987 now up a net gain of 5. Oh,
just absolutely moved him out of the way with the hit to the side pod just about there. Now, I think that's pretty much making it clear. Phillips wants to push, doesn't want to diddle-daddle, doesn't want to wait too much. Now looks behind to see where the gap's at, in fact. Right now, his mindset's quite simple. Get as high as he can, focus on getting good starting position, settled in with the points tallies by tomorrow. Go from there. He seems to be in a great position to do that as another send. How about another hit to the right side pod? And how about a hit to the grass? Crouch riding it off the carbon into the grass. Here comes the rest of the field, including the 915 Roberts making the pass. Switch on back. No issue on the pass back for Crouch.
Welcome to the big leagues, Ryan Crouch. This is a best career qualifying effort. He's trying to back it up with a best career overall weekend performance. But the way they race up front, they do not give you much. This is all about trying to not go backwards, not lose a single inch. And that means when you make that pass attempt, you don't want to give them an inch. And so for Ryan Crouch's case here, as much of a bummer as that was, he's got to take it in stride and go, okay, listen, lesson learned. Well, Peyton Phillips, Oliver Hodgson, they're going to send it on me from way back when I'm not expecting it, and I better bail on hit the brake pedal and bail on the exit, or I'm going to touch the grass. So now, if he can just put some clean laps in, hit a couple corners, get those tires dusted back off, he might be able to hang on to 6 here ahead of Vidmontian and Roberts. But they're closing in because every time that you drop a tire, every time you even just go offline, you can see all the debris past the dark groove now in every part of the racetrack. Even the fast bends are building up marbles offline. It takes you half a lap to a full lap to clean them, and that means you're kind of at risk for moments like this. Peyton Phillips, another move in that last turn. He likes that corner. Put him to P2 and a net gain of 6.
Great charge for the field, to say the very least, for Phillips. Now, kind of shows a benchmark of how fast he can make his way through the field. Question's going to be, can he keep it up in the heats later on today for the second heat grouping? That's the huge thing. But right now I think Hernandez is going to have to feel the pressure of Hodgson, because Hodgson's doing a similar thing. Closing up on corner exit, good corner exit speed, keeping up with Hernandez, now looking to try and swallow him up for this spot. Looking like Hernandez going to have to get another squeeze down as Hodgson just zips on by.
Side by side with Avrutsky now. Sam is going to get a bit of a break there from Mauricio. Mauricio could have forced the issue there. Smart move by the veteran RRC driver, saying, you know what, one spot is not worth the entire race. He cut Sam a break, let him in line. Now he can get back to the line even quicker through turns 1 and 2 and push back forward. It also kept them both within reach, within shouting distance of Oliver Hodgson. On the other, big slide there for Mauricio. A little wide as behind. Vidmontian has gone by on Ryan Crouch. So we mentioned that Crouch was going to try and just hang on to the end. He's lost one spot. He's all over Enzo's rear bumper, though, so a good result here. is still going to be a 7th. I mean, at the end of the day, all that you're trying to do right now is stay above the top 15. If you finish better than 15th in both of your heats, or you average a better finish than 15th across the both, you can do the basic mental math, Justin, and know you're probably going to the A pre-final. You're not going to have to be at risk of not making the main tomorrow. So obviously, he'd love to finish as best as possible for a better starting spot to fight for a win or a podium, but if it's not your race, if the kart's not handling, think big picture here. It's a mini championship within a championship with the way these heat races work, so make controlled, aggressive moves.
Exactly. You don't want to end up going chaotic on your movements. You chaotically move to the back of the field. Last lap, by the way, for this field. Oh, a big slide. The 955 of Crouch had to lock up the brakes to make sure it didn't slam into the back of Vid Montien. Montien just holding on in this group, just trying to play more defense as Crouch looking for a poke. Vid Montien goes one side. Crouch tries to go and cross him up, makes a bit of contact as he goes alongside, still side by side. Crouch now resets. Now he has to go defense himself as we look forward.
Peyton Phillips under pressure from Oliver Hodgson. This is the fight for second. Jared Clark is going to cruise to this one, nearly 4 seconds. It probably will be that by the end of the lap. What a run. And he's got his family and friends fired up on the fence line here. Brandon Jarskrak happy with that one. P1 for Jared Clark and BJR here in Heat 1A. He did exactly what he was asked. Drove a smart race, didn't put a wheel wrong, and that is one healthy gap and a statement to the rest of the field. He was still 2 tenths clear from everyone, Justin. The best next time was a 42.85 by Oliver Hodgson. One really good lap got him within a tenth. Most of the lap times in the 42.9s and above. Jared Clark's best, a 42.7 by himself. He looks really good here going into the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, I think Jared Clark is the kart to beat, no matter how you put it at this point with what he's done, because pace-wise, no one's been able to touch him. He's been fast hot lap. He's been the fastest in terms of average. At this point, it's the matter of, can you get a good start on him and put him in a box where it's going to be hard for him to get a spot?
Yeah, he's going to need to get away early. He cannot allow them to try to shuffle him, because dominating like this early, well, it puts a bit of a target on your back. Peyton Phillips, Oliver Hodgson, two drivers that know how to get it done, whether they've been the fastest kart or not. They'll be looking to see what they can do to dethrone the 916 in Heat 2. The rest of your top 10, top 15 will cycle on through. Aiden Shimbashi on the outside kind of looking in there. He'll be hoping for a little bit better coming up. But it's time to now shift our focus back to the stars of Friday afternoon. OKN-J, OKN Pro Stars, the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show section of the weekend is getting its first race underway here in a matter of moments. 2 minutes away from the command to fire engines for the OKN Juniors and Moto number 1.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace, because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Come on, man.
And if you take your line way too early, it would be a jump start on you, okay? So keep it slow, stay in the tram line. The tram lines out there are the ones with the shifter boxes, okay? So you're... Once he reaches the second set, the race is going to start automatically. But he has to lead out of that. You can't be in front of him out of that because his right and his full center to lead out of the box. Okay? So keep it slow. All right, like I said, I know you guys got to keep a little more speed, but don't make it too fast, okay?
It's time, everybody. It's time for the Pro Show, and it's time for the Motos. As we get set for OKN Junior Moto 1. Ashton Woon leading off the field. Medeiros in second. Weiland and Antonino amongst your top four as we get set to see how the pros work it out. OKN Junior ready to go here, Xander.
And it is a youthful front row once again. Ashton Woon stealing the show in qualifying yesterday, but it was close. Only a couple tenths of the whole top 10. Cole Medeiros on the Canadian-based Racing Edge Motorsports camp, joining him on the outside of row number 1. Couple of drivers returning from last year in Max Weiland and John Antonino Jr. and onward. And we've got problems on the grid. Who has not gotten off the grid well? That is the 151 of Amelia Gus Wondurl. Unable to get off the grid. Here we go. Moto number 1 trying to go green, and unfortunately we're down 1. And away we go. First try at it, and it's all good. Ashton Woon and Cole Medeiros lead us through with 12 minutes plus 2 laps.
Good start up at the front for Woon as he now tries to run off and away. Big buffer already built up by 4 or 5 kart lengths. Start things up. Weiland already jumping his way into the second spot, it looks like. Some of the others try and get the elbows out, get some of the battling down in the heart of that field as they work on the rest of this pack. There's the 107 machine, for example, trying to stay lined up in the group. All these drivers just trying to make sure they can keep up with that lead group. The top 2 are running away so far to begin this one.
As they put 1 lap in the books here, we get to see a little bit of the gaps through the field. John Antonino is already beating down the door of second or third place, in Cole Medeiros is behind. Travis Pettit kind of got tripped up a little bit with Tristan Murphy and mainly with Sebastian Riss and Leo Saravalli. So shuffling back down the board has allowed the top 2 to get away, and this will build that gap more so. Antonino getting by on Cole Medeiros. New man into third. Looking on there, Tyrone Kemper Jr. on the SCR Red Speed. Or CS55, I should say, on the Carlos Sainz number 55 go-kart. Mike Speed texted me last night. He's like, dude, we've moved up. We've gotten ourselves a different chassis line. Well, moved up maybe is not the right word, but it's a little bit different. It looks like that, the one that Sebastian Rist is driving, albeit he's under pressure from Marco Salmon, who gets the job done in the 175.
Good pass done by that machine to move up 1 more spot. Salmon so far is up about 4 positions, mind you, in the race. But so far, things look calm. Weiland set the fast lap last time by a 1/10 of a second of note, so he is keeping things very close for Woon. The question's going to be not if he closes up, but when for Weiland with what we've seen from him today. He has been fast when whatever kart he's been put into so far. Now closing up to under a kart length that time. Lost some ground in 1 and 2.
Yeah, Ashton Woon under fire already, or under really more so pressure. No move or attempt at a move yet by Max Weiland, but when you know that the kid behind you sports a single-digit plate here, a 1, 2, or a 3, they've got experience and they're ready to pounce, and we've got issues for Tyrone Kemper Jr. Locking up at the end of the back straightaway. I don't know what exactly transpired there. The 100 is going to go all the way to the rear. Incredible job by Tyrone to keep that kart going. He'll go all the way down the leaderboard, though. What a bummer for Tyrone.
Yeah, no stopping in that case. Some more problems. Now it's the 102. That is Ruben Gutierrez. That's very slow on the track all of a sudden. They're in about top 10. Gutierrez can't seem to get the kart really going that fast after that situation. So unfortunate for Gutierrez, to 21st now behind Tyrone Kemper Jr.
Yeah, not a great start for Ruben Gutierrez and the Parolin crew, Tyrone Kemper Jr. This is very reminiscent of what we have seen over time in the past with this division. It will typically see a few more DNFs than a regular spec built-to-run class. So OKN Jr., we've lost, unfortunately, 1 that didn't make it out of the grid, and a couple now that have had something go wrong one way or another. Kemper Jr. going off, and there's another one off there in the infield. I don't know if I believe that's Gutierrez. Indeed, Ruben Gutierrez, that's the one there on the inside of turn number 4.
Still lots of time to work with, mind you, these races longer with for these motos compared to the rest of the heats we've seen throughout the day so far, 12 minutes. So right now, these drivers have a lot more time compared to some of the others to think about things, to be able to plot around, see what happens. Here's the Shop AKR replay as see him just trying to get it turn, never turned. And took a cone with him as he's able to work his way down to the access road and turn it around.
I didn't realize that truck was that close as well. That was a very scary, close call. Nearly nosed into the pickup truck. Ruben Gutierrez, he was already off the racetrack through the S's, and that probably was out of a typical side-by-side situation over there. Let's check in with the middle of the field here. This is Jose Shermer on the Orsolone Tony Kart, sporting the SCR suit. And then Tristan Murphy, who has gone around him. Murphy, of course, a slow and methodical grind right now. He is up a couple of positions from going backwards off the start. And the 111 P6 here. Up 4 for Marco Sammet from his qualifying position, and up 3 for Travis Pettit, who is right now the man on the move away from this group of 3 here. Marco Sammet now closing in on them, trying to make up some more ground. That was a great exit for him as well onto that back straightaway, as there is Kemper with more problems. And it looks like whatever the issue was, it seemed to be under braking, or that's what I would guess here, Justin, because it was a brake lockup, and that's what kind of took the kart away from underneath him. When he got onto the brakes, I don't know if he got onto them too hard and locked it where the engine stalled for a moment, and then obviously refired because of the forward momentum, right? These karts are direct drive, so the chain goes straight to the front gear, straight on the motor. There's no clutch on them. If you lock it up, that's an easy way to break a read. And with that way that the kart kind of stepped out from underneath him at the end of the backstretch, those brakes were locked up, and he was a passenger. And it's been an adapting weekend for Tyrone Kemper Jr. as well, because he's aboard a TB kart frame. He's got the SCR OTK bodywork on that go-kart, but a TB kart for Tyrone. So he was adapting to a different material, a different brake manufacturer this weekend, and that was the one thing that he has been trying to, I think, pick up the most, or has been the biggest change.
Keeping an eye right now with less than 6 minutes to go. Some of these other groups. 107 Madero still keeping up with that Canadian-based group in the wheels, just trying to stay together. Tonino really drifting around the tires this time around, but tough thing is for Antonio. You can see him already adjusting with the radiator, just trying to adjust with the flaps. See, can he find anything else to close up? Needs to close up 1 full second to be able to rejoin the fight and be able to join the conversation here. And the tough thing right now is the pace hasn't been there to close up fully. Last time by, only half a 10th gain. This time by, he actually lost the 10th right on back as some of the others, like Pettit, are looking very fast. They're running in the same ballpark as that same group as well. And that green and white kart is trying to find a way to close up the TB kart.
Yeah, Travis Pettit all by himself, able to at least right now get a whole lot of data though. I mean, this is the longest session any of these drivers will have driven, especially with the track. I mean, forget the fact that, you know, the track has changed drastically from each time they've been on the racetrack this weekend, for the varying conditions of the wet yesterday morning to the drying track in the afternoon with the sun on it, to now the overcast skies here with Cole Medeiros going back around John Antonino Jr. But you add on the fact they're going about 14 laps here or more. Actually, it'll be a good bit more. 12 minutes plus 2 laps. That'll put us pretty deep, pushing 20 laps in total. That's nearly double what they're able to get out of a warm-up or a practice session. So there's so much you can learn over a long run. And Travis Pettit's got clear racetrack to do that. They're going to come away with a whole lot of intel in that TB Kart USA camp. On top of probably a lot of confidence, because he is closing in significantly here on 3rd and 4th. But there's still time left in this race, albeit not too much. We'll take this moment to go side by side and head down to pit lane for the OKN Stars preview as well.
James, we're getting ready for your first moto of the weekend. What's going on in your head right now?
Yeah, a little nervous. You know, it's the first time in a new class, so I know the starts in this are a little weird. Gotta go have to go a little bit faster just so the motors don't stall out. But had a little bit of a rough warm up this morning. Kart really wasn't where we wanted it to be, but change some stuff. So we'll see how it goes. I've been having fun so far. You know, something new. These things are fun to drive. It's definitely a handful, but they're a lot of fun. And I don't have that many sessions in it so far, especially with the changing weather conditions yesterday. So been learning a lot every session, just with how to drive them, how they feel, what to do in different situations. But yeah, I've had a lot of fun, and hopefully it's a fun race. I can't thank the BJR boys, Carblos, everyone else around the tent enough, family and friends watching back home. I know my girlfriend's at prom this weekend. Fortunately, I can't be there, but hopefully we can put on a little bit of a show, and hopefully I can get away with Paulie here.
All right, thanks, James. Good luck.
Thank you.
He rolls off 4th in Moto 1 for the OKN Stars boys and girls. That's, of course, coming up directly after this. But OKN-J shaping up for a fight for 3rd. And I don't know if we jinxed Travis Pettit or what here, Justin. He was making some serious inroads on 3rd and 4th. And then the last kind of lap or so, he started to stall out pretty hard.
Yeah, kind of just hit that tire cliff almost, it seems like. There's only so hard that you can push and push and push to close up before tires start to overheat. You have to tune down and turn down that pace. I think that's kind of been the case where they have to turn it down, especially to make sure the tires last the rest of the way without costing them time them in terms of everybody else on the racetrack themselves here. Still, less than 90 seconds to work with here, and all of that's wow. Some of these aero drivers you see like on screen here in the battle for 6th position look to try and get things heated up. Murphy trying to find a way to move up one more spot here. This is the highest chance he's got to be able to get a 6th place run here, or rather the highest he can get in the running order is the better way to say it.
Yeah, he definitely won't be able to make up any more ground with only a minute plus 2 laps remaining. If anything, he's got to worry about Tristan Murphy doing that, sending it right back down the inside. He hadn't really gotten too far away from the 111, and that made him vulnerable to another diver move, another opportunity for Murphy to kind of keep himself in the conversation on the weekend. Every position matters, every point matters. You saw Samet there even fade a little low. Kind of both accomplished 2 things, covered off the bottom, and at the same point made his presence known there to Tristan Murphy. His Marco Samet's teammate and coach, Paulie Massimino, getting ready to lead us to green here in OKN Stars. He looks about as calm and collected as ever, ready for another day of action. So as we check back with this group here, and at the same point, the gaps up front, well, it's not been a lot of airtime for Ashton Moon and Max Weiland, but they have certainly leveled themselves as a cut above the rest here. 3/10 apart. They'll get the 2 to go next time by. This is our closest fight currently, going back to that Orsil Antoni car to Jose Shermer, and then the Kartworks USA entry of Sebastian Riss. Juther Malaswamy trails then next up, back completing your current top 10 here in OKN-J. 3 to go.
So far been nice and calm in terms of the battling here up front. Weiland's been trying to find anything possible to close up. He's attacking these curbs aggressively, hitting curb after curb, trying to send it to close up this gap. Oh, wow. Antonino looks like he's got a swap done on Medeiros. Medeiros forced to try and go for a diamond line if he wants to spot back. The problem is not able to get alongside there on the diamond attempt.
No, not quite, but it's not over. And they've kind of actually like gotten close at points to breaking into that gap by the leaders. But now that the battling's really kicked off between the pair of them, I don't think you'll see much of it. Medeiros, Antonino, time to dance. High and low, back and forth through the back sector of the racetrack, coming to the white flag next time around. This time should be 2 to go, I believe, as they hit the loop. Big over-under, but again, you don't have that bottom-end power that you do in the KA classes, so as the white flag hits, it will still be the 193 holding station in front of the duo.
Still trying to make one more move here in this battle for the podium. Things are separated out up front, but Medeiros trying to find another run, looking like Antonino knows that there's a chance, trying to go defensive as Medeiros builds up the run. Looks like he's trying to take some sweeps to go alongside, but right now Antonino seems to be holding well defensively. One more chance for a send.
Oh, it'll be the last corner, if anything. Here we go again, over under, but they're both going to be bogged down. But this time, Medeiros might have got him. Ashton Woon wins the heat, and to the line, Pettit steals fourth as well.
Antonino actually kicked his left side into the grass there to hold on to it with the side-by-side. Up out of the groove as well. What a run to the finish. Medeiros able to get that third step of the podium in Moto 1.
Big time moves there, big time points implications in OKN Junior. Ashton Woon leads from start to finish. Dominant run for the 195. Max Weiland second, Medeiros third, Pettit fourth, and John Antonino from fighting and holding third for a good portion of that race. Slides down the order to fifth. Murphy, Samus, Shermer, Rist, and Jude Thurmalaswamy, your top 10 in OKNJ's opening session on the weekend when it comes to racing action. A heartbreaker for Ruben Gutierrez, Tyrone Kemper Jr., and the 151 machine that didn't even make it off of the line of Amelia Gus Wunderl. So of the 22, the 195 reigns supreme. And we're going to get ready to head down to pit lane, I imagine, here with Alexander Searle in a few moments. OKN Stars, of course, is on deck. Let's relive a few of these moments here with our Coastal Link custom printing race recap. Your home for all sticker kits and custom designs, signs like the banners as well that you've got on display on the fence line here this weekend that has some of those Pro Stars and OKN Stars drivers right in front of you. For OKNJ, a slow start, a good start, and a clean one, which is tricky to do, and especially when you've got no room for error. Any spin, any come to a halt where the engine will stall, your race is done right there. No push-button starter to get you back into it. But this race was already seemingly a bit over, at least in terms of the top two spots being locked in because of the gap they got in the first few laps, and it seemed to me that, Justin, it made all the difference, because even with some of the battling that we'll show and some of the big moments that would back up the field, like this big, scary moment for Tyrone Kemper Jr. going wide, coming into the end of the back straightaway, locking the rears up, and then eventually having issues. Ruben Gutierrez getting knocked off the racetrack as well. The gaps held from the first few laps for the drivers that were able to finish. But the 100, the Speed Concepts Racing TB kart of Tyrone Kemper, out into the marbles with evidently the braking issues that probably plagued him in that first off.
Yeah, all this is while the front two just pulled away from the squabbling that happened between Medeiros and Antonino. They went back and forth for that third position several times over. Medeiros trying to push hard, Antonino trying to push even harder, but all sorts of crossover attempts were opened up. But by that final corner with that kickoff into the grass with the left side tires, as Woon took the win right here. That drift cost one more spot. Travis Pettit just able to squeak by to the right of Antonino to take away the fourth spot.
Paulie Massimino is getting ready to lead your field of green here in OKN Stars. You can tell he's suited, booted, and ready to try to defend that Queen City Gambit crown and his first race as a reigning pro national champion. Last year, a year ago to this weekend here, it was a first major race win, led to a first major championship, winning at Trackhouse Motorplex under the lights. He's got a heck of a resume, and that stat sheet could only build more with a perfect weekend. He's got a clean sweep opportunity right now, but the first kid ready to try and knock him off, well, it is a young one. Rookie Chase Gassiet-Lee making his OKN Stars debut. He was one of the major contenders in OKN Junior last year. He's got some familiarity with the package. And the South Florida-based driver is trying to take that Nash Motorsports Coastal Link Printing and Coastal Metal EOS kart to the front. But he's got a champ behind him. James Overbeck, two-time KA Stars champion, moving up to OKN Stars. We heard from him there on the grid moments ago with Alexander Searle. And while he knows this package is a bit different and he would have loved a little more seat time in it, he's come to enjoy it. And this driver, he seems to enjoy it as well. He was very fast last year. Mr. Consistency, Diego Ramos, trying to take that number 2 plate one spot better in 2025. And that plate was actually held by Henry Wheeler 1 year ago. The number 18 PSL karting teammate to Diego, rolling from the inside of row number 3 with the Steel Motorsports combo entry. Then it's the first of a number of orange and navy blue Fox & Son Karting LN karts. That's Wesley Gunler, Top Gun in the number 46. And, of course, his teammate, Aiden Lorenko, right there in the number 29, lining up right behind him as they complete the outside half of rows 4 and 5. Check out that close-up of the new MPG Motorsports livery, the black and red colors for Austin Olds in the number 50, rolling off from the 9th spot here for the OKN Stars. And as the engines fire and we get set to go green, the stands are packed. We see you waving, boys. We're ready to bring some more action here from Charlotte Motor Speedway, and the Pro Show presented by Mazda Motorsports middle class OKN Stars is on to the circuit. Let's take a look at that full grid and some of the other notables here, like Oliver Marak, who was so fast in KA Stars, but he's rolling from the tail end of this grid. Jacob Kolar also from the rear, and one driver slow to fire off, the 52 of Satvik Sarati and the 32 of Remy Andretos. Two drivers struggling to get off the grid right now that are lined up in the mid-teens.
That's unfortunate for them right now, but it looks like at least one kart only got to as far as you can push it. That's not great for the 32 camp. You can see the frustration, but the front runners, they're all getting in position and ready to go, and what's expected to be a firework-filled affair for some of the racing here today. It's a gauntlet for that front end. Here we go.
Paulie Massimino, Chase Gassiet Lee, OKN Stars Moto 1. Green flag in the air, and it's a great jump for Paulie and Diego on the inside. Let's see if the rookie can hang tough as James Overbeck is slow to fire off, and he's going to drop like a rock back through the field. More bottling up and congestion through the S's, but the champ is away with the lead to Gassiet Lee, Ramos, and what a fantastic start for Austin Olds. He just jumped up into the 4th spot. He's challenging for 3rd right now on that MPG Kart Republic.
Olds able to get alongside, but Ramos went with the crossover. All sorts of back and forth now between them. What a whole shot from that machine to be able to move up from 7th starting spot Olds did to move up through this field. Some of the others looking to battle. There goes Wheeler trying to get around. Does get around the 46. Move up as Gunlord got shuffled back to 6. So Olds up 4 spots on that opening lap. Wheeler getting shuffled around as more pushing and shoving. Now Gunlord gets moved out of the way.
Back and forth they go. Now look at who's going through. How about Jacob Kolar and the kid from Key West on that Vice Racing Kart Republic into the top 10. Problems still continuing to plague James Overbeck's BJR kart. He's dropped all the way to the rear end of the field. I would imagine that could potentially be some cracking in the reeds. There is definitely something way off, and he is well off the pace right now, down in 19th. Up front, though, a lot of red in the top 10. That's Finnegan Bailiff now joining the mix in the 21, trailing Henry Wheeler. Then it's Lourenco, then Jacob Kolar, and Henry Wheeler trailing or leading that 3-pack about a 1.5 seconds away from Diego Ramos. We just got word James Overbeck did pull into the scale lines this time. We'll see if Alexander Searle can maybe get down over to him and find out what just happened to the number 48 machine. But look at the front bumper as well, Justin, on the 21 car of Finnegan Bailiff. I think he may have deployed the pushback here off that start.
And obviously that is completely pushed on in, if anything. Yeah, look at that angle. It's not even lined up. It's not even connected on the front end just about with some of the near contact there. So that's unfortunate for the 21, it looks like, with that damage.
Well, and again, the pushback bumper penalties here, right, with this series. That you can tell a bit watching along at home with some of the close-up shots that our fantastic KC camera crew are able to get, that loosened front bumper, when it's starting to really kind of vibrate and shake down the straights, and when it gets free, it's probably dropped into that pushback or originally known drop-down position. And when it takes too much force. There's 2 plastic pieces that kind of mount onto it, and from the lip that they sit on, they get pushed, they drop down to a lower position that sits looser, and it is a penalty in post-race tech inspection. Pass there for Kieran Rogers, getting by on the 82 of Nico DeFillo, and so a swap there. That changes the 10th position just back from this 3-car group. While nothing really has happened too far out front, so that's why we've kind of got our eyes back here. Things have started to stabilize a little bit. Paulie Massimino getting away with the lead. Gassiet Lee, Austin Olds having a great run here. Again, talk about the net gain. All of this coming on the opening lap here for Austin Olds from P7 up and into 3rd. Massive leap forward here. In fact, I think it's going to be actually a little bit higher than that when you really consider the proper grid spot for him. But let's go back to checking in on what happened to some of the drivers that didn't have the best opening start to the weekend here in Moto number 1. Alex, what do you have for us?
Yeah, it's exactly what you thought, Xander. I mean, for James, he said it just never fired off. He had a little bit of power in the motor, but it never really kicked up. It sounds exactly like what would a blown reed be.
And that could all come down to how they fire off on the racetrack, how they turn the engines on when they push off the grid. There's just such a fine line you have to dance to be able to give it enough throttle, but not too much that you break the motor. So for James Overbeck, a DNF in heat and moto number 1, while the fight for third continues with Austin Olds and Diego Ramos.
All these, wow, these drivers try and sort out. Zoom drop falling down the order all of a sudden is dropped all the way to the back of the field. So the 67 having some issues the past lap. All that's well. Olds continues to try and focus on chipping away the gap in front. Right now, he needs 7/8 of a second to get up to Gassiet Lee. The tough thing's going to be, will we have Ramos work with him? No, Ramos says, I just want third. Thank you very much. Moves his way up with 7 minutes to work with. Ramos now trying to focus his pace. Last time by, Ramos was a 10th off the leader. Gassiet Lee was the quickest out of the top 5 last time by, for reference. Still plenty of time to work with as some adjustments now for Olds to his right as he feels something to the left side of him. That's wow, you see the separation in the line. A lot of drivers separating 4, 5, 6 kart lengths on the track. How things have circulated here. Looking at one of the battles, Bailiff. Mentioned the issues with his kart, having to pass that from the inside. Renko moves on by Adrian Renko, moving himself into the 6th position. Renko up 2 from his initial starting spot. As you see him lined up. Also has a teammate in Gunler in the Group A. All of them just trying to get all settled down, all focused on one thing, moving forward. Speaking of moving forward, there's a swap back as slowing down a bit was Ramos. Ramos having a bit of problems there for a split second, it looked like, as he's now dropped back a little bit. Still all of them squared away as you see Gunler move his way around Bailiff. Bailiff going the wrong way after initially starting up 7 spots in this race. One's now kicked in, that 21's gone the wrong direction. But Ramos indeed has dropped all the way back to 5th position. It looks like might have had a mistake on the track and now is up for grabs by Marenko. Marenko goes to the left side, makes the pass as Ramos now is letting everybody go. Something is definitely up with the 2 kart. 2 not at the same pace as everybody else right now. Diego Ramos had been on the move in the top 3, but not anymore with 5 minutes to work with in this race. So as we continue to follow along with Ramos, it's going to be the question mark of where is he going to end up finishing this one off. He's already lost 8 seconds net as time has progressed here in this run. Again, Ramos falling back. 1 kart with some issues. It's the 82. That's Nicholas DeFilio, who has gone off in 1 and 2 as crew members scrambled. The rest of the field trying to chase down this driver. Paulie Massimino consistently holding on as, hold on, red flag.
Yeah, I believe that's for Nico DeFillo. That's all that screaming down there at turns 1 and 2. Nico DeFillo and the Hotz DD Gillard pounded the wall right in front of our cameras, and it was an ugly angle, so our crew instinctively was looking away. Red flags out here. Nico DeFillo, we hopefully he is all right, but that was a big impact for the Hotz DD Gillard driver, and that has brought our initial OKN Stars session under red. Moto number 1, Paulie Massimino had opened that lead up. As we were covering, of course, Diego Ramos was starting to fade with some serious issues to his power plant. He was still on the racetrack, still fighting it, and the number 2 plate crossed the line last time in 8th. They would go back a lap if they do restart it. We're right around that halfway marker, and this is where things can get a little bit interesting of what the Stars officials opt to do. I believe they're kind of at that borderline decision if they would like to cut this race short and just push the drivers into pit lane, or if they would like to refire them. So there's a lot we need to sort out here, a lot of the officials for them to sort out, and most importantly, to check on the status of Nico DeFillo. So hopefully that young man is okay. That was a hefty impact in the tire wall down by turn number 1 and 2. So we'll take a moment and step aside.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Come on, man.
Activity on the racetrack here, and it does appear that the OKN Stars will have their session called with Moto number 1 getting an early exit. So we're going to be sending them into the scale line. There is a look at the number 88, Nico DeFillo. They were able to get him up. They were checking and tending to, of course, just the whiplash of nosing into the wall at the end of the front straightaway when you're maxing out at near full speed. But Paulie Massimino will get declared as your Moto number 1 race winner. It'll then go Chase Gassiet Lee, Austin Olds. Provisionally, the rest of the top 5 would be Henry Wheeler and then Aiden Lorenko over Wesley Gundler. This is, again, all unofficial. So this is what we believe it'll be. Moto 1 in the books. And Diego Ramos is going to get away with one here with this early exit, a P8 for the number 2, and what could have been a whole lot worse.
Yeah, with that.
Yeah, guys, good to see Nicholas DeFillo, first of all, up, give the thumbs up, get out of the go-kart. Scary wreck for the 82 there. But Paulie, red flag, race called, you win the first moto. How good does that feel?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. You know, it's unfortunate that the race got cut short. Hopefully, not sure what happened, but hopefully whoever was in it, I hope they're all right. Seemed like it was pretty bad for us to go into red. But yeah, you know, I'm kind of glad the race got cut short. I feel like we kind of missed it a little bit on setup. I feel like we took off good initially, and then, you know, I was just dealing with a few things I didn't really like. So we have some things I thought we were going to do, but maybe they decided to hold off. Try it maybe for the second moto. Power feels great. Kart feels great. Can't thank Carlos enough for the horsepower, and obviously the whole BJR team, Perez for getting this thing all wicked up. This morning we actually had a little bit of a problem, so I was glad that it seemed to be fixed. Yeah, we'll go back, check over everything, look at the data, look at the video, and see what we need to improve.
Thanks, Paulie.
Thank you.
So there you have it, Paulie Massimino able to get the win, obviously hoping that Nico DeFillo is okay, and it's kind of an anticlimactic way to get a session win in that case, but even still, Justin, he was pulling away. He's still kind of in a league of his own right now, had just kind of hit his peak a lap prior at a 40.49, and the next best time was a 40.67. all the way back to Wesley Gundler and a 6.4 by Chase Gassiet Lee. So heading into Moto number 2, things are looking really good for one of the 2 primary BJR entries. The other one, James Overbeck, obviously something definitely amiss there with him getting out early.
And having to go onto the kart in terms of not even getting to the tech lane on his own wheels. So, situation unfortunate there for the way things end, but our next grouping of drivers already getting themselves ready in their karts, it looks like, for our racing action. The Pro Stars looking to see who will shine the brightest here in the next few minutes or so with these drivers led by AJ Myers.
Yeah, AJ was leaps and bounds better, and he still looked better even in the warm-up today. But the field is slowly closing in on the Magic Man for all classes, but especially the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show classes. The limited seat time that the Stars Championship Series allows, combined with the fact this racetrack's only utilized for major events and no extra testing or club racing, means that it is a level playing field and a trial by fire when it comes to learning the lines and getting dialed in. Only a couple of sessions yesterday, 3 practices before they qualified, and even then the first couple all the way till FP3 were still pretty waterlogged. So AJ Myers, best of the rest though, Justin White, and that's really a moniker that he doesn't deserve. That was a very well put together qualifying run. He had to line up on the outside of the front row. It'll be the cleaner side of the racetrack with the way that the racing groove has played out. And then, of course, Gage Korn on the outside of row number 2 alongside Jay Irwin. A second row with an average age of 15 years old. Talk about young talent here starting in 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. Korn just the second time really at this level too. Morgado, of going to be quick to watch. Gavin Bailiff in the 6th position. Eli Fox in that next layer of karts. Going to be someone to keep an eye on, too. Alongside, you have Quinn and Steins amongst the top 10. Steins looked good in final practice. If Steins is able to replicate that speed in the race, we might see the 288 try and become one of the big movers in Moto 1 here, as the green looks to be out for these drivers hit the racetrack.
Yeah, the outlap underway now for Pro Stars. This class, a couple more entries than the OKN Stars, but not by much. Handful of the top 20-plus shifter drivers in the country here, and they have made their way to Charlotte, North Carolina for the Queen City Gambit. So let's give them a look, shall we, for the final couple spots in the Pro Stars field. Past Mitchell, Lowry, and Osley Cheek. CJ Bowman, the driver to keep your eye on, the only one that'll be lining up on row number 11. You can see him at the back there in the blue, white, and orange Magic Kart. A long way forward, but we've seen it done before. AJ's even done it before, and a couple of times at that in the Stars Championship Series. So 21 deep for Pro Stars. Looks like all of them were able to get off the line. It's a Marinello outside line for rows 1 and 2. Magic Kart on the inside of your front row, and then, of course, PSL Karting, the first of the Red Army Bureau Arts, with Jay Irwin from New Zealand on the inside of that second row. Mateus Morgado and Gavin Bailiff bringing some experience, bringing together with them national race wins. In the case of Morgado, national and international titles as a former FIA world champion. Lines up the inside of row 3 in 5th. Christian Marsh is ready to give the command for the drivers to go to the lights. We're ready for them as well. Moto 1, Pro Stars, AJ Myers on the right, Justin White and Marinello USA and Vermont Kart Company on the left. To the Alpha Light system, here we go. And away we go. Green flag in the air for Pro Stars, and it's an even start. Side by side, 3 wide, and Gage Korn got a hip check off the line, and the rookie gets a very rude welcome here to the Pro Stars division. He'll drop outside the top 10.
That is not great for him after having so much hype built up with the speed showcase throughout the weekend so far. White already feeling pressure. The Kiwi kid moving up the second. Irwin with the pass, but the crossover attempt, White timed it up well, but Irwin's got the better momentum right now to try and hold on as a sea of red and white karts now line up behind White.
Mateus Morgado and Gavin Bailiff, the first of those two. Talon Yockel on the Mark Steele Motorsports Ital kart there with a great launch in the number 224. He's closing in. Then there's Ian Quinn lined up behind Eli Fox and Charlie Steins. One heck of a shakeup off the start, but Jay Irwin finds himself in familiar territory. A year ago, it was him and AJ Myers. It's those two again at the top of the pylon, this time with Mateus Morgado and Justin White chasing them as Morgado sends it at the end of the back straightaway. He'll clear the 232 with a move for third, and Talon Yockel is going wheel to wheel with Gavin Bailiff right now for P5. You saw him get really out of shape there, Justin, in the bend coming out of the backstretch corner.
Yeah, able to hold on to it though. Bailiff just trying to play defensively a little bit. Now able to get some breathing room a little bit as Yockel just looks to wait and take advantage of any slip-ups at this point. But we know Irwin last year had some intense battling with the man in front of him. Now looking to do the same thing. Needs to close up 4/10 to be able to get back up to that number 1 plate to keep the battling up here. Right now, Myers looking very comfortable setting sail, though, down this second sector.
And you can already see AJ starting to try and take care of those MG tires. You know this is a long run. He was backing that corner up a little bit at the end of the backstretch, and the same at turn 10. Jay Irwin, on the other hand, full-on attack mode here early, and the Kiwi kid is going to close that gap down just a little bit. That time by, AJ was able to eke it back out, though, even with it looking a little bit more tame, as Justin White is still under heavy fire. The Marinello driver has not been able to get away cleanly here in these opening couple laps, but Gavin Bailiff makes a mistake. He misses a shift coming through the chicane. Yockel now is going to pay the price. Eli Fox with a great heads-up move on that Factory Fury GP kart.
Able to take advantage of a bit of a checkup. If anything, there looked like some rear contact that caused the misshift, but now Yockel just has to be able to focus on what's at stake. Get the spot back, or get yourself crossed up because you send yourself so deep trying to go for the send in the first place. It cost you a spot. And now it's put him up for grabs with drivers like Quinn able to take advantage of this situation as Yockel is now on the back foot here.
Charlie Steins, Talon Yockel, now the drivers in our spotlight as Ian Quinn begins that march forward that we saw him pull off in 2024. Went from 16th to 2nd in the main event. He's helping to not have to do that by putting some good motos together. As Jay Irwin continues to try to hunt down the Magic Man, he knocked off a couple hundredths last time by. A game of inches out front, and Mateus Morgado is ready to throw his hat in the ring as well. Let's see what lap time the Brazilian puts in that time by. He goes about a half-tenth quicker than Myers and a full tenth better than his teammate in Jay Irwin. Yesterday, a 5th place in qualifying for Mateus Morgado after the dominant season he had in 2024 and how good he looked in the winter this year was probably one of his worst efforts to date when you really rank the weekends. And he seemed still, even with that, at a casual indifference. As much as he was frustrated that the speed wasn't there and he wasn't able to get the result that he probably expected out of himself of a top 3 or better, he's gone to work overnight, probably tried something in the warm-up, and that speed is now there for the 262 and the 232. A flip of the script here. Justin White, great quality effort, still struggling here just a bit. Last time by, Gavin Bailiff knocked a 10th back out of the gap. Even with that bobble from earlier, he's recovered and is right back on the heels of White.
Now White's really fallen back now from the rest of that group as times progressed here in this race. But all this is with Bailiff just trying to equalize, if not get better right now. Last time by, he was a 10th of a second quicker than the Kart in front. It's going to be one of those types of situations where Bailiff's just got to keep chipping away at this gap to be able to have something happen. It's worked for Irwin so far. After all, he's so far setting the fastest laps of the race. Another purple from Erwin Morgado nearly matched him on pace. So it is a strategy that over time, as these tires continue to build more laps and as these drivers build more into the long run, you can have happen. Right now, seeing that front of the field get closer and closer for that 206 to the 1 Kart. Here he goes.
Irwin with a send and a half, and the Magic Man's going to make him pay. AJ Myers putting that experience to use there with a crossover. But we are on now. Time to fight for the race lead here. 3 drivers in the mix of it in Pro Stars Moto #1. This is what you love to see, and this is why these guys are in our marquee time slot. This is why they are the best of the big 3 divisions in the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show. And we've got 3 superstars going at it. AJ Myers, Jay Irwin, Mateus Morgado, America, New Zealand, Brazil, 1, 2, 3 here. And by the way, Gavin Bailiff, while that happened for the lead, also made a move. He was able to get by Justin White. So new man in 4th. Irwin continues the chase here at the halfway mark. He looks in turn 1. Not quite there as the sun comes back out now and shines here on America's Home for Racing.
Yeah, seeing a chance to shine his way to the inside, but thought better of it right now. A little bit too early to push the tempo. Here's the look. Replay on that initial send it a little bit too deep, like we've seen with one of the previous passes in the last quarter. So easy to overshoot it if you can't stick it to the inside, and that was the case that gave Myers that lead right back immediately.
Mateus Morgado still kind of just riding back there in 3rd. I don't know if he has a whole lot or if he is just kind of holding his cards close to the chest right now. No need to really put the effort forward for the number 262 if he doesn't think that Gavin Bailiff can get there. And based on the lap times right now, I don't think Gavin will. He's able to match or get close to AJ from time to time, but at 2 1/4 seconds away with only 5 minutes plus 2 laps left, that's still a good amount of racing, but it's not a ton. And I think you're already starting to see Morgado maybe either struggle or go into tire save mode because he took a big look over the shoulder last time down the backstretch. Not the case right now, though, for the Kiwi kid. Let's see if Irwin tries again here in the last turn. Oh, he got right to the rear bumper there, Justin.
Got right to the rear end, but not able to get alongside yet again. He's getting close, but not close enough to actually go for a lunge. And that's the top thing right now with how things are looking. He was a 10th quicker last time by. It's easy to catch. It's harder to pass.
I want to say as well, in terms of easy to catch, harder to pass, how about the run for Eli Fox in the works here? Up to 6 now. He's gotten around Ian Quinn. Jay Irwin still putting the heat on Myers. Let's see if he goes in 10. Nothing there. AJ will park the bus again. This is so close, inches close racing right here for the race lead. And Irwin again sends it. And again, AJ pulls the over-under to keep the top spot. But Irwin's ready to fight again in one. No, not quite. Myers holds.
Yet again, seen the door, took the chance. Problem is, you're not going to make that pass work unless you're able to make that line stick to the inside just about. Again, overshooting the corner, losing that preferred line, just giving an easy crossover attempt to your opponent, in this case, back to Myers. So it's got to be calculated in terms of that send. You got to make it to where you get the run, but also stick the line enough to where there can't be a crossover attempt back by Myers.
Out of that last turn to the line this time, the timer's starting to get a little bit smaller. 3 minutes plus 2 laps remaining here in Pro Stars. Jay Irwin, AJ Myers, Mateus Morgado in the catbird seat looking on. And again, a bit of a spread further back. Ian Quinn, Eli Fox, Talon Yockel, they've kind of settled into 6th, 7th, and 8th in their own little 3-car grouping, right behind Gavin Bailiff and Justin White. And in fact, I think they might be making a little bit of inroads. In fact, indeed, Eli Fox and Ian Quinn were both matching the 4th and 5th place drivers last time, and even maybe making a little bit of a gap closing in the previous lap around. Also, your update on Gage Korn, the rookie who started 4th and dropped all the way to the rear, getting kind of shuffled to the outside in turns 1 and 2. We've got problems for Jay Irwin. The 206 has gone around to the exit of turn number 2, and he is in the middle of the racetrack.
Oh, that's dangerous right now. Got to get the Kart off. Able to get it off at least. My goodness, right in the mix for the race lead, and now he's parked. He's done.
What a heartbreaker for the Kiwi kid, the New Zealander, Jay Irwin, out of Moto number 1, and now the fighting really becomes important for Gavin Bailiff and Justin White because Morgado's up the road. Look at this, it's heating up as well further back. Ian Quinn right behind Eli Fox, trying to fend off his temporary teammate for the weekend in Talon Yockel under that Steel Motorsports banner. Then there's Charlie Steins, then Frankie Iadavea. What in the world happened to Jay Irwin in the 206? And AJ Myers is going to be able to potentially put it on cruise control right now. I still think we might actually have a bit of a shuffle for second as well. Morgado lost a ton of time last lap. There is something seriously up here with the 262 as well. There's Irwin. It looks like the motor just straight up stuck coming out of turn number 2. As he went to grab the next gear to upshift, the motor stuck right there and seized. And when it does, it locks up and around he went.
And that might be where Morgado lost some time because Morgado, I think, had to check up a bit to move out of the way there in that situation. Myers gained 2/10 on that race lead as well. Still keep an eye there. As you see, he's taking the time to talk with the fans here, it looks like, and some of the team members.
Well, and his father there in the wheelchair just outside the fence, Jay Irwin, chatting with his dad this weekend. So much promise to start it. It's now starting with a bit of a bummer here. Check it out, P2, P3, P4, Justin White all over Gavin Bailiff. He wants that 3rd spot, he'll take it. Last turn, got him. And the Maranello driver begins that march back forward. Next up on the chopping block, Mateus Morgado with 3 laps to go.
Morgado's going to be running out of time, I think, for the race lead. It's the matter of can he hold on in front. White just trying to catch up and see if he can close up some sort of gap here. He's found some rhythm as of late. Last time by, he was quicker than Bailiff by 4/10 of a second. That air battle pack, by the way, still keeping busy right now, especially with Quinn all over the rear end, still looking for a way to plot and plan his way around. No place to go with Fox doing so well, parking it to prevent any momentum to the inside this time.
But Ian Quinn got a great launch out of that last turn. He's going to put all the heat on Eli right here. Turn 1, big slide, big moment. Yockel gets by both, and Ian Quinn gets up on the berm in turns 1 and 2.
Oh, that's not great whatsoever. And again, sometimes the overaggression can cost you, and that definitely cost him in that situation, losing tons and tons of time. Why not throw away some tape? Why don't you, to be able to cool things down after that intense sense? Just 2 laps to go. You see right there, actually drifted the tires out, and the right side tire just kicked out and hit the blue cart on the front end.
Eli was doing everything he could to give Ian space once he saw Ian was going for it. And Ian had just locked the rears up, lost total grip offline. Again, he was so down low on the racetrack going to the inside. That's not a part that's getting a lot of rubber buildup like the regular groove. And so you're not going to have that level of traction. You're not going to have that level of braking stability. And once he locked the rears, no different than Tyrone Kemper Jr. and OKN-J, he was just trying to hang on to it. For A.J. Myers, a lot of pressure. A couple of lead changes in total. They netted out to all of probably 50 feet because he withstood it. And to the end, Moto number one, the number one reigns supreme. Myers over Morgado, White, and Gavin Bailiff. Talon Yockel completes your top five ahead of Fox Quinn. Frankie Iadavea with a great charge forward. He gets around Charlie Steins on that last lap in a good fight for 8. He was slowly creeping his way up the pylon, and the 276 of Frankie Iadavea now finds himself with a great result, a very respectable one from Moto number one, after also, like his teammate Gage Corn, kind of getting swallowed up off the line. The rookie recovers to 11th, but for the expectations he probably put on himself off that impressive qualifying effort of 4th, this is a bit of a downbeat here to kick off the weekend.
Yeah, especially with what happened with Corn. Indeed, could have been much, much better. I think the speed was there with what was seen. Flying through the field, he was putting up lap times that were quicker than the race leader at some points at the end of the race, putting 40 flats. So, I think it's for Gage Corn at least going to be a recovery for the next moto. But for Myers, just held on, kept his cool, even with the midst of battling. Take the checker flag.
Down here at the scales, A.J. Myers getting the congratulations there from Robbie Bajoso. A.J., before Jay's motor seemingly stuck there on the exit of turn 2, how did you withstand the pressure?
Honestly, he was very fast. I was kind of fortunate there. He made it easy in the end. So his engine, I guess, went. I was all over me, went for the dive bomb a couple times there. I left it open, hoping that he would overshoot, and he did twice. So it's a tough track to pass on. I'm just trying to keep not making mistakes, make it hard on him. That's all I was doing.
What's going through your mind in that situation? These are long motos. Do you feel like maybe he was using up more tire than you were?
I mean, early on, you're like hoping like he's not holding back, and he's letting me work my tires. But I was just hoping maybe he'd fall off at the end. He was too fast early, but he didn't. He was there the whole time, and if he didn't have that unfortunate failure, I think he would have been there till the end.
I know a big talking point last year was how quick Jay was around this place, but 10 seconds on the guy in second, which was you. What do you think the biggest turnaround is from last year to this year?
Last year I was fast in the heats, if we remember, and yeah, really struggled in that final. And I was holding up the bus for everybody, and he just kind of walked away with it. So hopefully I don't make it easy on him this year.
Thanks, AJ.
Thanks.
A very happy A.J. Myers is a very fast A.J. Myers. He looks that way right now, folks, and he'll be ready for more action later today. Let's go back down for a little more while the KA Masters get ready.
Thanks, Xander. Mateus, the 2 words you just said to me were, I'm tired. How tough and difficult was that first moto?
I mean, it's a long race for, let's say, a heat race. But it's all right. I don't feel tired. It's just a way of saying, but such a long race, like thinking we still have another one today.
Okay, well, describe that race to me. It was a little bit lonely for you. You were behind Jay, but it didn't really seem like you had enough to get around.
I mean, once you get close, you don't really want to push because you just kill your tires. So once I saw the each other behind, I had no point to keep pushing in. I took Jay and then tried to overtake AJ. There's no point, you just burn your tires and it's not their own. So I just let them fight and see what happens. Unfortunately, I think Jay probably me, so yeah, that's it's hard, but it's still good that he can recover on the next race and get some good points.
bottom of the mic was pointed. We're ready for more action here. Time to kick off the final round of rotations and races through these heats and motos for Saturday. KA Masters back onto the circuit for another go at it. And oh wow, a round for one driver. Miguel Mir has spun at the top of the back straightaway here on the outlap, Justin. He will try to, or is that Miguel? That may actually be one of the other Orsilon Racing entries that has spun around coming out of that chicane. So, and another spinner. This one is one of the QG3 karting entries. The 297's gone around. My goodness, we're dropping them like flies. Eric Fagan and Brent Harper are good. Here's a look at the lineup. 20 plus in KA Masters. John Bonanno, Heat 1 winner, trying to repeat for Heat number 2. Making a clean sweep of the points so far. Looking into the pre-final tomorrow morning. On the gold card, the 201's Eric Fagan, the 213 White Orange Kart Republic. Brent Harper, Heat 2, KA Masters is green.
Great start for Fagan, able to already get clear as the rest of the field goes 2 by 2. Bonanno had a great hole shot, though, to be able to launch his way up to the second spot. One spin already. That's Bonanno having some problems as he's able to get back going the 211. The rest of the field getting sorted. Falcone, it looks like, also jumped on by Harper with a great launch. Harper had a horrific start on that outside line, you could say.
He did. Brent Harper, not ideal there on the outside line. Now, where is he going to fall at the end of the lap? Well, he's going to get a little bit of a gap at least. Big move from Paul Montopoli on the 265. He picks up a spot to go to 5th. And so it goes Fagan to Bonanno to Miguel Mir, who, my mistake, was not Miguel. I believe it was actually Junaid Dean that spun around on the opening lap at the 233. Miguel was all good. Different Orsilon Tony kart, so my apologies to Miguel. But he trails your top 2 drivers and is potentially the glue or the opportunity for 4th and 5th to kind of get back into it. Already the gap's opened up side by side as well, back for 6th. That was looked like Austin Queen trying to get the move done on Scott Falcone. Montopoli getting by on Brent Harper. Another spot up for the AMV Factory team best card. Out of the last turn, 2 down. Plenty of time to go. Good little bit of separation here, but not too much for your KA Masters.
Good tempo being set in the 45-second bracket so far, as Montopoli the fastest of them all so far. 45.542 so far in the pace. But all of this as well, that top 3, I should say, really gets itself plotted and planned situated. Right now, Bonanno, we know, likes to wait until the final few moments to be able to go and be able to charge ahead with what we've seen so far from him. Expecting that once again. I wouldn't be surprised if he waits till the final 2 laps for the go time if he's given the chance. Now, 277 would like to break up that plan and take away Bonanno's spot, but that's easier said than absolutely done right now with how things have gone with those top 2 karts here today in this field.
John Bonanno got a great launch out of turn number 4. To me, that's been a very strong corner for him and his Fulcrum competition comp kart. Another great exit out of the chicane there. He had an opportunity to go if he wanted there on Eric Fagan. He did not. Just pushed him a little bit further away. The back half of the top 10, it looks like an all-out bloodbath right now, Justin. Every time those karts flicker by, it seems like they're side by side or more. I think they've gotten back to single file, and I don't know if there's going to be any changes in that lineup when they hit the timing loop. We'll obviously see that here in a moment. The leaders still clean, green and away. Nothing there for turns 1 and 2, and indeed there, that was Falcone going backwards 2 spots. Austin Queen up to 6, and he brought Adamar Caligaro with him.
A lot of squabbling going on for 6 on back. We know Queen's got some good pace in his kart. Just has not had the track position here today as a result of everything going on with that machine, but it's now a 4-kart breakaway. Montopoli has driven his way right to the rear end of the green, red, and white machine. And now it's going to be trying to plot, trying to see what happens the rest of this one. Grip levels still maintaining themselves here as it looks like Bonanno just trying to see, can he break away things up front? Montopoli says, I'm just going to take the pass.
Yeah, there you go. Paul Montopoli continuing to roll now to third. And with the charge he had in that first heat race, we knew if the speed was going to continue, he was going to be a factor. Well, he definitely is. He's on the heels right now, nipping away at John Bonanno and Eric Fagan. And Brent Harper still not out of the conversation either. We've got 5 of them that have a serious shot at this Heat 2 victory here in KA Masters, but they're all still lined up behind the all-black suit and black helmet combination for Gold Kart USA and Eric Fagan. Out of turn number 15, another lap in the books. Let's see how long Bonanno wants to wait here, Justin, because I think if he doesn't go by Fagan here in about another lap, Paul Montopoli is going to go right on by him.
Yeah, that might have to speed up its timeline a little bit if Montopoli keeps up the pace he's been able to set down last time by, the quickest out of the whole top 3. I think, really, it's not something you can control per se unless you're able to build the run. That time by Bonanno hit the curb, though, cost himself some time, puts him up for grabs for the spot. How about the curve back from Montopoli? So just like that, that's going to reset the whole pattern yet again for a couple of laps, all because each of them hit the curbing. And now it looks like Bonanno knows that the pressure's on for him to just try and get the top 2 settled up here.
Yeah, he's going to have to go another little mistake there out of Eric Fagan. So that's going to hurt here potentially as we continue to watch this field work its way on through right now. What a 5-car group that has separated themselves away from everybody else. So far, so good for your KA Masters main pack to at least make it 5th or better. I don't know if they're going to back up at all. Right now, 6th and 7th, Adamar Caligaro, Austin Queen, they're staying quiet. This could be their opportunity. John Bonanno to the lead.
This is a little bit earlier than he may have intended on schedule here, but Montopoli nearly on top of Fagan there trying to set up the pass. They're still waiting on behind in case anything builds up what happens here at this rate. What's going on amongst these front runners? Bonanno, can he hold on is the question. Looked comfortable the last time he made the move to be able to build up a buffer. This time it's not as easy because everyone else staying lockstep with them amongst this entire now top 5 as Harper's driven back to them.
Yeah, he has just needed maybe one more move, I would say, to get in there, and I think he's going to get it in a moment. Paul Montopoli pushing Eric Fagan back towards John Bonanno. He's worked his tail off to get to this point, but he's kind of been riding for the last couple of laps. I thought he might have capitalized with that forward momentum from earlier, but he's showing some restraint. And John Bonanno even now a little narrow on the entry to the chicane there. He'll leave the door open down the backstretch though. Fagan will happily walk right through it. Back to the lead for the 201.
He'll look easy, almost too easy. That's the thing. Bonanno is going to have the problem of Montopoli wanting to go himself, want to fly his way up to this field, so he might have to play a bit more defensive pretty soon. Montopoli is still laser focused and laser fast at the moment. But every time there's been a run for Bonanno, he's been able to just about right to the rear end of the 201, keep it nuanced to be able to keep himself in a position where his options are open. Right now, Bonanno's options continue to open up for him to try and pounce if he closes up an extra kart length, half-quarter kart length, his next 3 laps or so coming to 2.
Yeah, we are getting down to the nitty-gritty here at the end of this one, Justin. This is going to be a battle to the finish, I think, and as we keep tabs on them all, headed through the S's, this time by, double sticks in the air, no defending yet, no moves made yet. As close as Brent Harper has gotten, he is back faded away. Shouldn't be much of a factor in the result of the top 4 spots. We're down to 4, but it is a tightly packed group of 4. Fagan, Bonanno, Montopoli, Miguel Mir, and then Harper after him in no man's land. It's Austin Queen, Caligaro, Falcone, Anthony Stifler, still all there.
Yes, right now, I think if you're Bonanno, you have to figure out the move, and you got to get it planned out again right now. Has been able to build up enough run to get alongside yet. That second to last corner has been everybody's favorite for a dive, though. It's to the point where Fagan's not even going defensive right now on Bonanno as they come up towards the white flag this time by. Final time around. How about the move? Bonanno trying to go brave. Gets the crowbar out to get alongside the curbing. That might have been a chance right there.
Side by side now, back behind and then back to single file. Was that the opportunity? Is it lost now? John Bonanno, Heat 1 winner. Eric Fagan with a heat win here and having the pole in qualifying would win the tiebreaker to get the pole in the pre-final. Bonanno needs a mega last sector. I think he's going to make it close. I just don't know if he's going to get there here. He needs a really good run out of the S's. He got a good one. Is it enough? Fagan is going to fade low. Bonanno's going to be able to open up for the corner. And they're going to drag race side by side of the kink. Popping tires. Banging side pods. Bonanno.
How about that? Able to get the edge with the crossover from the defensive move from Fagan in the final corners. Bonanno able to get enough momentum after what looked to be a blown opportunity with his run to start the lap. Still gets enough speed built up to end the lap by 26 one-thousandths of a second for the victory. How about that?
Big moves there for John Bonanno and the Fulcrum Competition Comp Kart. It'll be, well, on the books, a clean sweep, Justin. That will far from tell the story. What a fight here at the end of heat number 2. And KA Masters, they are putting on a show here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Nice to see a sign of good respect there as he shakes the hand to Eric Fagan, Paul Montopoli in tow. And we're going to roll on. You are watching the coverage from the Queen City Gambit, Charlotte Motor Speedway, America's home for racing, and Kart Chasers coverage of opening weekend for the Stars Championship Series. It's all kicking off with the top of the lineup, setting a high bar. KA Masters, the first of every class. It's going to race one more time here this afternoon. Don't go anywhere.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead, follow, on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the two-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Welcome back, everyone, to coverage of the Queen City Gambit as we continue on now to the Micro Swifts for their second heat of the day. We've seen some intense fighting up front between these drivers earlier on today, and now we look to see what happens this time around for them. Gottschalk last time out had a fierce bit of battling just to be able to come up in front in that race earlier on in the afternoon, and now is ready to look to battle here once again.
Let's take a stab at it here. For your Micro Swifts, they'll line up in the exact same way as they did for heat number 1 here, minus any potential engine changes or DQs, which, to our knowledge, have not happened just yet. So here's a look at the lineup. Zev Gottschalk from Curacao getting ready to lead your field to green. Lennox Lockhart on the outside got shuffled way back at the start of heat number 1. Liam Francisco and Dominic Nagel had good runs, especially Nagel at the end to snag a top 3. Caden Gladera, Grayson Powers, Dutch Westbrook, Austin Taylor, Brody Stoffel, and Bo Stowers, your top 10 starters for a 30-driver Micro Swift field that is going nice and slow enough for us to show you everyone. And here's the big news. Slate Harrell to the rear, if that is correct. The number 8 to the tail end of the field for heat number 2. So here we go again. Micro Swift time. Zev Gottschalk and Lennox Lockhart lead your field to turn 1.
Good start up at the front of the field as they're staying side by side for second. All of them trying to march their way through the opening sector to get single filed out. They do. So good start for Gottschalk. Now feeling a lot of pressure though. Already Lockhart losing some ground in the midst of that. Some drivers at the back of the field, you see them scrap. Gottschalk having to go full defensive already because Francisco went for a move. Now they're all getting sorted out with the bump. Francisco trying to hold off a lot of different drivers' lines right now. That includes the drivers like Westbrook and many more in that fight.
Side by side there, Brody Stoffel to the inside of the 91, a Grayson Powers, Lennox Lockhart. Couldn't quite follow him through, and they are much closer together here, the whole field that is, Justin, than heat number 1. So what is going to happen here in a moment as at any point it could split apart. The top 4 already starting to get away just a little bit as the Micros start this second heat race and bring the karts back up to full song down the backstretch. Alex.
Just a reminder, guys, from qualifying, if you're a Slate Harrell fan and you got to watch qualifying but not the first heat race, he got disqualified after qualifying. Unfortunate. This is why rules are important. Only had 1 nut on the weight on the front of the nose, a 2.5 pound weight. You need 2 as per the rules. Disqualified from qualifying, starts last in both heats.
Thank you, Alex. Great intel there. And already Slate Harrell is putting that DQ in the rearview mirror. How many spots up is he already? Well, it looks like he's already climbed his way into the top 20. Great opening couple of laps here for Slate as he tries to march that number 8 Nitro kart up the field. And the rest of the pack still staying close together. That's good news for him as we check in. Up 8 spots so far as of last time by the pylon. This will back them all up as they begin the blocking and defending down the back straightaway. Lennox Lockhart defending from Nagel, and ahead of him it looked like Stoffel trying to defend back or Francisco a bit from Zev Gottschalk because we've changed the lead up entirely. Dutch Westbrook to Stoffel to Gottschalk to Francisco, and then Lockhart, your top 5 with Dominic Nagel there in the 52, running in 6th.
I don't think they're done battling yet. Remember, Westbrook got absolutely shunted in the final stages of the last run. Now a bit wide. Lockhart again getting swarmed. Take a look at back of the race leaders yet again. Stoffel's had a great race so far here. He's had good speed in both races. Had to claw his way forward slowly but methodically in Heat 1. Heat 2, different story. He's gotten the spots quick. Now he's trying to get the spots immediately for the race lead. Just can't get the crossover set yet.
Yeah, he is bringing the fight right to Brody, right to Dutch Westbrook. Zev Gottschalk, low in the last turn, defending just a little bit from Liam Francisco, who is still pushing him along. But for how long will he do that with Zev defending? Well, that's the problem when you do back them up and you try to, the car behind you tries to set you for an over-under. They leave themselves with the door wide open for someone else to walk through it. Lennox Lockhart taking advantage, moving his way back into fourth on that Velocity Racing Sodi kart. And as they roll down the back straightaway, still one long train of go-karts, but kind of pairs of two just a little bit. Then Francisco by himself, and then a couple more together led by Dominic Nagel. For the moment, things seem to have kind of calmed back down for the lead, but that's only within the last lap here. The moment that Brody Stoffel starts to feel the heat from this fight for third, he may start to get a little more antsy, but Lennox Lockhart not wanting to allow himself to get pushed back as Zev Gottschalk tried to close the door. He left the nose on the inside, and it sent Zev to the high side.
Now Lockhart trying to make up for some of the lost ground right now. The problem is they've lost a ton of ground with all this squabbling. They close up at least a couple seconds to have any shot right now for that race lead. It's going to require some cooperation from some of these drivers just to be patient a little bit if they want to chip this gap back down amongst these front runners.
Side by side, Zev Gottschalk, Liam Francisco. Game of chicken through the S's. Not going to happen there. Now Zev's going to pay the price, trying to fight hard. He'll still try to fight hard in the last turn, but he will let Dominic Nagel through as Dominic points to the heavens, says to go forward. But Zev is going to go right back in on him down in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, I like how most of the time we've seen the signals like that here today, Xander, and the response has been, no, I'm just going to pass the next corner. So most of the time, the signals haven't been working. It's just more so down to the mindset on the drivers themselves, unless the goal was for Gottschalk to take the spot and then be the Pied Piper to lead forward because he's got the track position in initially. But that's kind of in the mindset, where anytime there's been a signal, there's been an immediate pass right immediately back today whenever we've seen that from someone.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, those signals have kind of lost their real significance. And more times than not, when you hear the drivers talk about someone actually tapping their helmet and saying to work together, they look at it as a sign of weakness. Oh, you don't think you can catch the next car without me? I'm going to go right on by you. So Slade Harrell, obviously he's not going to push anyone because he was the fastest kid in qualifying, and it was a safety issue, not a performance issue with that weight that got him DQ'd after quali. So he has had no issue driving up the field. He's up 17 spots. He's about to make it 18. He could make it into the 20s right now before this lap is over as they continue to fight in front of him. Meanwhile, as well, with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go, the lead has changed it again. Dutch Westbrook takes it right back here in the final turn.
Lockhart's made it back as a result of that squabbling. But another chance for Stoffel. He's not done. How about Crossover City? Another one set up by Westbrook. Stoffel just made that look very easy for the crossover back for Westbrook immediately with how much momentum he was carrying in the first place. But all of this is allowing Francisco and Gottschalk to move forward. Might have been the good sign for Gottschalk to just take that pass with what's happened as another one for the lead.
This one is now just a game of a bit of confidence and ego here, back and forth. But again, neither driver defending the other from making a move to counter. And it's allowed not just Lennox Lockhart to get close, but Liam Francisco and Zev Gottschalk to get back into frame. Although Westbrook bottled the exit there, Lockhart's now going to be able to get by him into second. And with 50 seconds plus 2 laps to go, he moves himself into a prime spot to challenge for the lead and the race win. Francisco couldn't get through. Liam will stay back in fourth. Fifth still for Zev. And into the infield chicane we go again. One other thing to note here, Justin, it is not normal for the drivers to be able to know exactly where they are in terms of the timeline while on track. But one cool benefit of Stars using their Track Systems North America lighting system combined with their Alpha timing and scoring program is they have a live timer on the front straightaway. So the drivers are able to know, is that 5 minutes left, 10 minutes left, or in the case of right now, 10 seconds left, and that's why you see the excitement ramp up a little bit sooner than the typical double sticks, 2 laps to go signal. And right now, with 3 laps to go, they all know it. They're not kind of out there guessing when the 2 to go signal or the white flag will be given. And because of all of that, because of all the battling, Slate Harrell has driven from dead last up and into 6th. He's 1.2 seconds back from the leaders. He's there. Mark him there. 2 by 2 down into the backstretch corner.
You know the stunning thing? He did nothing like this in the first heat. This heat, it's like he's a whole different driver. with what he's been able to do and claw his way into the conversation. Now the problem's going to be, I don't think he's going to be able to pass all 5 karts in front of him, but this has been a stellar drive in heat number 2 to be able to get as far as he can. There's the double sticks.
He's going to get to the top 5 as Brody Stoffel sends one deep and gets crossed up in turns 1 and 2 by Westbrook. The good news for Slade Harrell, he's going to have help. Yes, Justin, if they were 1-by-1 passes, he had to do all the legwork, it would be near impossible. But with all the battling and with how close they are, all it takes is one slip up of 2 drivers in front of you going side by side, and you got an opportunity. At the end of the backstretch here, it's another crossover. This time, Stoffel's got the nose out front. You can hear the crowd getting into it as they go double file into turn number 10. Here we go. It's Godshock now into second, Westbrook to third. It is a log jam into the last corner. And down to the inside for Lennox. An over-under, 3 wide, 4 wide. Slade Harrell, side by side for third. White flag in the air. Harrell now to the outside. That'll be a tough spot to fight from. But he's going to send it around the high side. Move him into 5th as he caught the marbles. Maybe 6th now as Lockhart's going to get back around him.
Yeah, but this is all setting things up for a busy battle for the race win. Westbrook, Godshock right there to battle for the crossover. Their run. How about a scissor block? And the hands are raised. Not happy there with that block attempt.
That one could draw the ire of the officials. Look at Westbrook. Stoffel, they've been going at it. The gloves are off between these 2 young men, but what a crossover by Dutch. He'll take the lead back here in the final run. Up the hill, through turn 13, turn 14. Godshock sends it down the inside. Liam Francisco gets by all of them. He'll get a huge run, a huge shove. Lockhart to second, and Liam Francisco loses it. Lockhart at the line by 0.003 of a second. Lennox Lockhart, he steals heat number 2. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
What a race. What a finish. Lennox Lockhart, I don't even know if he knows it. Liam Francisco thought he had it, followed the normal line. Lennox took the shorter route and got him by just a matter of centimeters, millimeters if you will. Zev Godshock ends 3rd, Brody Stoffel 4th, Dominic Nagel 5th, and 6th Slade Harrell, 7th Austin Taylor. Let's go down and hear the reactions from the young kids. Lennox Lockhart's just getting the confirmation. He won it.
All right, well let's go down with Lennox here. Lennox, buddy, you just said that's how you do it. How did you get that done?
Well, I just kept pushing and didn't give up, and I just went for the opportunity and got it.
Describe your day to me. It's been a pretty solid day. How good has the Sodi kart felt for you?
It feels amazing, and I love how the kart feels.
Lastly here, I mean, it's just the second heat race of the weekend for you before the pre-final and the final tomorrow. Who do you want to thank, though, for how good this weekend's gone for you thus far?
I like to thank my team, Velocity Racing, Sodi, Wodger for the best engine, and my mechanic, Ricardo, Pride, and my family.
All right, congrats, Lennox.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Great to see the emotion and the kids having fun, and we sure had a blast calling that one, Justin. So much to break down. Let's start it off with this Coastal Link printing recap when the battles really began, and it started just between really a battle of Brody Stoffel versus Dutch Westbrook, a battle of wills here, back and forth, probably back and forth trading the lead at least 10 to 20 times it felt like, over, under, city in all of the 180 corners here. And, well, it allowed more and more drivers to get close. Lennox Lockhart taking advantage right there to move himself up and into second, but it wasn't smooth sailing for him to the end of the race. You think, all right, I split them up, the 2 aggressors. I'll now be able to focus in on one and pick him apart. But no, there was so much more racing left to go. And in fact, Slade Harrell, who was in the picture at the end, well, he wasn't even anywhere close to our cameras at this point in the race here. There was still a lot of racing to go.
Yeah, they were squabbling and fighting this entire time around the aggression level. was 100%. And it was to the point where anybody that dropped back just closed up right back into the conversation. Lockhart dropped back at least 3 times in this race. Was able to close up, but all this set up for a wild final corner. Everyone nearly going wide in these final sectors. You had this run up towards the final stretch. Stoffel tries to back it up instead. Everyone sends it. At least 2 carts missed a corner. And in the end, on the drag race, shorter distance around, able to give it to Lockhart in the end over Francisco.
And we go straight from the micros into the Pro Masters and Pro Super Masters. The crazy old guys. 30 and over for the Pro Masters class, 45 and over for the Pro Super Masters. It was a runaway, a dominating run, the most dominating run I would say of the day so far by Scott Presti in heat number 1. He set a very high bar that they will have to try an inch closer to, but he, of course, was not our top qualifier, Justin. That was Jake Fetter, and he didn't get a single chance, really, to bring the fight to him with a mechanical that sidelined him right off the bat here in that first heat race.
Yeah, and it's going to be the question of how is he going to recover from that situation. Now with his kart going to have to be dialed in and focus on a good start at the very minimum, especially what we see with Presti. Of note, there was a 5-second time penalty in the end for Machiko, so he did finish at the back of his class. He's going to need a good finish as well, starting from the top 5.
Oh, we got issues at the back. Lance Lane with a problem. They're going to try and bump start him. Away we go, though. We're green, and another hole shot for Scott Presti, and there's contact up at the front. That was Skitchy Barnes popping over the front tire of Hernando Sanchez.
And that's going to slow Sanchez down significantly. Obviously, the top 2 able to break away with that. Great start for Presti yet again. Like the last race, jumped up to the front as looks like Sanchez's kart not going to be able to keep going for now. All while the top 2 are going far and away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, Hernando Sanchez out of heat number 2 here, right off the rip in Pro Masters and Pro Super Masters. To the last turn we go for the first lap at speed. Scott Presti, Jake Fetter, 1 down, 7 minutes and some change to go. Unagaro now into 3rd. Matt Machiko, the number 1 plate, trying to make up for that penalty you mentioned, Justin. P4 off the line. And then it's Frank Runco who leads the way in the next group with Barnes behind him. Take a look at this start at the bottom right corner of your screen. Barnes just kind of tried to close the hole. I don't know if Skitchy didn't think that Sanchez was going to be there or didn't want him there, but he drove in and kind of crowded down turn number 1 as if there was no kart on his inside, and there was definitely a car low.
We'll see if that gets looked at later on as a result of that situation, but still plenty of time to work with Presti holding on to this race lead.
But Jake Fetter is closing in. At the beginning there, he got a little bit further away. Now Fetter marching back forward here towards Scott Presti, and on the run down the back straightaway with a 3-car gap between the pair and a 1.5-second cushion back to Juan Unagaro. Let's make sure we give a little love to those Super Masters. Lance Lane leads the way on the DR kart, the 565, 7th overall. He's behind Skitchy, who was putting some pressure on Frank Runco last time. So kind of pairs of duos here. First, a battle for P1, a battle for 3rd. Barnes has now got his way back to 5th on the recovery, getting around Runco. Right behind him, that's Lance Lane in the yellow helmet. Now again, Lance started on the back row, stalled it, had to get a push start from an official, and I think they were on the cusp of either waving off the start, but again, he would have gone to the back anyway. But he kind of got a bit of a rolling start. I didn't really get a good look at that replay if it benefited him at all. I don't think it did. Either way, Lance Lane able to make it through the opening couple of laps with the lead, but albeit under a lot of fire for the track position because his teammate Tyler Gilbo in the regular Masters division is going high, low, inside. Oh, and Lance turns in and around goes Tyler.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Gilbo in a bad spot in the middle of the track. Just avoiding contact was the rest of that field, including Cheek, Templeman, and Van Tech. They got extremely lucky that they all were able to take that outside line instead of that being with him in the preferred groove in that situation. Now Lane He's got Rivera that's going to provide some pressure as you see the 609 of Barnes running on his lonesome.
Yeah, Skitchy's able to quickly get away. He's got the speed to run in the top 4 and top 3. Obviously, he won this race a year ago, but without a doubt, Scott Presti stepped up his game. So has Jake Fetter. Here's another look at that angle. I mean, that one doesn't make it look like Lance really shut the door too hard on Tyler. And again, these two go-karts coming out of the same tent. The DRT crew, long-standing friendship and relationship, Lance Lane and the Gilbo family of Tyler and his father Don, who import the go-karts and spearhead DRT racing. But yeah, it looked like there was contact. He tried to lock up to avoid taking Lance out, knowing that Lance was also in a great spot. Kind of self-sacrificed right there. And sadly now, even though Tyler Gilbo was able to keep it going, he's 30 seconds back from the race lead and a long ways back from the next driver in class in Frank Runco.
This is while Presti continues to look confident yet again. He's been confidently fast in both races. I think he's been the benchmark in his Kart promotion machine to be able to continue on with what he's done. We talked about experience competing in Kart European Championship under FIA sanctioning. He's also picked up some wins in RK Shifter Master competition in recent years. He's looking absolutely stellar. I think right now, even with Fitter having a good kart back together right now, it's going to be extremely difficult to close up. Mind you, Presti in the past couple weeks also picked up the win in the SCUSA Tour to start things off in the first round of that sort of action going on as well. So he's got tons of momentum heading his way in the first place.
Yeah, I don't think any driver on this grid has, you could argue, is more warmed up and hot and ready than Scott Presti when it comes to the entire 14 drivers on the list in Pro Masters and Pro Super Masters. So it makes it all the more impressive how good Jake Fetter is keeping him honest here in heat number 2. Also, we knew kind of at the beginning, when you do the math, that Fetter was going to have, well, all of 0 laps at speed on his tires past qualifying, where Presti ran the entirety of heat 1 to score that win. So Jake's advantage over him is going to slowly dissipate as they wear on. It may kind of rear its head again by having a few less tires if they do fall off a cliff in the pre-final at any given point, but you typically have, 2 major break points in tire wear. You have the first couple of tenths when it's a sticker set, just like how when you buy a new car, it drops a couple grand once you drive it off the lot. That first session is huge. But then after that, they will typically slowly burn and plateau over time. And then at a certain point, usually not with enough laps of what we'll put on a race weekend, they will just fall off the side of a cliff and you'll be a second or 2 seconds or more off and you'll just be skidding around. But again, I don't think we'll get to that drop-off point with the way that these tires are built and how they've been manufactured and crafted to the model that we're currently running. Only 4 heat cycles. It won't be drastic. So what you're seeing pace to pace is going to be pretty even of a showing. And that's why we're checking back in to see how the Pro Super Masters are, because this is a good read of what they'll look like tomorrow. It is a pretty close fight for second. Lance Lane still hanging on. Behind him there, Brad Danoff on the Maranello. Then it is Osley Cheek the third, and then Morn Van Tok. Remember, Morn had to start last after an issue from qualifying. He drove through the pack seamlessly in Heat 1. Not so seamless in Heat number 2. He's kind of been trapped back here.
Yeah, just hasn't been able to make the same passes. The pace is there still. You see that with the interval if you break it down a little bit with some of these karts, at least compared to Lane. But hasn't been able to get into clean space, hasn't been able to get alongside. It's been a tale of 2 races, to say the very least, when it comes to him right now.
Osley Cheek the third, we haven't talked much about him and his son. That's another, oh, Morn Van Tok spins around right in front as he got right to the rear bumper of Osley Cheek. And, well, we were talking about how good the pace was, how this was still a solid heat, and not so solid anymore, unfortunately, for Morn Van Tok. Matt Machiko on screen now, the number 1 plate, trailing the 673 of Juan Unagaro. This is 3rd, 4th, and bearing down on them from that 5th spot. Skitchy Barnes is at least trying to get himself back to net even on the session here, getting back around these 2 drivers that have been behind him on the pace and lap times most of the weekend. Here's a look for 4th. not quite close enough for the man from Bermuda, trailing Machiko. Let's see if he goes here. Last corner. Oh, and as he sends it down the inside, full-on rear lock, sideways drift move, Machiko's going to answer back with an over-under. Oh, and Machiko's going to get a little out of shape there in turns 1 and 2 as well.
And just about got out of shape again with Skitchy Barnes over the rear end of him. Still a lap and a half to go for these karts. Machiko just trying to stick the corners, try and make sure those apexes are tacked well, going full defensive now, knowing that Barnes has the pace, has that diamond line down to at least get side by side, but yet again, back to single file.
If you're keeping your eye on what's coming up here at the bottom of your screen, KA Junior has 2 more heat races coming up next year before the Swift Stars, KA Stars divisions that'll follow them. And then it'll be time to get into the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show to close out the day. Machiko low again, over under again from Skitchy. And he got him. Oh, that was slick. And look at this for the lead and the win on the last lap. Jake Fetter puts one over on Scott Presti.
Able to catch him sleeping in an area he was probably not expecting it. Now it's Fetter with a huge margin with that send. Well timed to be able to make that pass.
Big time moves out of Jake Fetter, taking that comp car to the lead on the last lap. He caught Presti off guard. He won't have time to mount a counterattack. The 6-1-2 rebounds from Heat 1 and wins the second heat race in Pro Masters. Third to Juan Unagaro, and Skitchy with that over-under at the beginning of the final lap will hang on for 4th. Machiko 5th. Frank Runco should hang on for 6th, and our Pro Supermasters winner, who went under the radar that whole race because he just had him covered, Mike Rivera. And the Rivera Racing GFC scores the win in the Supermasters class there. A handful of DRs crossing the line now. That's Danoff on the Marinello, then the DR Lance Lane. The RS car to Born Van Talk. Osley Cheek. Something happened to him here on this final lap. Not sure what for the factory karts driver. And so Oz Racing now going to end up, unfortunately, with a DNF as Hugh Templeman gets him on the last lap, as does Van Talk. A lot of action. A lot more action than I think we probably expected in that Shifter Masters division, especially for the lead. Presti looked like he had Fetter covered that whole race, and at the very end, Jake was turning the wick up, turning it up, and pulled the pin on that last lap. What a great battle.
What a great battle indeed. It looked like, if anything, it looked like Presti had that race covered for the most part, but Fetter obviously able to just chip away the gap at the right time. Let's take a look at the Shop AKR replay on that move. See, gets a great corner run, dives it on in, slid the tires into the side pod, in fact, to be able to give a quick kick out for the race lead. That all was a part of that setup coming out of turn 4 towards 5 to be able to set up that move in the first place.
Well, and again, one thing to remember too with that is, if we look closely on the racetrack at a number of these replays, you're seeing so much dirt and debris off the natural groove. These tires hit that and it's like skidding. I mean, take your hand on a smooth surface and then go across kind of a rough and uneven surface, especially with stuff that'll stick to your hand like gum. And that will just all of a sudden lose that surface area, and boom, where you're able to brake at 60, 70, 80 miles an hour before, you can't brake that late. And all of that right there, all those rubber pieces that fly off the tires, the natural racing line kind of acts as a snow plow. It's like clearing a path, but this is outside the natural groove. So when you see a driver go up and wide in a turn, or even down the inside to make a pass but way low, they're driving through that, all of that right there, and that's just going to make them slip and slide. Okay, juniors, they can't afford that. There's too many of them, and they are all vying to be a part of the 40 that will join the grid on Sunday. The top 30 will safely punch their ticket through to the A pre-final and not have to worry about whether or not they get to run in that main event. They'll fight for spots 1 through 30, pre-final B, 31 through 40, and 41st on back. Well, they're just going to get scored points, but finishing outside the top 10 of that B pre-final, it ends your weekend. They're split in half for the heat races. It's not all 55 plus of them on the grid for the heats. They're going to be in 2 groups. First up here will be the even-numbered qualifiers. Isaac Malcutt there in the 872 for Mike Doty Racing. He qualified 2nd. Max Weiland qualified 4th overall. They'll be racing in their own flight. They did this earlier today for Heat 1 as well. And if you want to do, again, some mental math quickly for yourself, try and make sure that your average finish is above double of where you need to be. In the case of trying to be above 30th, well, you want to be at least 15th or better to make sure that you're well safe in terms of getting a ticket to the big dance tomorrow afternoon. Let's release them onto the racetrack and take a look back to the grid, how they're going to line up here for Heat 2, Group B. Beyond Malcutt and Weiland, Edgar Rodriguez and Forrest Adams will make up that second row. Gabriel Balog and Indy Anderson back on row number 3.
Then you have row number 4, Nico Gutowski, Nathan Goldseth in the 8th position. Emerson Lane and Oliver Paludo will start in the 10th position. Ruben Gutierrez in 11th. Matthew Landers back in 12th. Cole Maderos and Talon Laney amongst the top 14 in a very big field.
Big indeed here. In fact, let's go back really quickly while they begin making their way around the final couple of corners to take a look at 21st through 27th, all the way back to Ahmed Mostafa. Work to be done for this group of drivers as they round that final turn to try and close the gap to Malcutt and to Weiland, and to also make sure they've got a chance to race on Sunday. Heat 2, Group B, KA Juniors rounding that final turn, ready to get after it, and the crowd is ready for them as well here at turn 1. Let's go racing, boys and girls.
Good start up at the front there for the control car as the rest of the field 2 and 3 wide. 872 looking to try and set sail and pull off and away. Malcutt Hewitt so far with a great start of the rest of this pack as the rest of the field squabbles in the back as they try and get themselves up in the average.
Check it out, Indy Anderson making a move there at the end of the back straightaway. A few other moves, 2 and 3 wide all the way to the rear there. But so far, so good. Great start here for Edgar Rodriguez on that SLA kart racing machine. 4th off the grid, trying to fight with Balog. He'll end up losing out on that battle, though. Balog gets through in that final turn after losing that spot just a couple of corners ago. So 1 down. Rodriguez, P5 here as the field works its way through turns 1 and 2.
Balog was a great racer last time for the heat races, able to charge forward last time. Expecting some more things potentially this time to see if he's able to get himself back into the conversation for the podium positions. But speaking of which, top 3 running away. Forrest Adams this time able to keep up with the top 2 lockstep to keep up the pressure to the back end of Weiland to see. Mind you, Weiland was ahead on the
Watch
replay
this at
here.
Slow-mo right here. This is important. A potential jump start. Now, Weiland was getting shoved, but that front bumper of the Magic Kart does nose ahead of Malcutt at the line. And the officials have a ton of footage to review all of that, so what will come of it remains to be seen. For now, Malcutt still leads without a challenge yet from Mad Max, and Forrest Adams still just kind of lurking on there right behind. Now we've got the challenge. Weiland to the lead at the end of the backstretch.
Able to take advantage for that move. Oh, that's wild. Though you still have the 2 drivers right behind just looking for a crossover attempt back. Adams looks like he's trying to go for a 2-for-1 special with the send. Good send once again for the 808 machine to go to the front.
Yeah, big move there for him. Now, Forrest Adams in front of a home crowd and a lot of friends and family here. A transplanted home for him. The Pacific Northwesterner relocated down to North Carolina. His father and the rest of the family followed for Forrest's racing dreams. They have loved it here, the warmer weather, the amount of competition at the Trackhouse Motorplex club racing scene, and what probably feels like home now here at Charlotte Motor Speedway as well. The 808 leading ahead of the Midwest's own Little Sizzle, a 3rd-generation superstar, and Max Weiland on that Magic Kart as well, who has been so fast here this weekend in both of the junior divisions. Top 3 in both so far when it comes to lap times. Every time it feels like he's hit the racetrack, he looks impressive.
Seen that impressive driving so far in this race yet again. Now it's going to be the question mark once again. What happens from here? Forrest Adams still holding on to the race lead down the back straightaway. Long, by the way, has gotten hit a brick wall on pace. He's evened out with these front runners, is not closing up like he wants to right now to be able to join the fray. Is pulling away a little bit from Rodriguez and company. in that second pack. Moore sends. Weiland takes the pass, able to get back to second.
All of the while here, Gabriel Balog, Edgar Rodriguez, Nico Katowski, trying to close on in. Remember, heat number 1, Nate Golseth had a great charge up the board to get himself a good amount of positions. Well, he's starting that kind of march right now, just ahead of Ruben Gutierrez. And then here, Indy Anderson in the 888. Jay Howard Driver Development Kart Republic, the white and blue machine. And then Emerson Lane on the Hostedy Gillard. So separation here in this second heat. And even with all the back and forth for the top 3, there's not too many that seem like they can hold a candle to that group. Here's Cole Medeiros. Talk about a swing, right? This kid is one of the main contenders right now in OKN Junior. He is struggling to break into the top 10 in KA Junior, and it just shows you how deep the talent goes across the board. You can be a hero one day, a zero the next, and that's why you got to maximize your opportunities.
Exactly, and you never know when you're going to get shuffled back into the midst of the field in this type of race. Back of those drivers in the midst of said field right now. That includes Gutierrez holding on to 8th position. Anderson in the 9th spot. You have 10th position as well, Lane, as they run back there. Up front again, more squabbling. Arcuett able to jump his way past Weiland, now back to second again.
I'm surprised they really haven't burned as much time as they could have with all of this changing here. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they're mainly changing the second place spot, Justin, because if they were changing the lead, that would hurt. But whenever they pass for second, they lose a little bit. They stay still within the toe of Forrest Adams, and they kind of close back up to him. But I think that time is starting to be a bit numbered now. You've got this group back here that's starting to get hunted down as they fight, end of the top 10. This is for 8th on back. Gutierrez, Anderson, Medeiros and crew. But 5th, 6th, 4th, 7th. I mean, they're closing in. We could have 7 in this main group here in a moment with moves like that one. Malcutt back through. Weiland through. Here's Adams under pressure from now Rodriguez. And here comes Katowski. Nico almost got him there, P4.
Katowski making some side-by-side contact there for good measure while trying to make the move. That's now exactly what you're talking about. You never know when you're going to fall into the clutches of the pack. And, well, that's become the case. Yellow pack, by the way, how things are looking there. Still have Gutierrez trying to defend spots with Medeiros, trying to figure out a way back forward here. The front runners starting to get a little busy with about 90 seconds to work with on the track.
Into the last turn, this time by. That means, again, we're probably staring at 4 laps to go, right? Knowing it's about a 45-second lap around Charlotte Motor Speedway's kart track. Oliver Paludo with a move down the inside of Emerson Lane. That'll move Oliver up and into the top 10. He's been kind of picking up a few spots here after going backwards. How about a look down to what's so cool about this alternate format? That's a slight limit on the track time for the pros. You get to see the likes of Mateus Morgado and pretty much anyone in your Pro Stars and OKN Stars fields coaching and developing the next generation, being able to help focus on them, and at the same time put on performances like what we witnessed in their opening moto. What a blast here to have that opportunity that the Stars format seems to have settled in really nicely to. 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go now. Weiland, your leader.
It's going to get interesting now to see who makes the next move. Katowski looks like he's hungry to try and close up quickly to find a way around Malcuett and try and leapfrog forward here. Problem is they're all draft locked. If anything, it looks like at the moment Balog is still in that top 5 also. We've seen him lingering in throughout this entire race in that pack. Weiland's starting to actually build a buffer in all of this and starting to run away a little bit. That is definitely going to fall into his benefit if he keeps that up.
To the line this time by. Timer at 0. Should be the double sticks. 2 to go. 2 laps remaining now for Max Weiland and crew. And they are rearing back up. Edgar Rodriguez and that small but mighty SLA kart racing team, the father-son run organization, Sebastian and Santiago Artizone, they have really stepped things up over the last 2 seasons. They have had the drivers to do it. They don't rock up with a massive tractor trailer. They don't have 20 drivers under their camp. and they have made superstars. Oh no! Rodriguez and Melkett collide, and Melkett's nose cone now flying in the air. He can barely see around it now.
Well, that's definitely going to see him come to a stop here and join a couple karts that are off the circuit there. Very unfortunate after a great run for him in this race. Final time around.
Isaac Melkett, his Mike Doty Racing LN kart comes to a stall there in the gravel, entering the final turn. Max Weiland, on the other hand, gets a huge gap as he checks over his shoulder. How about the run for Nico Katowski as well on that TKG Bureau Art? Big time gains here for Nico. P2, Gabriel Balog as well. This will be one of his best runs through the heat races so far in the Stars Series. Up 4 for Katowski, up 1 spot for Balog. This is going to be a big swing in the points for the grid tomorrow, and Mad Max reigns victorious. It's Fury Road as he wins Heat 2, and to the line, it's a magic 1-2. Balog barely edges out Katowski, and he gets him by 0.03 of a second. Forrest Adams, 4th. Nate Golset, 5th. And the Magic Kart squad are stoked about that one. You can hear them in the background. They are loving it. Weiland, Balog put the blue and orange crew. 1-2.
Nicely done by Weiland to be able to take this checker flag. Good speed as well, showcased by Adams throughout that race. Just couldn't keep the track position at the very end. Goldset still amongst the top 5. Wildly amongst all that, Indy Anderson quietly clawed his way up to the 6th position for the checker flag in that pack. The teammates get to celebrate a 1-2.
And then I took it. So I realized I went to test for the road, so I let the guy by. So I don't think I got it. Alex, is my piece missing?
Yeah, now you probably pretty drive on right.
Yeah, I got ahead of Isaac and make it forward. Yeah. I was looking back to see if anyone was close. I think you also are white.
Max.
You're right. Where do you finish? 5th. That's not too bad.
All right, Max. Down here on the scales with Max Weiland. Max, I mean, P1 there in heat number 2. All smiles for you. How good does this feel?
It feels pretty good. I got hit off in the first heat, so I thought, hey, let's put my head down. And with a few laps to go, I saw that I got to the lead, so I thought, I gotta put my head down, let's try to put some laps down. And they all started blocking behind me, so it was kind of an easy win.
I wouldn't say easy. It's still a tough field nonetheless. And you're in 2 classes this weekend, Max, so we haven't gotten a chance to talk to you at OKN-J yet. How's that going for you?
Going well. I got 2nd in my last moto, and I hope I can go win the next one.
What's it going to take to make that happen?
I was going to put my head down and not to race too much. I got to get to the lead, and I got to put my head down and keep going.
All right, congrats, Max.
Thank you.
All set to go for KA Junior Heat 2 Group A. It's time for these drivers to battle on the racetrack for the Queen City Gambit. It's home for racing once more here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Sprints with you, Xander Clements rejoining in just a moment as these drivers hit the racetrack. See how they're grouped together on screen now. So, on the pole, Travis Pettit, then it's Tristan Murphy in second. Parker Ives, and it's Benjamin Abernathy in the fourth position. Renko Valera in the fifth position. Derek Wargo in sixth. John Antonino in the seventh spot with Ryan Mort starting in eighth. Owen Green in the ninth position. And Oliver Nudgebert in the 10th spot. Again, remember, in this field, 27 carts deep. See the rest of those drivers scroll on through. They're getting all set to go in the tram lines. We're set to go for our second of our groups in KA Junior Heat action. Green, green, green. We're underway. Pettit gets himself clear as the rest of the pack gets into trouble. 8:23 amongst those around. That is Kai Mars that's losing some ground. As the rest of the field gets itself back going. Top 5, 6 positions all single filed out as the rest of the field makes its way around the racetrack. Murphy and Ives amongst those with good starts up at the front of the field. See some of the battling in the mid-pack starting to heat up a bit. Early going on this one. A good start as well for Abernathy, staying lockstep with Ives off that launch. We're trying to hold on. Rather, that's Warga who's holding on to the top 5, able to jump by Valera, who dropped all the way back to the 7th position in the field from that start. First minute ticking off the board already. We're seeing the rest of the field try and sort itself together in second. Talking about Ives and his performances. He's looking for second. A dive to the inside. Takes away the spot. Abernathy trying to fall in the hole. Couldn't do so as Wargo closes up significantly from that send. Antonino, who was amongst those that looked very solid in the last race with that finish, showing some theatrics for a double move. Sends it for 2 passes and does it right in the second to last quarter to make the move up to the 4th position. Now send now from the 8:57. Abernathy also following suit as they continue to squabble fairly aggressively in this pack. Just 6 minutes to go in this session. Right now the lead is up by 1.3 seconds and growing from Pettit. Ives trying to run away from the slipstream of the rest of this field here in KA Junior. Murphy staying lockstep with him, though, by a couple cart lengths at the moment. Antonino is the one to watch with his progression, up 3 already in the race. He is someone that has been able to aggressively cut forward and make moves all throughout the day today, whatever cart you've thrown Antonino into. It's like Antonino trying to set things up in the up and under. Couldn't do so quite yet, but there is a setup by Murphy. Ives gets passed by 2 different carts. Oh, wow. Abernathy starts to direct traffic. There's the move expected for Antonino to the inside. Now that moves him all the way up to 2nd spot as they continue to have a wrestling match for the 2nd position. 5 minutes to go up on the board. Still plenty of laps to work on this field. Of note, Wargo's been dropped all the way back to 11th. Looks like he's had an issue as Pettit not having any issues up front so far. He's currently setting sail with them too busy to battle for second than they are trying to close up for the race lead. 1.6 seconds is the margin that they need to close up to at the moment. Of course, Pettit, experience in Squeeze Championship and top 3 runs, also a top 5 one time in 2023 in the USPKS competition. Starting to get a little bit divey again is Abernathy. Ives, and getting passed up in the field. Ives dropping all the way back. Remember, he was as high as 3rd in the last heat Not so much this time. He's going straight back. Speaking of going towards the back, this is now the mid-pack on screen. We'll need some battling amongst the top 10 or so on screen. And this pack right now is amongst the drivers continuing to see different lines having to be played. They want to be smart about things. Ryan Morton wanting a top 10, gets himself a top 10. Also just behind him, Bowen Green trying to make up lost ground, trying to stay up with them as Wargo now gets pressurized by Caleb Tartar. Tartar holding on to the 12th position at the moment. Some battling now for 13th up along the curbing. This time going Harper Barbie. Now he sets into line. The 812 machine aboard still holds on to the top 10 as time progresses now. About 3 minutes to work with or so on the clock. The lead is 1.6 seconds for those wondering up on the board. Seems to be staying that way for now, even with Antonino having no major lunges from behind by Murphy to deal with. So far, they've not been able to close up the ground. Last time by Pettit gained a 10th on the battle for second position, in fact, even with Murphy setting the purple lap time for this race. Pettit seems to be in control here unless Antonino and Murphy can really start making some inroads starting now.
It's a much-needed result here if it does hold for Travis Pettit for what has been a lot of close calls so far this weekend. That TB kart's had a lot of speed in it, and now this is a refreshing session for him. I'm sure it's the same feeling for the entire paddock here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, for the sun to be shining and warming this place up. It's been cold, it's been rainy, it's been overcast and gloomy, and now we're with the sun out. Great racing. Awesome battles for every single division, it's felt like we've had to talk about. This is probably one of the more tame races on the day, and there's still lots of battles through the field. And we're broadcasting to probably the biggest jumbotron karting's been on in the sport's history, the big back straightaway TV. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go here in this A group heat race. John Antonino Jr. trying to draw back in Travis Pettit, but last time by, head-to-head, he only was able to make up a 1/10 of a second. He needs a lot more, and Tristan Murphy, at least he's playing nice with him, Justin. He's trying to give him that chance. The moment that Tristan goes by on Antonino, or the moment Antonino begins to defend, well, that will throw the race away. But right now, there's a sliver of hope, just a little bit, with 4 laps to go, essentially, at 1:20 plus 2 laps remaining. Emerson Lane on screen, or Benham Abernathy on screen. Sorry, mixed up one of the Hotes DD entries. Just ahead of Lorenzo Varela. And then there is Parker Ives on that Ryan Perry Motorsport OTK. Parker dominated this race in the Swift Stars division last year, and in his junior national debut, this kid is running exceptionally well. P6 here. It should put him in a top 15 spot overall if it holds. And he might get more because they're fighting in front of him. Varela versus Abernathy, wheel to wheel coming out of the last turn.
Abernathy able to cover things off for now, but once again, every time there's been a chance like that, for the most part, there's been a crossover immediately back. And that's the tough thing. You have to cover that off if you want any chance without getting overly defensive in that position, because it's so hard to stick it on the outside. And 1 and 2, usually you lose the spot if you don't keep it by the switchback by turn 3. So these drivers just about out of time on the timesheets, at least. Only 10 seconds left. This is going to be close, actually.
This is going to be really close. Do we get another lap here? I don't know how close it will get as they round that final turn. Timer hits 0, double sticks in the air. So that's going to be it for this one. 2 more laps left here from Charlotte Motor Speedway as we continue to watch this fight for second. Antonino's now lost it, and it is up to Tristan Murphy to try and lead the charge back.
Unless they close up half a second a lap, it's going to be extremely out of range, I think, right now, to be able to get up to Pettit. I think, though, Antonino is amongst the drivers that is very good on speed in draft. Every time he's in the slipstream, he seems to be able to line things up very well. Seems to be getting himself in that position yet again here, coming to the white. Side by side for second again, makes the move.
Makes it stick here. He'll block it off low down in turn 1, right in front of the crowd. Through turns 1 and 2, Tristan Murphy still kind of lurking along on that Ryan Perry Motorsport machine. Lorenko Varela still trailing back there in that 4th position as they work their way through and around the back sector of the racetrack. Down the backstretch, Antonino low, Murphy high. Flip-flop them now.
Good job, Travis. Number 1, remember right.
Off once again with the Swift Stars. Enzo De Janeiro sending it on Maxwell Macha, fighting for the lead. Right behind them with a great start, Nicholas Mose on that OKP Kart Republic, the 133 machine, bringing the fight forward here as the field continues to work its way through that opening sector. Behind them, with Holden Myers' second group, you've got Jaden Francisco, Santiago Orioli there in the 1-1-6, Jake Manalio, and then Cade Wolf before Luca Becquerel and Dominic Gaddis. Your top 10 here as we approach the halfway mark in heat number 2 for the Swift Stars here, Justin.
Off to a good start so far for De Janeiro once again. The question is going to be, can Macha find the macho move to get alongside for a pass in this situation? The last couple laps, it's been about dead even with De Janeiro. They're the fastest karts on the racetrack, and they are bumping together almost, it looks like. Trying to stay lockstep to work the speeds forward right now and be able to keep it a 3-car breakaway with Mose in the popcorn seat.
Yeah, Nicholas Mose, this is an improvement for him from the opening heat race. Enzo De Janeiro with a little better getaway as well. Maxwell Macha holding right even and just kind of pushing him along here as they work their way through that back corner and down the run into the infield here at turns 10 and 11. Beyond them, there's a look, a little pass for fourth. Jaden Francisco gets by on Holden Myers, so change that spot now.
And that's still a fair bit back right now. They aren't closing up like they need to. Enjoying the conversation right now. All that is wow. Macha starting to go for the move. They can work to the outside, not that time. Just trying something different. Had the momentum to pull alongside. With the wrong spot to do so for that pass.
He's got to be careful of where he pulls it here. He's going to try it at the end of the back straightaway. There it is. Maxwell Macha back to the lead. Enzo De Janeiro back to second, sliding in nicely there. No issues whatsoever. And behind them, Jaden Francisco continues to lead that group forward. So more progress for 4th, 5th, and 6th towards the leaders with every pass, with every shuffle, with every kind of misstep or step off the racing groove as this fight continues here just past 2.5 minutes to go, plus 2 laps in heat number 2.
Right now it's going to be planning and planning yet again to situate yourself. We know that that 190 machine has the speed to be able to pull forward, does so yet again to be able to get in front. So De Janeiro has been looking very strong all throughout the day today. Whenever the situation has been put in, been able to withstand that set pressure up the front of the field. After all, he's a Winter Series champion, continuing to thrive here in the springtime.
So now, with 2 minutes left, plus 2 laps, still lots of racing left, still lots to potentially sort out amongst the field, but closing in for your top 6. De Janeiro's group now from 3 will double, and we get even closer to the further back groups as well with every pass. So it's not just 4th, 5th, and 6th that could close up. There could be more that join the fray and join the fight here before this race is all said, done, and dusted. 6 cars in a line, trailing Enzo De Janeiro, who leads them out of that final hairpin.
Still got about more than a minute to work on the clock here as they are gaining more and more cars with the squabbling. In the matter of Ken Francisco still to leapfrog some cars. He's had some speed to be able to battle up in this conversation all throughout the day so far today. Now it's going to be, can De Janeiro, meanwhile, in that purple and blue helmet, continue to pull away a bit here, get some breathing space, or is Macha just cooling down the tires before one more hard charge for the end of this one?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, at this point here, the one thing as well, Justin, to keep in mind too with the Swifts and both the Swift Stars and the Micro Swift drivers is that the tire management doesn't normally play as much of a factor, and it's also a little bit more stable for them to go kind of to the different parts of the racetrack because it's the same size front and rear, where it's just the front tire is a 4.5 incher for the full-size classes, and they go to 7.1 inch rear tires. These ones are the same size all the way around. It allows a little bit easier maneuverability But on that same point, the marbles not going on a smooth surface, going offline where all that dirt, dust, and debris is, past the dark groove, that still plays a factor. So you have to be careful with your positioning in terms of cleaning them. But in terms of heating them up or cooling off, I think if anything, it's about hitting the right peak on air pressure, and that's set up leading in. There's a little bit of not overheating your tires for sure, but I would say less so with a car that weighs about 100 to 150 pounds less than the other divisions. However, forget any of that when you get down to 2 laps to go like we are now. It's just battle. It is pass or be passed. And unfortunately for the field, that's not the case for the lead. They're fighting for third on back. Macha's got a bit of breathing room now. Nicholas Mose is feeling the heat from Canada's Jaden Francisco right there down the back straightaway. All over him in that RPM Nitro card. Holden Myers, Santi Orioli, they're lurking on, wanting to find a way past, but the 133 is parking the bus on the bottom, nowhere for anyone to go. Macha's going to get a nice and healthy gap here, and so will Enzo De Janeiro as he's headed to the white flag. Macha's even eating into that gap just a little bit. Let's see if it came down. Maybe it opened up. No, indeed. I was mistaken there. Opened by 3/10. So De Janeiro's safe and away. Check out that move. Oh, no. Around goes Holden Myers. At the exit of turn number 2, the 136 gets turned around as Orioli tried a crossover.
Hit the curbing and pushed him straight into Myers, and that is obviously going to be frustrating. Some big blocks going on for Mose as he tries to hold on to a podium position, but Francisco has the momentum here. Mose getting passed along the outside for the move.
Big move there, but an over-under for him. Really a close off at the exit of the corner. Should hold it to the line. Enzo De Janeiro scores the Heat 2 victory. Macha second, Mose third. To the line in a heated battle at the end. What a drive for Cade Wolf to hold back a hungry pack of wolves. Luca Becquerel, Jake Manalio, Dominic Gaddis, and a late hard charge by Cameron Johnson. And the Team FMS boys get a top 10 out of this one here with the Swift Stars coming to an end. Little change there at the line is all for 21st. Anthony Mazzaculo able to get by on one of the BJR LN cards, but another session down. Enzo De Janeiro puts Paralympic Motorsports USA on top of the pylon. Velocity Racing Sodi Kart second, but still a very respectable run for Maxwell Macha off that top qualifying effort from this morning. Nicholas Mose, Jaden Francisco, Santi Orioli, your top 5. One more class still set to go on the undercard, and it's got 2 full action-packed heat races. There is Chase Buscali getting some last-minute advice from team owner Chris McCrone and the McCrone Motorsports Comp Kart Camp. Starting small, and the focus effort here for this Ohio-based operation is just try to go out and compete for wins at the Stars Championship Series in 2025. The reason for their limited schedule and their resurgence here on the scene, Justin, well, another new racetrack is on the horizon. Spearheaded by that man there in the white hat, Chris McCrone himself, the Lorain, Ohio Kart Complex is going to be making its debut later this year. The track has been paved. There is more construction continuing there on the home front, and he's excited to bring more major events to the central state of Ohio. 2 new racetracks in the great state of Ohio this year. The Midwest is going to be full of top-tier circuits. But for top-tier racing here in the Southeast, it's hard to say that it gets a whole lot better than Charlotte Motor Speedway, America's home for racing. Hudson Brown has been a name known well around these parts. We've talked about him a little bit earlier in the show. He's been in the picture in both of the times we've seen him in official sessions, both qualifying with a great run to put him on the first couple rows in the heat races, and in a solid drive in heat number 1. He's been putting that gold card sticker kit to use. You saw a couple black marks there. And then just ahead of him, Oliver Merak for the Racing Edge Motorsports Camp. Well, that purple, pink, and white machine is going to be on the outside of the front row for your upcoming heat race with KA Stars. 2 more classes on the undercard structure, and then the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show closes out the day with OKN Junior, OKN Stars, and of course, the badasses in Pro Stars. There's a look at Josh Campbell on the BJRLN card. Here's a look at the time charts as well. Again, for that Stars Championship Series Pro Show presented by Mazda Motorsports, that second moto, the final race session they'll have on the weekend before the big dance, the main events tomorrow afternoon. They'll lead us off. They'll have a warm-up tomorrow first thing for a final look and a final test run of all the parts and pieces on those karts. And then it'll be time to go racing at 1:15 p.m. Eastern. Free to view for all around the world. And of course, we'll have a bit of a bigger attendance off of some extra promotion here this week, and hopefully one heck of a crowd to watch our main events for the Queen City Gambit. The 1 minute signal being given here by the Pixelcom Track Systems North America safety light system. And of course, your head grid marshal, Justin Newcomb, ready to let them loose. Let's look at how they'll line up here. Buscalia, Oliver Marak, Henry Taylor, and Hudson Brown. And back from them, we saw Josh Campbell and Alex Machado on row number 3. Anthony Rivera and David Baker on row 4. And then Cash Perkins and Raheem Alabai complete your top 10 as we look backwards here from that, Justin.
Alex Murray in 11th and Luke Welcome back in the 12th position. Brock Knowles in 13th. Autumn Fisher, once the DNFs in the last run, they'll start 14th. Daniel Perez and Talon Drake in the top 16. Justin Music working to put some good music down alongside Mason Surgener. Then you have Logan Muir and Ben Lyda back in the 20th position. It goes all the way back to 24th spot. Carson Sauter was a big mover in the last race. Then you have Santinello along with Angel, I should say, and Simpson rounding out the field.
Alex, what do you have for us as the KA Stars hit the high banks?
Yeah, really quick, Xander. We all know qualifying and starting good is one thing, but actually finishing the heats well is where you start yourself for the pre-final and get into that A main. Chase Buscalia, Josh Campbell, Alex Machado, all involved in incidents in that first heat. Buscalia with a DNF. Josh Campbell went back to 15th. Machado with a penalty because of the incident with Campbell down in 20th. So those guys, while they're all starting in the top 10, one being on pole, they need a better heat race here.
Thank you, Alex. Let's see what they can do with Heat 2 on deck. KA Stars, Chase Buscalia and Oliver Marak lead your field down to turn number 1. A little bit of contact as Luke Welcome rips the high side, and he's going to unfortunately hit the marbles and go off.
Yeah, great start by Marak again. They're already side by side still for second spot. Absolute squabbling from the front runners there as Brown and a few others try and sort things out. Now they're getting very defensive, trying to send themselves down the back straight away. Absolute craziness to start. This is exactly what Marak wants to see, a fractured pack to start things off for him.
Big gap from Josh Campbell as well. He's got clear racetrack behind him before you get to the fight for third. Henry Taylor on that Timmy Tech comp card, then Brown, and then a mad scrum behind Raheem Alabai here at the end of this opening circuit around. Let's watch them and see how they change hands across the line. Great opening lap for Justin Music from 18th on the grid now, up and into the top 10, trying to make a Hail Mary run here in this heat race and get himself above the cut line for the A pre-final. The Arcade Motorsports Tony car driver up a ton of spots already.
Yeah, and remember last race was disastrous, was a part of an incident that sent him off into the grass, and now has been outright flying his way through this pack. Meanwhile, some of the front runners, we look up front, you have Taylor hearing that.
Anthony Rivera on the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic with a problem as Music has another send. Big move down the inside of Daniel Perez on the DPC Motorsports machine. Look at Oliver Marak really backing it up early. I am very surprised to see that, Justin. Josh Campbell closing in, Henry Taylor on his heels, and Oliver Marak is feeling the pressure and wanted to block for first on the end of the opening lap, and that will stack him and pack him here if he's not careful.
Right now, those two are closing up pretty significantly on the draft. Looking for the send inside for second. There goes Taylor. Crossover back by Campbell to be able to square back up into second. Allowed Hudson Brown to close right on up. Another side-by-side move for Campbell, or rather on Taylor by that spot to get across there. There is a lot of damage. Look at the 926. Buscalia has not had some luck. That is definitely a front nose askew. If you see that twisted about like that, that's definitely going to be problems for the 926 right there. Askew, very big.
Now, not only is he struggling just visibly there, that throws your mental game off as well as it does with the aerodynamics and the handling. And of course, it's probably hitting his hands with how close the steering wheels are to the NASA panel. So a loose NASA panel for Chase Buscalia right off the rip there. You saw it's breaking fully off now of both bolts. It's hanging on just because it's caught on one of the two support beams right off the steering column. But a great catch by our KC camera crew once again. And we keep an eye on that overall pack right now, led by Oliver Merak with a little gap back off of Henry Taylor to Hudson Brown on the gold cart there in third. Campbell to Buscalia, to Machado, to Alibi. Justin Music up and into ninth here as we try to get some intel of what just went wrong for Anthony Rivera right off the rip here in heat number 2.
Yeah, the moment he rolled off the pits, guys, his airbox completely fell off. He tried to make do with what he could, but obviously without an airbox, life becomes pretty difficult pretty quickly. So with a P5 in heat number 1 and a DNF here, it's going to be touch and go for the A main tomorrow.
Yeah, a 24th and a 5th would still be roughly above the 15 position average, but just by a hair when you look to try and see if you're going to make it above that line to the A pre-final. But it all really depends how everyone else fares in this heat race, how close they all are, plus or minus on those points. For Oliver Merak, this is a good start here now. It took a moment to kind of stabilize, but he's been all right. On the other end, Chase Buscalia, that nose cone has fully become dislodged. I'm not sure if that's going to stick or if they're going to pull the meatball flag out for the 926, and this could be hugely detrimental to his hopes of getting above that line, because you can see now it's fully gotten past. Both bolts have, both safety pins have come off. It has ripped through one side. It was being kind of held in place by gravity and catching on the support beam on the other side, and now fully off to the wayside here. Buscalia is still wheeling that thing right now without any issue behind Josh Campbell. If he pulls out a line, though, and he hits the wind himself, then it would be a sail, but not ideal for Chase Buscalia right now.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be not only annoying, but very frustrating, to say the very least. Now with that cart, the way I'm surprised that hasn't flown off at this point. How much is holding on by just a thread up at the front of the field. All this as well, he's still maintaining the draft with Hudson Brown and Josh Campbell. All this as well, the top 2 run away well, make it the top 1. Henry Taylor put his right sides into the grass. That's definitely going to cost him if they go across the little bump.
Post-race, question mark?
As they exit the back here, or the final turn, here we go. Coming out of that last corner and down the front stretch, 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Oliver Merak back to Henry Taylor, Hudson Brown, Josh Campbell, Chase Buscalia, still on the racetrack, still in the top 5. Don't know what will happen beyond that. Machado, Alibi, Justin Music has caught up to the back of that group. The Arcane Tony Kart is continuing to chip away. He's put in some of the fastest laps of the race. The purple lap still is held by P2, Henry Taylor, but on the move for the 952 with Justin Music. Cash Perkins then runs in the 9th spot. David Baker in the 10th spot for the Fox & Son team, while the second half of the KA Stars field is getting ready to go green. That's Lucas Szabo on your right, Davin Roberts in the middle, and Peyton Phillips, Arcane teammate to Justin Music there on the left. Buscalia making a move now on Josh Campbell. What happens if Hudson Brown gets away, or if he gets around Hudson Brown to that nose cone? That'll be something to keep tabs on here. With we now right around 4, maybe 5 laps remaining here in this heat race. Justin Music closing in to Raheem Alibi, a great forward charge. The same for Cash Perkins as well, kind of riding with his coattails. And then you go back to Knowles, the 902 of Brock Knowles on his national debut, leading the next pack. This is 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. He's gone past David Baker. Danny Perez runs right behind him. And then a little gap back to 13th in Alex Murray on that Prodigy Motorsports Maranello with 45 seconds plus 2 laps to go.
Still plenty of time. But mind you, this is while that 926 actually made a pass, believe. Yes, to be able to, if they finish on the podium without that NASA panel, I'm not sure how that's going to fare out, obviously, the post race. But man, oh man, it's been an interesting race so far. Merak again backing up speed from heat number 1, continuing on with this pace. Now it's the question of, can he back it up by tomorrow with the way things are looking for Merak? You have to put in that conversation.
Yeah, you have to keep him in your notes here when we look to what the main event, what even the A pre-final will be. It'll be the first time we'll have all of the stars all together for the KA Stars division. Look at the nose cone now. It's even starting to touch that right front tire on Chase Buscalia's car. So that could also affect him, especially in these left-handed corners as it rubs against the MG tire. And if that affects that tire wear at all, again, they have to run, I believe, the whole weekend on a single set. You can see him even a little out of shape there in that left-hand sweeper at the end of the back straightaway. He's doing everything he can to hang on to it and wheel it as it is, but look at it. I mean, it is now dragging almost right behind the bumper. If it goes in front of that bumper, that thing's going to fly right off.
Yeah, just holding on for dear life at this point. That piece of material is right now, but 2 laps to go already taken. Just has to make it a couple more times around. If anything, might have a strong chance if he can build up some momentum here to get around Hudson Brown for a podium position, surprisingly, with that damage. Remember, he was the DNF that we talked about in Heat 1. He needs to stay on the track. He can't just say, I've got damage I can pull in. He's got to try and tough it out, in which he's done throughout this entire run. He has to survive to the end at least.
For sure. He has to at least hang on. At this point here, it's a testament of heart and grit for Chase Buscalia. Behind him, Justin Music now is closing in on Alex Machado. And Raheem Alabai is faded. And Machado will be the next one on the chopping block for Music, but we're at crunch time. 1 to go. Can he get another one before this one's over? And with a result like this, a 6th or a 7th for Justin Music should put him safely into the A pre-final. It'll be still an upward battle to get a good spot to fight from in the main, but it's not over yet. Half a lap to go still with more movement through the field. Up front, Oliver Marak has been able to keep Henry Taylor at bay for this entirety of the run that we have kind of put them on the back burner camera-wise. Hudson Brown still leading that next group for 3rd. But Canada is going to score the win in the form of Oliver Marak and the 999. REM wins Heat 2 in KA Stars Group B. Back to Taylor, Brown, Buscalia, and Josh Campbell. Machado hangs on over a hard-charging Justin Music, whose forward progress will end at 7th. And that much-needed charge up the board should help his chances. Luke Welcome only able to rebound to 18th after going wide and catching the marbles on that opening lap. That one may hurt a little bit more, though, here, Justin.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, as you see the rest of the results on screen. Again, for some of these drivers, it's now going to come down to how the formula plays out with their finishes. What happened here? It's going to be interesting to see who makes that cut line, but we still have one more heat to determine who's going to be across that cut line to go for this class.
So it's time to go through the back of the field really quickly here just to show you the remainder of the results beyond Mason Surgener's MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. Of course, he ends up just right around that danger zone of P15. And then again, looking back, Luke Welcome only able to get back to 18th at the line. Talon Drake, Carson Sauter just ahead of him. The only couple of DNFs there at the tail end of your screen of Anthony Rivera obviously out early. But the rest looks like they were able to finish down to Big Ben Lida in 23rd of the 24. But the focus shifts now to the A group, and the odd-numbered qualifiers have one standout superstar, and that is the kid on your screen. Jared Clark has been exceptional this weekend. Qualified on the pole, dominated the opening heat race, walked away from the field, and when you are that fast that early, you know it's a matter of time when the field can eventually figure out what you're doing or figure out what they need to do what you do and match that speed, or if they try to capitalize off the start and shuffle you back, because a performance like what he put on in that first heat race, it puts a little target on your back. He looks cool and collected, though. He's just ready to get that engine fired up, I think, right now, Justin. Chilling out, ready to lead this field to green.
Yeah, looks very calm or bored. It's one of those two things. For some of the others that are just trying to keep calm before they get the fire off here. But hey, looking at the data, something at least on the phone he didn't like to see in terms of the data. We'll have to see what happens during the racing itself, though, when we get going in a couple minutes here, to be able to give him some more pep to the energy, so to speak.
No doubt. Needs a little wake-up call. The pace lap will do that to you in the start. We'll do it if the pace lap doesn't. But there it is. The command to fire engines from Justin on the grid. And back to me and you here, Justin, in the booth. We're ready for our final heat race of the standard structure. All of these drivers will again have a warm-up session the first thing in the morning tomorrow, then pre-finals. That will lead us into a short lunch break to prep for the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show with OKN Junior, OKN Stars, and Pro Stars with the PixelCom safety light system ready to turn from a blinking red to a green and allow them to fire off onto the circuit here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Again, while this is the last class of the regular structure, folks, don't go anywhere. The Pro Show division still have their second moto to run, which will be a blast to witness. OKN-J, OKN Stars, and Pro Stars has a lot of storylines especially, but all three of them really do when it comes to setting their grids for the main tomorrow. For KA Stars, let's fire them off. Let's take a look at that grid once again, how they will stack up for heat number 2 with the A group, the odd number drivers. So for KA Stars, again, just like the rest of the categories here this weekend, it's a static grid, and oh no, may not be so static. Enzo Vidmontien's got an issue. That motor is slowly clearing out as he tries to take a look around at the carburation and the throttle cable line. I don't know what may be a struggle for him. He definitely bogged it down, but all right, I think we're going to be okay. Now he's going to have to hustle to get back ahead before the commitment line, but the field's already at full song. What's that going to do for Enzo? Well, he was slated to start second. We'll see where he ends up crossing the line and if he gets a penalty. Mauricio Hernandez, Sam Mavrutsky, who may get booted up to the front row, Ryan Crouch, Oliver Hodgson, Roberts, Koyen, Phillips, and Joshua Sumvalis. Your top 10 starters as we take a look further back.
You have Zach Frank in the 11th spot. You have Zabo in the 12th spot. Manning and Harrell are in 13th and 14th. The rest of the field zips away as it's time to go. And yes, looks like we have some movement up in the front row as a result of that issue off and away.
There we go. Green flag in the air. Oh no, off the bat, Ryan Crouch is turned off the front bumper of Davin Roberts as they stack up, and Crouch is going to be slow to refire. Enzo Vidmontien also, tail end of the field, trying to charge his way forward. And we got more problems. Mauricio Hernandez and the Rocket Racing Company, they're dropping like flies out of the top 5 starters. He's got a serious issue on that LN kart. And Oliver Hodgson picking up the pieces and moving into second now, just ahead of another one of those BJR entries this time. That is, that's Sam Mavrutsky, sorry, on the AEM Karting EOS kart that he slipped through to get into second and push him back to third. All the while, the North Carolina kid, Jared Clark, leads away here with a lap and a second all ready to boot.
Down here with Chase Biscaglia. Chase, I mean, first and foremost, I think we just got to talk about the elephant in the room there. Your front nose cone was flailing like crazy. Did it affect the handling at all for your go-kart?
A little bit. The Macron Motorsports comp kart was rolling the whole race, but yeah, that definitely had a big impact when it goes into like the S's and the straightaway. But overall, it wasn't too bad. It was just a little bit enough to be noticeable.
Talk to me about your weekend. I mean, obviously, first heat race didn't go as planned, but qualifying was pretty good. Do you feel like as long as you can make the A pre-final tomorrow, you'll be good?
Yeah, I think I'll be good. It's just a matter of how I'm able to just race. And I obviously had some struggles today, but I think in the end it was good. Just good learning experience starting from pole when I haven't been in a kart in 4 months, so pretty good.
The team as a whole has been pretty quick this weekend. What's it been like under the tent?
It's been really good. All 3 of us have been just comparing data. We've all been really fast, all inside the top 5, so it's just been really good, and I think we'll all be up front tomorrow.
All right, congrats, Jason. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
There you have it from Chase Biscaglia as we check back in here with the opening laps getting underway and the field shaking out. Here's Drew James just getting around what looks to be Chase Adams in the 957. And behind him, you've got a little more action. Here's Ibrahim Dean there in the middle in the Orsilon Tony kart. Oh, big move there from Zach Frank. Remember, he had an issue in Heat 1. He's trying to make up for lost ground and lost time. And unfortunately, he's going to lose a spot. Davin Roberts takes the RPM Tony kart by.
Going to make that move, but all of this as well. Mind you, the lead's checked out. Everybody else is just trying to march ahead if they can, with there still being 5 minutes to work with on the clock. Still, though, some of these drivers need spots. Roberts, in particular, keeping an eye on things. We've seen drivers like Mercer and Anbar have terrible runs. Anbar amongst those that needs to move ahead because his penalty put him back to 20th spot in the first heat of the day. So kind of needs to go. Oh, some near contact on the set. Roberts trying to get around Anbar. Lost some time, and now here comes Frank.
He'll be able to take that spot back. Zach Frank through. Davin Roberts back down to second in the group, and that's going to back him up now into Drew James, into the 957 as well. And more looking on. How about Enzo Vidmontien creeping into frame there? He's closing into this middle group. They're all going to go bumper to bumper through the last turn. Enzo got a big run right to the tail of them on the bumper of Frederick Manning, who's going to make the move down there as we had a side-by-side moment there with some other moments up at the front of the field. Oh, there's a look back. So this is, again, taking a look at what happened to Enzo on the pace lap. Why is our second place starter further back? And then here, off the start, going around right off the front bumper of Davin Roberts there. Ryan Crouch getting spun, and then something amiss for Mauricio Hernandez right after that. So it took a lot of contenders out. It's shaken the top 10, thrown them in a blender, and now we're kind of settling ourselves back into order. Enzo Vidmontien from basically dead last, driving back up the board. He's now found himself, I think, in 11th, maybe 12th. 12th there across the line, just ahead of another one of the REM machines. That's the 965 that he runs just up the road from.
Yeah, so far, all getting squared away. Gonzalez is that 965 you're referring to, by the way, in that regard. So, all of this is with moving ahead to Shabo, up 6 spots. Bretson driving so far by him in this one, but Koyan keeping him honest in terms of this run, in terms of that momentum around this racetrack. It's going to be tough for him to close up to another pack right now with how much the gap's built up. Although you still have Anbar, I think he's going to have happy feet because with the average, it's still going to be touch and go for that 986 here. May need another spot, maybe to be very comfortable, I think. For the most part, it's going to be close for the 986.
2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. That's TJ Koyan there ahead, just behind Szabo, kind of fading low for a second. Eventually bailed back into line. And a big move from Davin Roberts around the inside, around the outside. Looking to go by Hamza Anbar. Last turn, not going to be able to do anything there. Szabo still has to deal with TJ Koyan. In the 968, looking low, into 5th. A little bit of a slider there, but TJ Koyan takes the AMV Factory Best card up and into the top 5 now. Good ways back from the leaders. Avrutsky still well up the road, trailing from Phillips. Oliver Hodgson still second as Jared Clark continues to get away with a healthy margin that has only grown over the course of this second heat race.
Almost 2 seconds. Clark continue what he's done all day. Hodgson, though, has had to scratch his way and forward his way past some of these carts all day long. Peyton Phillips, again, was the other position around with Hodgson when it came to the battling in heat number 1. Might see Phillips be able to try and launch something forward here pretty soon to be able to rip back that second spot and try to repeat the performance from the first race. Still a good starting spot regardless with where they're sorted out at the moment.
Koyan's now got Davin Roberts on his heels. Here comes the young gun to the inside. Koyan will let him go. Try to tuck right in behind him, keeping tabs on the group further back. Now he'll cross him over. Fade a little low. I think he'll tuck back in. Big fight now as they go to the bottom. Lucas Szabo now right there on the 968. The rookie Davin Roberts now in a great spot for 5th. Blocking in the last turn. Let's see if the veteran can pull an over-under on him. He'll have the momentum. He'll have the inside through the kink. He'll get that spot back. Roberts wanting to send it into the side of Koyan there in turn 1, but he backed out of it. Nice move there. Davin cut TJ a break as he was only about halfway down the inside. Koyan didn't want to give it up. Meanwhile, for second, well up the road from that group there for P5, Peyton Phillips has gone by Oliver Hodgson here, coming to 2 laps to go, potentially, maybe 3, but I don't know if they'll make it in time. Jared Clark is hurrying along to try and get to that end of the race. It'll be right on the limit, I think, here. 5 seconds, 4, 3. Let's see, do we get the double sticks? We do not. The timer continues, 3 laps to go.
More circuits around here at this point. Phillips now going to have to play some heavy defense because Hodgson going to want that spot right on back. We already mentioned that this is how they finished previously in the running order. In fact, the whole top 4 is lockstep in where they finished off the previous running. But now you can see the tighter apex is just trying to build momentum, try and build up some runs, find something different to be able to get something closed up here with Hodgson.
Yeah, I don't know if there's much that can be gained here from either side. The only really benefit of waiting a little longer is just buying themselves time away from Avrutski. But more than anything, both drivers getting a good education of each other's weaknesses and strengths. As, oh wow, things have really exploded in that end of the top 10 group. Oh, big slider there. Ryan Crouch trying to make up for getting spun off the start. Great charge back forward for him into 7th. You can see he's almost back to nearly neutral there, only a net loss of 3. A much needed recovery, the same for Vidmontien. Closing back in, now he goes to work on the back of Roberts. Koyen's gonna cover low. Vidmontien to the inside of the rookie. And a fellow rookie in Enzo as well, I should correct myself. Low there, fends him off. Koyen fending off Crouch is gonna get Zach Frank a lot of real estate now, and the Eyes Up Racing Expree moves forward. Vidmontien with a late diver on Crouch. That'll put him back 2 spots. Vidmontien now moves into 7th and sets his sights on Koyen, but Roberts is going to send one down the inside in turn 1. It'll take them both wide, and here comes Chris Harrower into the mix again.
Able to squeak on by as a result. Great run, I will say, for Vidmontien, no matter what you can say. Having to start from the back because of his issue up at the very start of this one. Still going to be good on the metric, you would have to say, for up front in this final lap around.
Jared Clark's going to cruise to victory. It's a sweep of the day, a perfect weekend so far for Jared Clark. Heat 2 winner. Oliver Hodgson able to get back around Peyton Phillips at the end. Look at the battling here, down to the final turn. Vidmontien on Roberts, and an over-under. Frederick Manning is going to get all of them on the last lap. How many spots he's going to jump? He'll go into 8th at the line. Crouch will end 7th. Koyen gets away in 6th. Vidmontien 9th. Drew James 10th. And Davin Roberts goes from 8th to 9th to 12th as Ibrahim Dean slips by on the last couple laps as well. Then Harrower, Aiden Shimbashi, Joshua Sumvalis. The top 15 from the final heat race for KA Stars. And let's take a look back through the remainder of the results. Lucas Zabo, Byron Daly, Hamza Anbar, Nick Mercer, Carter Thompson, and a handful of DNFs. Chase Adams, Makai Winfrey, Peyton Klein, and Mauricio Hernandez from the field. Let's go down to the scale line for the raw audio. I'm sure Alexander Sherrill will be giving us more intel, and we'll be gearing up here shortly for OKN Junior at the end of it all as well.
Oliver Hodgson, let's talk to you. We talked to Jared Clark after the first heat race. I want to hear from the guy that finished P2 to the one that seemingly everyone is chasing right now. What do you think you're missing to get up to the 916 there?
Such a fast track. I think the small details add up really quick, and he's in a really good rhythm and got everything gelled. So, yeah, I think we're kind of steadily working forward. So, yeah, we'll see tomorrow. But, yeah, we're by no means perfect here. So, hoping that we can deliver tomorrow.
From the heat races we've watched and from you know the times that we've been here before in years past as well, you lose a lot of time making moves. How tough is it to race around here in KA?
I think, yeah, just got to keep, like you said, you can lose a lot of time, so ideally you just want to stay flowing. So it really depends with the group around you how they want to play it. But, yeah, when you got someone really quick out front, I think it strings the field out. So you'll probably see him really calm racing when we have Clark out in front when he's stringing everyone out. So we'll see if anyone can get close enough tomorrow.
Thanks, Oliver.
Thanks.
Great point by Oliver, and what a replay as well from our boys in the booth and the camera crew. Davin Roberts popped a wheelie off the curbing going through the S's trying to fight with Enzo Vidmontien. Here's another look at it, hanging on, and boom! 4 wheels in the air, leaping. and Enzo jumping the curb as well on the left. Washed out and maybe opened the hands a little to clear himself. And then Roberts, momentum broken, dirty tires, loses 1, 2, 3, 4 spots in that final turn. Craziness to close things out there in the top 10. The Mazda Motorsports Pro Show classes are up next, folks. OKN-J will kick off the first of the 3 in the final round of Heat and Moto races here today. We'll see you on the other side.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food. I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, and you
Cut back quick from that as we've got problems here. Ashton Woon has spun on the outlap, the top qualifier, and he is not allowed to restart. And he is begging, pleading his case with the officials, and now unfortunately he's realizing that the rule in place of no refiring with a spin right there that stalled the engine will take your pole sitter out of the race. There is nothing that can be done, and just like that, the picture changes, and the whole field's confused of what to do now. Where do we go from here? Are we going green that time? No, we're going to try and send them around and make sure they know what to do, because now we'll have third place move up to the pole spot, which I believe would be John Antonino or Max Weiland. And on the outside of the front row, Cole Medeiros, he'll have to stay there. So here's how it'll work. Yeah, Max Weiland on the outside, or Max Weiland, well, this is what it was when they crossed the timing loop. So this is actually a little bit inaccurate. What they should do, I believe, per the book, since they all left the grid in the correct positions, is that the lane moves up once they enter the racetrack. So instead of Cole Medeiros getting to go to the inside lane, it'll actually be Max Weiland that'll get to lead the field to green. John Antonino will stay back on row number 2, but then Ahmed Mustafa will move up to join him. Let's see if the kids can get it right here when they round this final turn. I don't know if that's been communicated down to Medeiros of where he needs to be. Yes, it is. Okay, he knows exactly, well, it looks like. I don't know. He's still lining up on the wrong side of the racetrack. I don't know if Cole knows what the procedure is here. The field's flip-flopped. We're going racing anyway. And Max Weiland's going to try and send it. Look at Antonino riding the cushion. John Antonino to the lead around the outside.
Really quickly able to take advantage of all the discombobulation. How about that up front? Max Weiland able to move his way up to second. More contacts and broken parts over the track.
Parolin on Parolin right there. That was the 144. Grayson Walcott on Ruben Gutierrez. Pop Gutierrez in the air. They both are done. Talk about a shakeup now. Tyrone Kemper Jr., this is a huge opportunity for him to make up some points. Max Weiland to the inside on Antonino. Retakes the lead. Had it for about maybe a foot at the end of the front stretch here. Now he gets it fully across the pylon. Medeiros third, Murphy fourth, fifth for looks to be Ahmed Mustafa in the 110 REM Cosmic. And then behind him, Tyrone Kemper Jr. on that TV kart for Speed Concepts Racing. Leo Saravalli in 7th. Travis Pettit 8th. Sebastian Rist in 9th.
Them all close together with this top 3 trying to break away. Absolute calamity to start off this race, to say the very least. Girls we've seen have a great run last time. REM continuing a stretch of great runs for that entire organization, you can say. What's been done so far, including what we've seen with Marek earlier on today. But the question's going to be for the front runner back.
Oh, another spinner down here. A couple of them, or at least getting sideways. That was Katowski with a big moment.
Yeah, they're getting all slippery and slidey, some of these drivers right now. And Antonino just working on trying to help a breakaway after a little bit of a tap there to Weiland to push him forward.
So now John Antonino on that MPG Factory Kart Republic has to make a decision. Do you want to continue to try and push Weiland? Do you want to go to the lead? You've got Cole Medeiros breathing down your neck. You have potentially more drivers trying to join the party. Let's see what happens as they go to the line. Put this one down. That'll move us again onwards here through the opening sector. 1, 2, 3 still together. Murphy trying to charge. Then Kemper, who's gone by Ahmed Mustafa. Pettit, Rist, Marco Samet, Katowski, De Silva. Let's take a look back at some of the moments. Oh, big downward moment there for Leo Saravalli, but this was the opening lap contact. Grayson Walcott, I don't think Ruben Gutierrez knew he was there at all.
It doesn't look like it at all with that squeeze, but it looks like a send for second. Darrell was able to slip on by Antonino. This allowed Murphy to join into the conversation here. Slip on back for Antonino. He does not want to give up second easily, but they've now lost 4 or 5 kart lanes to Max Weiland.
Yeah, they have got to be mindful of this here, folks. Again, this is not good in terms of keeping their eyes on the prize, and that being the heat race victory. To watch them head out of the backstretch, though. Antonino got at least a good wide run there. Coming into the turn 10-11 complex a little bit wider, but that'll wind him up for a great run up the hill towards that last turn.
Getting wound together at this point with what's going on here, but still lots of racing to go as the sun starts to get ready to set pretty soon. Darrell's trying to take a poke to the inside yet again, but no place to send it alongside quite yet. No space to go in the end, so to speak, for a move.
Still a long race, even as chaotic as it has been in the opening couple laps, and that's, of course, a big adjustment for, I'm sure, a lot of these junior drivers, just knowing how much time you really have. I mean, 12 minutes plus 2 laps doesn't sound like a long time, but on a racetrack that's sub 45-second lap times, it is. It feels like an eternity at points. You have a lot of time to really think and kind of go through things, and you have a lot of time to make up for mistakes early on. So John Antonino Jr., Cole Medeiros riding, letting Max Weiland tow them along. As long as they don't feel like he's starting to excel and they're starting to fade, it's not the worst place in the world to be. Let him be the one to be the first to hit dirty racetrack. Although, I say that, and now Antonino says, I want to lead, and he's going to lose. Maybe one more for it. No, he'll hang on. Good over-under, though. Good cross-up from Max.
Able to put it back into a great position as Antonino had across the marbles. Darrow's getting crossed up himself, and now their signature just try and work together here. Try and keep things calm after the back and forth we're seeing, because every time they do that, they lose about 2 laps of progress to the back end of Weiland. And again, they're trying to get reset to close that gap back down. They're going to have to keep it calm for a little bit if they want a chance for the race lead fully here and get a true chance for the win.
Pettit to the inside and through on Tyrone Kemper Jr. The TV kart swapping spots, and now Travis moves himself to 6 as Tyrone has lost a little bit of speed as this race has kind of hit its midway point. Back from him still is Saravalli with Sebastian Rist and more. Running around 9th, 10th. A little gap to Katowski in 11th. Then it's Leo De Silva, Keith Lewis Jr., Arthur Barbet, Juther Malaswamy, Achilles Sapirko, Jeremiah Thomas. Amelia Gus Wonderl at least able to compete in this one. And then Jose Shermer went out earlier as well on that Orsolone Tony kart. So we lost Ashton Woon, our top qualifier, stalled it on the outlap. The Paralins, Ruben Gutierrez and Grayson Walcott colliding on lap 1 took them out. And then as well, Jose Shermer going out the following lap on lap number 2 has us down to just 18 of the 22 original starters. Big move there for Antonino. He takes over the lead now. Weiland back to second.
Continuing to squabble yet again. That's what Antonino wanted at least. Himself back up to the front of the field. There's still a lot of laps to go here. At least 5 minutes worth of racing plus the 2 laps, give or take. About at least 10 more laps, give or take, to work with on the board. Take a look at the replay on the pass. Weiland just opened the door. Jumping on through it with a good run. Antonino built up the run to get alongside for the second last corner. Now is looking to try and pull away. He's built a strong buffer with them battling again for second. Medeiros follows through. And once again, this time the signals actually worked to be able to help Antonino and Medeiros to go 1-2.
Yeah, it took a bit. And to be fair, they both kind of did it on their own. But at that same point, Max Weiland, that speed that he had to start this moto, again, that's why you have to be so careful in the opening few laps here to not fall back if you think that your air pressures are a little low, and also not to overshoot it and go too high with them. His speed is tapering, starting to fade maybe, at minimum plateauing, but you can see even there, go-kart getting out from underneath them and lifting the front tires off the ground in turns 10 and 11, so Max Weiland's got to be mindful of that as Tristan Murphy closes in and kind of lurks on back there in that 4th spot. For John Antonino Jr., though, on that MPG Factory Kart Republic, this second moto is looking really good here with 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. The only driver I think he may have to deal with is once again going to be Cole Medeiros. Last time by, Medeiros 8 1/10 out of the gap, so how much can he close back in to Antonino Jr.?
That's the huge question right now. I think there's still plenty of time for him to do that. He's done it already before, mind you. Got alongside. I think the 3rd sector he's really strong at to be able to chew up the gap, close up time in the back end of Antonino to be able to get back in the conversation. Once again, back within a kart length. No issues from Medeiros. These two are in sync, and it looks like they are quicker than Weiland in general now that they're in front.
Yeah, they are slowly dropping 3rd and 4th away from him. I mean, Tristan Murphy, he's hitting some good laps, but nobody's as quick as these two right now. Cole Medeiros just hit his best lap of the race. He went purple overall, fastest driver on the circuit by a full 1/10 and a half. Antonino next best. Close was Weiland. Here goes the REM Cosmic to the lead in the last turn. No crossover available for Antonino. He didn't have the bottom end power. With 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go, Medeiros now takes command.
Now looks to see if he can hold on. I think Antonino, though, has showcased all throughout this race that they're pretty equal footing when it comes to pace. It's just going to be, can he get back to the rear end close enough to be able to do anything in terms of the setup? It's going to take another couple minutes maybe to really get a true answer to that question. Mind you, by the way, if they aren't too careful, Murphy's going to have a chance to close up into this battle, especially since they're fighting now for second, and that's going to be Max Weiland taking advantage of Antonino all of a sudden.
Big move, big slide to the inside, back to the 2nd spot, and the gap for Cole opens up a little bit further. A winner 2 weeks ago at the end of the weekend in Houston. Can he turn that into a win here in Charlotte and continue this Southern U.S. tour with back-to-back checkered flags over a 14-day run? Right now, 4/10 still the gap back to Antonino, who seemed to recover nicely from having to fend off Weiland. He's going to need a couple monster laps, though. Medeiros, he was able to learn, or at least kind of keep his cards hidden from Antonino by following him and closing up. At the line, 4 1/4 tenths here for John Antonino to reel back in your race leader through the S's, and on the short shoot over to 5, 6, and 7 A minute 10 to go. I think we're probably still going to get around to the line. I don't think we'll get enough to get to it 2 more times, so probably call this lap 3 laps to go, but it'll be on the borderline of it all at 12 minutes plus 2 laps here, with Cole Medeiros still spearheading the way.
Yeah, Medeiros at this point is looking very confident. Still running off and away here with less than a minute to work with. Going to be very tight. Looking like we're going to get an arrow lap on top of it. 43 seconds when they cross the line, give or take on the board.
So call it 4, maybe 3 to go. Looking on right now as Cole Medeiros leads, and MPG Motorsports, John Antonino Jr. riding along in second. Alex.
Thanks, Xander Chase. I mean, watching along your driver, John Antonino, what have you been telling him throughout the weekend, and what are you looking for with 3 to go here?
This track's all about momentum and, you know, just keeping the roll speed, you know, constant throughout the whole lap. Not over pushing the corners. You know, Buddy, he's really smart, very patient, can knock out basically every lap out, you know, the same, which makes my job really easy. And then his feedback is good. It's been a bit of a yo-yo effect, you know, as far as the team goes throughout the last couple of days, but he's been really good as far as data and information comes to help the rest of the team. And the Kart Republic, Sani Racing Engines, Go-Kart has been really good in both classes, so hopefully we can pick up a win here shortly.
Thanks, Chase.
Yeah, thank you.
Chase Jones, again, team co-owner of MPG Motorsports. He and Billy Vincent have a good group of drivers with serious shots at the win. John Antonino is closing that gap back to Medeiros. Like Chase said, a bit of a yo-yo effect, back and forth, lap times and gaps as well. That time by the line, 2 to go. He's gonna have a shot at him here at this rate, Justin. That was another 3/4 of a tenth of a second. Lopped off the gap from nearly 4 down to 0.3. Any bobble from either one of them is going to decide it from here on out. If Antonino drops a tire, makes a mistake, it'll probably be over from there. If Medeiros makes a hiccup of any kind, well then Antonino's going to be ready to pounce. A lap and a half left, a car length, maybe a car length and a half between the top 2.
It's closed up just about here. Antonino's got some good corner exit speed, but the problem is Medeiros still holds onto the buffer. White flag is out, final time around. Now it's the question, is there going to be anything left for the 193 to close?
I don't know here. He got a good run through turn 4 that time. It looked like it rolled really nicely. This chicane's going to be key. Little slide there from Antonino, but a great launch onto the back straightaway. He's going to close right up to the rear bumper of Medeiros. All over him there as they exit the backstretch. Through the bend now. Medeiros is going to have to cover. He will. Antonino's all over him. Now he's got to time and keep those RPMs up, but also keep the power at the right points. Oh, Weiland into the right rear tire, spinning out Medeiros. He keeps the kart fired. Antonino wins the moto. Second to Murphy. Pettit third. Weiland will cross in 4th, and Cole Medeiros leads the entire second moto and gets spun in the final turn. And with no way to restart the motor, he joins Ashton Woon on the sidelines. Out. Oh, man.
Wow. Weiland tried to go for the 2-for-1 special. Shop AKR replay on screen. Yeah, he had to send it very deep. Door was closing and right into the side pot of the race leader, into the grass.
I mean, not much you can really more say from that. Both angles tell the story. Medeiros was already into the corner and right at the curb there. Weiland, I think, tried to go up on the curb, realizing he maybe got in a bit too hot and was gonna make contact, and well, it ends up clearing it out.
Good job. I finished 4th, bro, and I lost 10 seconds. Good job.
All right, down here with John Antonino. Put his helmet down here in the seat. John, what a run. What an up and down race. I mean, you were kind of playing with your fuel a little bit, going to first, going back to second. Kind of describe that one to me and how you got it done.
Yeah, it's pretty chaotic. I mean, I don't know where the pace was. I would be fast
a couple laps in a row, and then I'd kind of fall off of my pace. It was kind of inconsistent, but at the end I got it done.
I actually got the chance to speak with Chase Jones mid-race. He was watching along back when you were in second. He said you have really good feedback with the team. Speaking of the team, what's it like under the tent this weekend? What's kind of the atmosphere been like?
It's been awesome. My teammates have been helpful in the K junior class. I've been doing really good. They've been doing good. The whole the atmosphere of the team is just really nice, and yeah.
Overall, pace has been good for you in OKN-J. What are you looking for tomorrow?
That win.
There you go. Short and sweet. Looking for the win for John Antonino. Back to you guys.
Look now here at the rest of this Coastal Link Printing Moto recap. 3 drivers headlining it for the most part. Tristan Murphy lurking on to almost make it 4, but all he could really do was kind of watch from the sidelines. And for a bit here, it looked like any of your top 3, Cole Medeiros, John Antonino, or Max Weiland, would have been able to walk away with the race win. But ultimately, well, they continue to yo-yo, as Chase put it. And at the end, it was Medeiros with the forward charge that started to really bring the action. At points there was frustration because Weiland at one point nearly got a full second away. But John Antonino drove back up to him, sent it, got by him. Medeiros then the same, working together to reel in the race leader. And then Cole had to do that to Antonino before he pulled the trigger and went through in that final corner. And he drove flawlessly from there, but that last lap, well, Weiland and Antonino were going at it beforehand, and that's where, I mean, it looked like a lot of the same types of moves over and over. I mean, great racing between them, and a real pull yourself up by your bootstraps final couple of laps for John Antonino Jr. to reel back in Cole Medeiros, who was not putting really a single wheel wrong. And then on the last corner, big impact right there. Weiland into the side of Cole, and it takes out the other half of your front row. Ashton Moon goes out on the pace lap. Cole Medeiros goes out on the last lap. And just like that, the main event grid is going to be a full shakeup. I'm sure the OKN Stars are hoping for a little bit less chaos from their second moto. Chase Cassiat-Lee impressing here in his senior debut at the Stars Championship Series. Moving straight from the OKN-J division right up to the big boys in OKN Stars and taking it to them in qualifying, backing that up with a P2 in Moto number 2. He thinks he's got a shot at this race win, and he's got one heck of an expert there on the wrenches, Chad Dawkin, who we've known mostly for the Chad Dawkin racing team and a lot of the success behind the speed of Stephen Miller. Now helping out Chase Cassiat-Lee, and the combination that has been found for that Coastal Metal, Coastal Link Printing group has put him on the outside of the front row. James Overbeck needs a rebound here, Justin. Issues in Moto number 1. Well, they basically rode off the number 48. It puts him all the way to the rear with a long way forward in the points.
Yeah, he's going to need a lot of track position kept here and have a shot here as we take a look at some of the others here. Leslie Gundler also amongst those you can throw into the mix that wants to try and improve upon the 6th place finish in the last race. Mind you, too, he was able to pick up some spots with Finnegan Bailiff in the end, getting a 5-second time penalty that shuffled things in the running order. This driver here, Austin Olds, looked very stellar in the early going in the last race. Got a good jump, passed a lot of karts, and that got him a podium finish in that first heat, that first moto rather. Looks like they're getting the green. Just have to hit the racetrack now to be able to get themselves sorted out and gridded up here.
Let's see if they all can get off the line safely. And away we go. Looks good so far. Last couple firing away. Remy Andratos able to breathe a bit easier, and the entire OKN Stars field will make it off the grid. So we've got them all behind the champ. Paulie Massimino, last year's winner, is on a streak of perfection so far. Pole in qualifying and a Heat Moto 1 flag-to-flag run. Although we've got issues for Kieran Rogers. The Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart out here on the pace lap. So we're down 1 just like that here in a very similar fashion to Ashton Woon. Out of the pit lane, too far away to be able to push back and get some help. The mechanics can help you if you're able to push your kart back onto the grid, but they cannot go on the racetrack. The marshals can't help you, and the drivers are not allowed to restart themselves either. So we're down 1, out for the number 5, for the number 40 and the number 31. We're ready to go racing though. OKN Stars out of the last turn. Diego Ramos and James Overbeck on row 2. Henry Wheeler on the inside of row 3. Green flag. Moto 2 is underway for OKN Stars. And contact. Ming Nanzhu goes around. Around for the 35 as well. 2 drivers out in turn number 1, and Diego Ramos is slowing. Ramos continues to have bad luck, and the motor issue does not look sorted, or at least it bogged down. Big fire up there through the S's for Ramos, but the number 2 plate drops back to 6th, and we'll try to see what happened there. I don't believe it was mechanical, getting reports that maybe he was pushed off. So Diego Ramos goes out off to the side now in moto number 2. He drops back to P6, Wheeler up to 5th. Overbeck 4th and fight for the lead. Gassi Lee was able to get one on the champ, but Paulie goes right back behind the last turn.
Massimino able to charge right back up to the point with everything's all squared away here. Remember, Massimino was able to run away in his last race. Well, the red flag situation drew that one to a close. Now it's the matter of Chase Gassi Lee getting the elbows out. Massimino pushed all the way back to 3rd. Overbeck trying to get the run for the outside of the back straightaway, crosses up the 31 and now goes to the point.
Way wide for Wesley Gunler as well, and it's a BJR 1-2 now. Massimino back by on Gassi and Lee. Wheeler's still there. One big line of karts here in OKN Stars as they hover for the bottom side in the last turn. Austin Olds sending one on Diego Ramos, the number 2 plate, still fighting strong. He'll get back around that MPG machine. And here's Massimino blocking from Gassi and Lee. Spinner. Nico DeFillo around on the front straightaway, and I think he just collided with the timing and scoring screen. Oh, and there's more contact. Wheeler into the side of Gassi Lee into the side of Wheeler. Back and forth. Here's Chase with a rebound. At the end of the backstretch, he'll get by him for 3rd, and the PSL boys go side by side. Ramos gets by. Here's Gunler going through. Wheeler finds a gap just ahead of Austin Olds, and then it is Finnegan Bailiff in the 21. All that battling, all that opening lap chaos still ensuing right now as Wheeler sends it on Gunler, but it's allowed Paulie Massimino and James Overbeck to get away. Big time lead for the pair of them.
Yeah, those two just able to take off and away with how things have fared out on the racetrack. Impressive to say the very least. Here's a look at the Shop AKL replay where you see just a contact lifting Ramos up off the ground. That was in the battle for 3rd spot. The slowdown through the grass is what cost him those positions. Able to recover very quickly to be able to be back in the conversation to battle for the podium already.
So James Overbeck leads the way to Paulie Massimino, although Paulie is already charging back up towards him. Last time by, 7/10 the gap. It'll knock down to half a second. Gassi Lee trying to go back forward as well. Here's a look at Wheeler in the 18, just ahead of Austin Olds through turns 1 and 2. We'll update the timing pylon here in a moment, but that's James Overbeck still leading the way here by about half a second over the rest of your field. Paulie again, 8 in, nearly 3 full tenths last time by, 2.5 at least. Check out the run as well for Satvik Sarathi and the 52 closing in.
Yeah, right now within a couple tenths of being in the conversation. Oh, a hit to the curbing though for Bailiff. Not going to slow up too much per se. Could have been much worse, but it is going to put him up for grabs easily for the pass. Rathi able to take advantage as Renko is in that conversation here too. So far, Bailiff getting the elbows out all over the place with him hitting a lot of these curves in this battle. Going to have to build a brick wall to make sure no one else can get around him at this point. He's lost a ton of ground to that 52 this lap.
Yeah, he lost quite a ways from Satvik Sarathi as there's Wesley Gunler jumping up and over the curbing to get by Ramos and for the lead. Paulie Massimino, James Overbeck getting close together as well. Gunler blocks low in the last turn. Ramos crosses him up, tells the young gun to focus forward, and Paulie and James are going at it in turn 1. James going to give it to him slowly there through the first 2 corners. And this duo here for Brandon Jarsacrack Racing, we've only got to see them on track together a handful of times. They have been neck and neck with each other, and James Overbeck has really done a great job of picking up the gap to close to Paulie. It's a big learning weekend here for one of the most respected drivers in the pits in Massimino being able to share that data and continue the mentorship along with team owner, of course, Brandon Jarzakrak, and the extreme level of knowledge and accomplishments and accolades under that BJR tent to continue the James Overbeck journey. For Chase Gassiet-Lee, right now, unfortunately, while he has gotten some clear racetrack for the last couple of laps, the pace has not been there to run back forward. Last time by, he lost a couple tenths to Pauly. He is quicker than Overbeck, but Diego Ramos is actually the fastest car on the circuit right now. The number 2 plate's charging. He should get to third here in just a moment or so as we check back in here. Finn Bailiff, Aiden Lorenko. This is back in the end of the top 10 for 9th right now behind Satvik Sarathi.
Lorenko again sees the door open, runs on the curbing actually, missed the pass. Why do we go down below side? Alex is standing on by. Alex?
Thank you, Justin. Eli, you made up a pretty good point to me right before the interview. You said from Houston to this is a pretty big difference. Talk to me about the work that's gone in for the entire year for this factory program.
It's just been an, I guess you could say, sort of uphill battle at the beginning, just learning the karts and, the second full year in shifter, so still trying to just perfect my craft in that. But finally kind of starting to dial on this thing. Made a few swings after Houston. As a lot of people saw, I'm sure Charlie really nailed it down there. So kind of bouncing ideas back and forth and, kind of got me a little bit more up front, a little bit more comfortable in the kart and starting to get these GPs figured out.
Well, your progression throughout the weekend's been pretty good. Describe it to me.
Honestly, haven't made a whole lot of changes. Just focusing on the driving. Just trying to be as perfect as possible, not get on the gas too early, not slide the kart. And these MG yellows are a little bit different, so really trying to just master building up the temp in them and then not murdering them throughout the entire session has been good. But just constant improvement, man. That's all you got to strive for.
Well, it's funny because a racetrack like this, people talk about how narrow it is and how tough it is to make moves in shifter. You made it work in Moto 1. I mean, what is a lap around this place like, and what's racing a shifter around this place like?
So I've been fortunate enough to race 206 and shifter here. The shifter is way different. It's kind of different than any other track we race in shifter, just because you don't slow down near as much. I feel like your low is probably the highest it is all year, really, anywhere. It's just you carry so much momentum. I've had a blast. This track is so fun, and I think people are getting tired out there towards the end, so it's kind of benefiting me.
Thanks, Eli.
Thank you.
Great bit of insight down on the pit lane here, and we can see a bit of fatigue probably playing in and maybe some frustration at the end of the day with how racy we're getting at both major packs in the top 10. The battle for fourth on back, Gundler, Gassiet-Lee, and now backing up into Austin Olds. And as well, the battle for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th here. Lorenko, Wheeler, Satvik Sarathi on that Dan Deverell Racing Kart Republic, and Finnegan Bailiff at the end of it with a little gap back to Remy Andretos, his TKG Bureau Art teammate. But check it out, Gassiet-Lee falling back now from Wesley Gundler and potentially going into the clutches of Olds.
Yeah. Olds hasn't been able to move up like he did in the first race where he supercharged his way to the front in an MPG kart. This race, it's been more so lockstep where he's been starting this race. So we're seeing him just stuck in almost quicksand, trying to figure out what to do here, find a way around, but still 3 minutes to work on. Chase Gassiet-Lee, though, the wrong way in terms of the pylon. That kart slowly but surely getting slower and slower in terms of average pace. Last time he was half a second slower than your leader, Paulo Massimino, up front.
Yeah, Pauly just continues to set an unmatched level of speed right now. That gap to James Overbeck is now up to 1.5 seconds and counting. Diego Ramos at points looked like he had something for him. He's still second quickest overall. The downside is, as quick as Ramos has gotten that PSL karting Bureau Art, he still is a full 10th off the BJR Carbolos Engines entry of Pauly Massimino. But we're following Chase Gassiet-Lee there for 5th right now as the battle's kind of stabilized a bit here in this group. And it looks like around the same as well, kind of for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th looking back there. Finn Bailiff is still on the heels of Henry Wheeler, but they have pulled away from the rest, and there was Satvik Sarathi getting further up the road as well, away from him. I don't know what happened to Aiden Larenko, though. Larenko was in that 4-car pack there for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. And while he's been focused on this group here for 4th, 5th, and 6th, something happened to the Fox & Son karting LN kart. Aiden Larenko in the number 29s now, nearly 5 seconds, maybe 7 seconds back. I wonder if there was any contact with how racy they were getting, because this group here has kind of been pretty stagnant. But that group back there, something exploded, and it went from 4 down to 3 go-karts now. Austin Olds still on screen there in 6. Here it is. Satvik Sarathi, Henry Wheeler, Finn Bailiff. They're still ready to battle, but we're down 1 man. Not sure what went wrong for Aiden Larenko, but the 29 is now no longer in the picture here with 1.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Not going to be interested where they fall in the metric with how things are looking right now, but still, with under 1.5 minutes to work with, Wheeler, the German driver, still trying to find a way to gain just that 1 extra spot here. As Bailiff's gone the wrong way this entire run for the most part. Started with a big boost to get himself up to the top 10, but has slipped and slided his way on down, all while Wheeler just trying to find a way to make up some lost time after a -3 so far in the race, less than a minute to work with.
Yeah, this should be 4 laps to go as the leaders already got to the line. And look at this, Sarathi trying to block low, got in the dirty part of the track, and a crossover move. Wheeler gets the spot away. Henry Wheeler now up and into 8th. Sarathi might lose another one. Bailiff slips by there into the S's. And so Finnegan takes over, or Wheeler into 7th, Bailiff into 8th. There's Sarathi 9th, Remy Andreto still kind of lurking back there in the 10th spot. Battle looming for 2nd also. Diego Ramos, great pickup here by our camera crew. James Overbeck is under pressure now. 3 to go. Here comes the number 2 plate to the bumper of the 48 car through turns 1 and 2. Nothing yet here for the fight for 2nd, but it is building about 2.5 seconds back from Paulie Massimino.
Massimino's put on an absolute clinic once again in terms of pace. Ramos has had to wheel this kart so much to be able to get back up there after the off track to start off this race, put him into a demoralizing position in terms of progression on the racetrack. Mindset has to be quite simple. Just drive. Just focus ahead and drive, and Ramos has done exactly that to go now for the 2nd position and make the move with 2 laps to go.
There you have it, a big move for Diego Ramos. And it will put him in the same spot that he was where he ended 2024, right behind Paulie Massimino on the charts. And as close as he's been, as good as he's been, well, it's still going to take a little bit more to get there for tomorrow, because the speed is still pretty unmatched right now for the reigning series champ compared to everybody else. As we watch back now in that fight at the end of the top 10, Henry Wheeler, Finn Bailiff, there's Satvik Sarathi. How about Remy Andretos closing on in now? And Andretos on the 32 for TKG Bureau Art. Right there at the end of the top 10, half a second back here, coming to the white flag.
So far today, Massimino has looked absolutely dominant. Every time he's touched the circuit, the long run pace has been there, proving why he's a champion in this series and continuing to showcase his consistency here in Charlotte. Outright dominant, just about to finish things up here.
Out of the final turn. The champ's perfect day. Well, he didn't lead every moment, but he led the most important ones. A clean sweep of the motos for Paulie Massimino. Diego Ramos 2nd, Overbeck 3rd, Gunler, Gassiet Lee the top 5. And that brings to an end Moto 2 for the OKN Stars here with nothing else really to report from the final few laps. I'm sure that we'll be able to get some intel of what happened from Aiden Larenko's point of view, reported or otherwise, as to what sent him down the leaderboard and away from that pack that we were following with Finn Bailiff, Henry Wheeler, and Satvik Sarathi. But your top 10 and your top 15 overall as they finished. Maverick McKenna outside looking in. Alex Sharma the same. Jacob Kolar, Adrian Torres down in 15th. And the final few drivers here on the result sheet. Theo Corelli, Nico DeFillo, we saw him go out. Christian Blevins Jr. was the other driver involved in the 35, that Velocity Racing Sodi. And then Mingnan Zhu ends in 19th for OKN Stars. So we're down to just one more Pro Stars up next. We'll go down to the scales, though, before they roll.
Like a 6. Yeah? I think you're probably 6, but you're seeing that I'm on skill. What are you going to say? Yeah, you got something to say to me, you need to say it to me. What did I do? We're side by side and I got hit from behind. I gave you a space. I know, I got hit from behind. I'm sorry I did. We have cold tires. I'm sorry I got sideways. I mean, we're side by side through a tight section of street.
All right, Diego. Overall, I mean, I'd say the opening part of that race, so-so. It got better as the race went on. Describe it to me.
Yeah, like you said, in the beginning I had a bit of an issue there. Lucky that we can come back to the track, and I think we found a bit of pace now. Just need to work a bit more and then see what we can do tomorrow in the final.
What do you think you're going to need to get up to Pauly?
I mean, I didn't see the times yet, but it seems like that he was a bit quicker. He was struggling a bit in the bottom, but we'll see. We're going to look at the data, speak with them, and see what we can do tomorrow.
Thank you, Diego.
Thank you.
A little bit of choice words
Let's talk
there
to you here. I haven't spoken to you. Sorry about that, Xander. I cut you off there. Let's talk to Wesley here. I haven't talked to you much this weekend, but you had a lot of pace, Wesley, on both the Fox and Sons machine. Kind of describe your weekend to me.
I mean, we've just made slow progress as we've gone along. I mean, we didn't get much actual helpful practice because of the weather, and we had some engine issues to start out with. So we're making progress, and I'm feeling good about the kart.
That race, it was lonely for you, but you were closing in on Diego and Overbeck there at the end of that one. Do you feel like you can, take this pace into tomorrow?
I think so. I've had some pretty decent results. If I can just get there to start with and I have to work my way up every race, and I think we can be in a good spot.
What's the toughest thing about this OKN Stars class? Because it seems like a lot of drivers, in comparison to Pauly, are struggling to kind of fire off.
I mean, this track and this kart are very physical, so it's a workout to drive these, and obviously there's a lack of grip when you first go out, so finding that is important.
Thanks, Wesley.
Thank you.
Great bit of intel there and a lot to break down from that OKN Stars final moto of the day between James Overbeck and Diego Ramos. Some choice words. Obviously, James wasn't happy with Ramos not approaching him directly about it, and Diego not even wanting to really say, hey, man, that was I didn't appreciate that move. So we move on. Pro Stars Moto 2, our final on-track session of the day. AJ Myers trying to replicate what Pauly Massimino was able to do and sweep both of the motos, but if it's anything like what we heard from him at the end of that first moto, he knows he's got pressure looming. Jay Irwin was all over him from the beginning of that race up until the motor expired for him coming out of turn number 2. The young driver from New Zealand rolls once again from right behind the number 1's starting position with Justin White on the outside, Gage Korn alongside Irwin. Both drivers, White and Korn, really struggled in the opening couple of laps. Korn got booted to the wayside right off the start. He needs a major improvement from that to be able to fight, because the speed is definitely there for the rookie. 14 years old, starting P4. AJ Myers, though, a couple more years than that on him, and the same for Justin White here on the front row as the final few spots come in. We're ready. Christian Marsh sends us to the Pixelcom light system. Pro Stars Moto 2 from Charlotte Motor Speedway. And we are away with a great hole shot for A.J. Myers. This time, again, Gavin Bailiff gets the better of Korn. Couple drivers up and onto the high banks here. It turns 1 and 2, but they're all going to get away clean, although it looked like there was one driver that might have nosed ahead with a jump start out of the lanes. Through the chicane here for the first time. Ian Quinn and Eli Fox able to get the better of Korn, who's once again getting swallowed up by the pack on the opening lap. Charlie Stein's able to get him. Talon Yockel does as well. And Myers leads to White, Irwin, Morgado, 1, 2, 3, 4, and Gavin Bailiff, your top 5.
And now it's going to become the major thing. I think I'm keeping an eye on Korn, especially in this run. Oh, that got a little bit close on the checkup. But was about to say with Korn's case, he was quicker than the leader after that off-track situation to start things off in the first motor. Some more checkups here as here we go again.
Morgado gets the better of Irwin there, who kind of got out of rhythm. The 1, 2, 3, 4 opening sector. If you get off for offline for one corner, then it really throws you off balance for the next couple, and that's what happened to Jay on cold tires, low air pressure, and he's now got to deal with the most recent Pro National race winner, Gavin Bailiff, breathing down his neck. Ian Quinn still looming there. It is a sea of red all behind A.J. Myers in that blue, white, and orange Magic Kart with Talon Yockel lurking on there on the Ital Kart, running with the Steel Motorsports camp here this weekend. But through this through these first few laps, A.J. Myers has withstood the pressure, and he's actually started to put a little bit of a gap now back to Justin White, who is going to come under heavy fire here from Morgado sooner rather than later. Morgado even faded a little low at the end of the backstretch. He's ready.
Morgado seems to be in a prime spot to try and move ahead here. The problem's going to be actually moving ahead. But we'll say Korn back in 10th position, did not get the good start yet again. Some more checking up. Every time in that corner, it seems like White's rolling it down and slowing it down a little bit too much. And that's nearly getting everybody to step on top of him, such as Morgado and Irwin.
And I think part of that is a number of things. Justin White was really good at the end of Moto 1. He was not very strong at the beginning. Obviously the same for his teammate Gage Korn for a slightly different reason, just struggling on these opening couple of lap starts when it's like a feeding frenzy here. And the Sharks definitely took advantage of him again. Not as bad as that first moto, though. He's back on the cusp of getting around the two Factory Fury GP karts, all over Charlie Steins. As Morgado pressures on his teammate Justin White, Steins and Fox both covering the low side off and keeping the rookie at bay here in the early going of Moto 1. Look at that. I mean, good fight here. And Steins just put the bumper to his teammate. He just moved Eli Fox out of the way down at turn 1.
Not sure if Fox is going to appreciate that in the team meeting afterwards after that, but they're able to keep it clean. They're both not crashed out of the race despite the friendly fire, but you have Korn right in that mix once again. Last time by, Korn was actually quicker than a majority of the people in front, but still needs to pick up from the 41.5s last time. The overall lead pace is currently in the 40.6s as the benchmark. Here's a look at the Shop AKR replay as just sending it a little bit deep and ends up sending his teammate for good measure.
And at the same point there, you saw on the live feed as well, Morgado was able to get the move done finally on Justin White, and now he can set his sights on A.J. Myers. Jay Irwin closing in on Justin White now here for third. The Kiwi almost able to make something happen there at the backstretch. He's just kind of winding his run up as well. Not able to do anything in turn number 10. The last corner is one of the few corners where, while Alex has been talking about how narrow it gets, you got a heavy brake zone. Irwin's definitely been brave here, and he's a little less brave that time after all the crossovers that AJ was able to do to him in that opening moto. Justin White, though, happy to follow for now. Jay Irwin to third, Justin White to fourth, and the backward slide may continue. Here comes Gavin Bailiff on the 3-plate, looking to make something happen in the TKG Bureau Art. Ian Quinn looming in the distance as well back there in the 6th spot.
Just looking to try and pop forward. Good run for Gavin Bailiff so far. He's gone up 1, be in this conversation at the moment. Speed starting to slow back down with White yet again. Notice he faded back a little bit before that long run pace again. Last time, as you talked about, when it comes to his pace. Right now, just 7 minutes to work with on the day here today. These drivers continue to actually speed up their tempo. Irwin was the quickest last time in the 40.3s.
Yeah, Jay Irwin is flat flying right now here. And the blown motor might have been a bit of a send for him, but he's got a chip on his shoulder. He's going to go to second right there. Morgado will let him have it. And Jay Irwin now on a redemption arc drive here is trying to hunt down the Magic Man once again. Took him a little bit to fire off here, but that's to be expected. They had to put a fresh piece on, or at least repair that original motor. I'm not sure which way they went. Maybe Alex Searle can give us a little bit of insight on what happened to the 206 for PSL Karting. Meanwhile, Gavin Bailiff to the inside of Justin White. He takes over fourth. White back to fifth now. Ian Quinn becomes the next one to knock on the door of the 232.
That's exactly what I'm talking about with White just losing spot after spot as time progresses in this race. Still, keep an eye on things. Steins has been stuck in place. Korn has not been able to move as far forward as he did in the last race after he got shuffled to the back, it looks like either. So you see, can this close out strongly for drivers like White to close out the day? That's going to be the critical thing, to make sure you recover from these lost spots here and don't go any further back with Quinn providing a lot of pressure in Yoko. Remember, those drivers battled a fair bit in Moto 1.
Gage Korn should be able to close on in, though, to at least the back of this group. He's got himself clear of Charlie Steins and Eli Fox. Frankie Iadavea has actually arrived on the scene with them, and this is a good little fight back there just behind Gage, shaping up for ninth. Let's see if anything happens just behind the 2-3-4 of the next Maranello moving forward. Justin White still leads that next group. There is a look at Frankie Iadavea. We didn't really get to show him much in the opening moto. He's all over the heels of Steins, gives him a little bumper, little move, wheel to wheel. He'll get the job done. Frankie Iadavea now up and into ninth on the Maranello USA machine. So Maranello back up to 3 drivers inside the top 10. All 3 of them a little sluggish off the go, but they're good now. Speaking of good now, how about Jay Irwin? 40.28, he was 2.5 tenths quicker than AJ Myers last time by. This race is not over. For the lead, Jay Irwin, 16 years young, chasing down one of the most decorated drivers in North American karting, AJ Myers, the #1 plate, the reigning champ, who felt last year it was just something amiss in that main, but he and Jay were even, neck and neck in those motos. But he admitted today after winning Moto 1 that he knew that Jay Irwin was faster than him in the opening parts. He was hoping he would fade, but he never did. It was only when the kart motor expired that he was able to breathe. But now, that kart's back together. That motor is screaming, and it is screaming right down the rear pipe of AJ Myers with 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Yes, right now, this is a lot closer compared to the last race. Remember, it was Irwin who was able to close up a fair bit, though, in the latter stages before that motor situation. It's almost a repeat again of last year. Yet again, with these two battling back and forth, looks like Irwin just trying to set his chess piece up. Try and plan this out for the right move to be able to get this run. We know Myers is able to find an extra bit of boost, but Irwin has that extra bit of confidence to make moves like that.
New leader, Jay Irwin, takes the spot away at the end of the backstretch. AJ Myers back to second. Morgado and Bailiff are also moving forward. They know that if they get a chance at AJ, it'll help their points. It'll also help pull him back down, because he does not need to win this one to score the pole for the main. He could let Irwin drive away, finish second, and cruise through. It would be a slight hit in the championship points, but Jay Irwin has an uphill battle after that DNF in Moto #1. That'll bury him in the midfield for the starting grid in tomorrow's final. It doesn't matter. This is about trying to maximize the end of the day, make a lemons out of lemonade situation, or lemonade out of lemon situation. I got that one backwards. It's been a long day for me too here, Justin.
I mean, you could always try and turn a liquid into a solid by putting it into a freezer, but I mean...
No, I messed that one up. No doubt about it. Here's Ian Quinn, though. Trying not to mess this pass up. He gets by on Justin White. Took him a little bit. Pulls the trigger. P5. Now for Ian Quinn as he slides it, backs it in there to turns 1 and 2. Talon Yockel behind. Then right there is Gage Korn. Good little battle here. This quartet coming to the wire with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And Justin White's Maranello machine I don't know what maybe is a bit off for him, but he just hasn't looked comfortable this entire moto. AJ Myers back up in second here. He's going to have to deal with Morgado at some point. We know Mateus loves deep moves on the brakes. These two have collided before. It's been well documented. They have a mutual respect at the same time. Definitely a bit of a mutual distaste for one another, and most importantly about their styles and their clashes of culture and personality on the racetrack, of how they like to be raced. But this move, I think, might be cut and dry. Down the backstretch, deep send. No, it is not. AJ slams the door and crowds Mateus there. He's calling his bluff. He says, if you want to get by me, you're going to have to try harder than that. A minute 15 to go, and the Magic Man says no dice to the Brazilian.
At this point, I don't think he's having anything of that type of a movement right now. He just wants to focus on just finishing this out strong, have a good average in terms of the metric, and move on here. But Morgado, I think, is focused on trying to get a 1-2 for the Barilla carts to be able to finish things out on the day extremely strong before a busy night of preparation before tomorrow. Still, though, it's going to be intense, I think, for Myers, because the speed is starting to fade back. Irwin showing why he won this race last year with what he's doing here in these final stages. 2/10 quicker last time. Looks to be in the same boat this time by.
Now, how aggressive do you get if you're Mateus Morgado? I mean, you got a real shot here with 2 consistent runs. Let's see, turn 1, big send. Myers again slams the door shut. AJ Myers slams the door in Mateus's face. He's cut him 2 breaks now. I don't know if he'll cut him a 3rd. And trying to think big picture here. If these two go out, all of a sudden Gavin Bailiff is in a prime position for a top starting spot. It would put all 3 of your top 3 finishers in the midfield with a DNF for Irwin in that opening heat race. Again, confirming a full engine grenade for Jay Irwin in moto number 1. It's a backup motor. He's taking it to the front. He'll take it to the 2 to go signal now in moto 2. And Morgado continues to play chase here to Myers. And I'm curious now, where does he try to surprise him? Because I think that's what he's going to have to do. If he has enough time, AJ does, to react, he's made it clear he's not going to let Mateus through easily. So Morgado's going to either need to force the issue or catch him off guard.
It's going to be down to more so the hearing at this point to see where the move's going to be coming from. Morgado isn't closing up fast enough really to go for a lunge yet, though. He needs to have a great Sector 1 if he wants any chance. Myers had an even better Sector 3 for the white flag.
Yeah, AJ got away nicely there. 1 lap to go. They're both closing back up to Jay Irwin, who I think is starting to maybe just kind of cruise this one and run out the clock, if you will. He doesn't need to put seconds on them. If anything, take it easy, cool those tires back down, make it a decent set for tomorrow's warm-up. Morgado, a quick look over the shoulder. I think he's going to concede this one as well, knowing how far back he is from AJ in the latter stages. So a little bit of a look into tomorrow. But for Jay Irwin, this is finally a pit of fresh air in a weekend that has been anything but. The Kiwi wins Moto 2. AJ Myers 2nd, Morgado 3rd, Bailiff 4th, Ian Quinn 5th, and in that scrum behind, Korn. Yockel gets around Justin White at the end as well for 7th. White ends up 8th, Frankie Ayadavea 9th. And how about Vincenzo Saraceno from the tail end of the field on the Presti Racing Croc promotion entry. He cracks the top 10, getting by the pair of Factory Fury GP carts of Charlie Steins and Eli Fox. CJ Bowman, we mentioned him starting tail end Charlie on the field, drives his way up to 13th on the Magic card. Luke Powers, Ashton Henkel, your top 15. And then on back, Logan Hickman, Mitchell Lowry, David Carmody taking poles, Osley Cheek, and Jonathan Ocasio. Poles, Cheek, and Ocasio, the 3 unable to finish. Jay Irwin ends up victorious in Moto number 2. The young man's usually short on words, but he is very good at keeping a level head in some of the most trying situations. And he earned that one, no doubt here, Justin. We will send it on down to the scale line and wait for Alexander Cyril to grab some of our top finishers.
check. There's a congratulations from Sean Bailiff to Jay Irwin. Jay, I mean, first and foremost, we didn't get a chance to talk to you after the first moto. Describe what happened and what it felt like in the go-kart.
For that one or the first?
For the first one.
The first. Yeah, the first, I was trying to pass AJ, which was very hard because it's very slippery offline here. And then we had an engine problem, so that took me out of that one. But yeah, overall, I think we knew that we were fast, so I was confident to come into this one.
Backup motor here, nonetheless. It doesn't look like a backup motor, Jay. I guess you had slightly newer tires, but nonetheless, the pace was there. How good does this one feel?
Yeah, it was really good there. I think that was very similar to the pace that we had in the first one. We just didn't quite get to show it all, but yeah, happy with that. So I think maybe we'll start in the middle for tomorrow, but we'll see.
You made passing look quite easy around this place. You think you can make a couple more spots up in the main tomorrow and get a win?
Yeah, I think for sure I can go for a win tomorrow. It'll just be tricky coming from the back.
Thanks, Jay.
Thanks.
Good stuff from Jay Irwin, and you can see he's focused, locked in, trying not to ride too high or too low off of these moto performances. And the New Zealander will get ready to head into tomorrow with a warm-up and a main event on deck.
AJ, you and Mateus, obviously you have some history, right? But nonetheless, you guys both crossed the stripe clean. Kind of describe that one to me.
I mean, yeah, the heat races, he usually does those ones clean. The same time, I saw him down the inside. I gave him space, he gave me space, so it was great. I expect some more aggression tomorrow, and I think if the incident repeated itself, we're in that situation. If I don't yield, we both crash. I'm not going to yield, so I guess he'll just keep crashing us.
Well, we'll have to see what happens tomorrow, but nonetheless, the pace is good. Jay had a little bit on you guys, but obviously slightly newer tires for Jay. You feel like you have something for the Burrell guys tomorrow?
Yeah, early on it felt really good, and honestly the kart felt good the whole time. Seems like we might be different gearing than these guys. Once he passed me, he kind of got me right away, and then kind of settled in. Mateus was there, and it's really close, but I need something.
Thanks, AJ.
Thank you.
Here's a look back at that Coastal Link printing race recap here from Moto number 2. AJ Myers able to get away early. Mateus Morgado into second early, but nobody can stop the 206. Jay Irwin on the charge. You got Justin White on the other hand going the wrong direction, and it just never seemed to really materialize for the Maranello driver. But up front, a slow burn, a slow run towards the lead, and then a nice and easy move down the inside. AJ let him have it, knowing both that Irwin had the points deficit and, well, he hadn't had the experiences with Jay that he's had over the years with Mateus. And, well, this tells the story all. Mateus Morgado fully alongside. AJ Myers said it's not going to go that easy. And in turn one, same thing. Wanted to make him have to earn it. And Mateus said, you know what? I'll live to fight another day. You got this one. AJ was able to then kind of prove his point to be worth it, that he deserved to be in second, that the speed was there. He picked the pace back up there at the end once he cleaned the tires off. And Jay Irwin was able to score the win with Myers closely following and Morgado ending P3.
Down here with another Burrell driver there on a different team though, TKG. Gavin, you're coming off of a win at Houston, right? So now you're trying to, build that momentum up here in the Stars. How's your weekend been so far?
So far, so good. I mean, we didn't have the all the practice sessions. We skipped the first one, so we only had 2 on Friday. But it's been good. Not having many laps, so it's kind of been a little bit of a hindrance. We've been a little different than Mateus and Jay on setup all day, sharing data and looking at stuff. But that session, we got a little closer to their setup, and I think we're going to be good. That session, we had a lot of pace, just cook the tires up a little bit too much, trying to catch that front pack.
We talk about different setups. I'm not going to ask you what you guys are doing, but obviously different height, right? Different driving styles. Is that part of it?
Yeah, the height is the main thing. I've just been debating on going to their setups all day. Some of the stuff we've changed in the front has helped, but I've been a little bit hesitant to change more of the rear setup. So, yeah, we'll see. I think we're going to try some stuff in the warm-up tomorrow and see how we go.
You said you cooked up the tires a little bit too much. Is that just one of those things where you kind of overheat them early and then you lose them later on?
Yeah, I have really good hole shots right now, but that start specifically, I got into it. The cold tires. This has been a really cold event, and the cold tires, Mateus got into me a little bit, but pushed me wide, and I had to really fight to get those couple positions that I fell back on the start. So, yeah, I think it's okay when the start goes our way.
Thanks, Gavin.
Thank you.
Gavin Bailiff ends up with another consistent run in the motos. It should put him in a very good spot for tomorrow. If he can find that extra little edge, he should have something to fight with the race leaders. And the overall performance of that TKG Burrell Art, all of the Burrell Arts have looked pretty exceptional here today. But we look now to Sunday. Pre-final action will precede the semi-pro classes, but the pro show divisions will go straight to their mains following warm-up. So it's a full round of practice once again at 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. Pacific. Pre-final for the support divisions along with the warm-up for the pro classes right around 10 a.m. Eastern. Then 1:15 p.m. free to view for the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show before we go back to KC Premium members with the KA Masters main event at 2:45. I think it'll be closer to 3 p.m. Eastern when those semi-pro mains kick off. And that will close out, of course, our on-track coverage and post-race coverage for the live feed from today's action. So from America's Home for Racing at Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina, for Justin Prince, Alexander Searle, our hardworking kart chaser team who have brought you the coverage for another full, uninterrupted day, live to your homes, live to the Jumbotron here on site. And, of course, anyone else watching around the world. It's a beautiful afternoon from America's Home for Racing. We're looking forward to signing it off, enjoying the evening, resting up, and getting ready for one more day from the 2025 Queen City Gambit. We'll see you tomorrow morning.